Today is, of course, Thursday, so we're doing more Umineko with Mal.
Hey.
Sadly, we're about to get into like a whole bunch of nasty, nasty things because Rosa is the entire landfill.
Yeah. As I put for my stream title, Mom of the Year. Sarcastic.
Let's just make sure I have everything shut down before we do this.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
we're good.
I do have the content warning link on my chat if you want to grab that.
I will in a moment, yes. Thank you. Because I don't have that saved as a...
Nightbot command yet.
Yeah. There we go. Let's see. I think that's it. I mean, I got my Obsidian up, but that's fine. It can stay up. It's just a no program.
yeah, that's a text program, and it's very small. I actually am surprised at exactly how small the program itself is.
Oh yeah. I think my only problem with it is that it automatically saves whatever you type into the file, which is good in some ways, but also not good in others. So it's just like one of those trade-off things.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But yes, going forward, there will be a lot to do with child abuse, abusive relationships, and the hiding of that abuse.
Yeah.
So just, do whatever you think is appropriate for you with those subjects.
Phoenix, you're okay, buddy. Before we actually get into the main thing, like I did want to talk about a couple things because I've been last night I found a pretty good fantasy comic called Karina's Last Days.
Oh.
And as you might expect from the title, yeah, the main character just like fucking dies. Or supposedly anyway. That's the whole premise, is that like Karina, the main character, is dying. And like she lived her entire life being like abused and neglected by her family and everything. So it's like getting the double whammy today. But worse, Karina is an artist, and the disease that's killing her is her art.
Oh.
So I'm just sort of like, this hurts.
Yeah.
Like those none of that is spoilers, by the way, for the comic. Like that's all like in the first couple of scenes. Like you hear about all of that in the first couple of scenes. So it's rough.
Yeah.
Again, like it's a fantasy thing. So like her art isn't just drawing. So it's sort of some magic to do with it as well. But the magic part is sapping her life force. But again, she's an artist. She can't help but complete her art.
Yeah, that does sound about right.
It's like the whole thing is about like dying arts, the passion, falling in love, dying, abuse, and it's just like it's very well written, but damn, does it hit hard.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I do recommend it for anyone who has the the stomach for it. Like if you want a sad story, sad but happy at the same time, like go for it. There was something else, but I don't remember it now. I got the bad brain.
Yeah.
So how have you been doing since Monday?
I've been doing okay. Like I was saying just before we started, did play a bit of the Phasmophobia.
Yeah.
And that was fun. It, like I said, had an update, so yeah, it has a much more interesting progression, but that also means like, oh yeah, I have to start from the beginning of that progression.
Yeah, like I want to be interested in Phasmophobia, but like I just can't get into it for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair enough, It's not for everybody, it's investigative, and you're not the one potentially exercising the ghost.
Fucking should be.
It
That's what I
should,
want.
you know. There
It's
are
like I don't like hunting stories like about like exercising and all that stuff where you send in the investigators first and the investigators have no way of defending themselves. Like that's just fucking ridiculous to me.
yeah, that's fair, but it could also just be a state of, oh yeah, you just need to get the info and leave just because, you would have to cart in all sorts of other equipment to do the, exorcism.
All exorcisms can be pretty, are usually like they don't usually require like a lot of heavy equipment like the investigation does.
Fair enough.
It's like what you really need for like exorcisms, even in like Catholic tradition where it's all like ritualized and everything, like it all fits into a box like a suitcase. You're fine.
Fair enough. There are like knockoff games, essentially, games going off that premise that are exorcism based. I haven't seen any that go, oh yeah, that one's solid and is as polished as Phasmophobia is.
I know it's just like a gameplay conceit to like make a horror game, but it's just sort of it bothers me that that you have no way of defending yourself when you absolutely should. Like no one sends scouts in unarmed, right?
Yeah, I mean that is absolutely fair. Uh, there are a few ways to get it to go back, but you kind of have to use them properly. Uh, like crucifixes do stop them possibly from spawning and hunting if you know where they're going to spawn from.
Mm. Like if you know where their fetter room is or whatever.
Basically, where they're. And for some of the ghosts, that room changes over time, but for many of them, it is one room that is selected at the start.
Right on. It's actually something that bothered me about Hellsign too. Um, Hellsign's a like an Australian hunting game, more or less. You're fighting like Australian cryptids and spirits and shit like that.
Oh, nice.
And like the first few jobs you get are to scout the place before the actual hunters get there, and it's just like, why? Why? You think you're just setting someone in like to get killed? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why is it like this?
And then the other item you get is incense, which also can stop them from hunting you specifically, but as you might expect, they burn away over time.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you should at least like send someone in with like basic stuff like that, if nothing else. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like I'd be like sending people in with like fucking wrought iron uh protective things and like bangles or what have you.
Yeah, I
Rocks
could
all
see,
fucking like pump actions and shit.
yeah, I could see that. At the very least, it is a situation where you can start out with very easy jobs where the ghost doesn't get that violent. So you can, work up the funds to get crucifixes and incense.
Yeah. I really want more urban fantasy games like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like there's that, and then the other game I've talked to you about extensively is Ghostwire Tokyo, which is essentially a hunter game.
Yeah, like that's what I want, is I want like hunter stuff. Like I don't mind if you're just like a normal person either. But like, don't make it like some established part of like how everything works that like a normal person gets sent in with no weapons to deal with these things.
Yeah, especially dealing
Because
with
that's just ridiculous.
yeah, especially dealing with something super violent. At least with Phasmophobia, it is a lot of oh hey, a lot of weird shit has been happening, but not necessarily attacks.
Yeah, that's fine. Like jobs like that are fine. Like for like civilians, more or less, I guess you would call them.
Yeah, basically people who do not have a defense mechanism.
Like the other thing that really bothers me about like a lot of urban fantasy stuff is like they hold on. I got people outside my door for some reason.
All right.
Walking by to get into the main building. It's
Ah,
fine.
gotcha.
Anyhow, like a lot of urban fantasy shit like just comes up with like a completely new fantasy thing, which is also interesting. But someone please like actually use the folklore as is. For the love of all the gods, no one does it.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is nobody feels comfortable and wanting to do that and being able to do it respectfully. But you can do it respectfully. You,
Absolutely, like
yeah, that's what sensitivity readers are for. But
yeah,
for some reason, they don't want to pay for that.
it's just like even without sensitivity readers, you can get close enough to it's not like egregiously offensive.
Oh yeah,
Like
for sure.
the show Supernatural did that. Like I don't know if they actually had sensitivity readers like later on in the show's life cycle, but like for the first few years of that show being on the air, like they just went full bore on the fucking folklore,
Oh yeah, they
and it was
definitely
fine. It was
do.
great actually.
And hell, I mean, just diving into the folklore of your culture, because let's be real, there is a lot of stuff, even just going off of Catholicism, which no one's going to care if you rip off Catholicism.
Yeah, like Catholic, like most Christians don't even know what the fuck their own mythology is, so it's fine. do whatever with it. They're
Yeah,
not gonna get upset. I
like,
mean, they might get upset, but they're gonna be like upset and they're like, "Oh, this is devil worshipping shit way," Like, don't. No one needs to care about that.
yeah, and you can do that, look into, your family's origins as far as, are you, just speaking as an American, but, if your, you know, family is from Poland originally or what have you, you know, dig into that. It can also be kind of an eye-opening experience of, oh, hey, this is this shit where, great, several greats down the line, Grandpappy came from.
Yeah, it's like, especially with the Christian thing, like the devil worshipping thing, like they called those kinds of Christians call things where you kill demons devil worshipping shit. So it's like, I, it,
Yeah,
you're
it's
not gonna please them no matter what you do if you do anything supernatural. So just like ignore them.
yeah, absolutely. It's one of those, oh, yeah, no.
Like they called like Diablo and Doom demon worshipping. It's just like those things are like specifically centered around like protecting people from demons and killing them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it's
Especially Doom.
yeah, like Diablo is literally all about killing the devil, or the fucking settings equivalent of the devil. Like Diablo himself, the Lord of Terror, the strongest of the three primevals. Like, go fucking murder that guy. That's your whole job.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, so we'd show a demon on screen. That makes us devil worship. No. Like,
And they're like very, very commonly depicted as just like being pure evil and shit like that, which I don't like. Not even Christian mythology agrees with that, but most Christians don't know their own mythology, right? Like I've talked about this on like these streams specifically before, because a lot of the demons in the Lesser Key of Solomon are not evil. Like genuinely, they are even called like good spirits occasionally. Like their thing is like they're demons, not humans, though. Like they're from hell. So some of them are evil. Yes, absolutely. Some of them can cause like mass like communicable plagues of like senility and shit. Like, some of them are really bad, but other ones like are explicitly stated in like the demonology books to be like, you know, honorable and honest.
Yeah.
It's like you just gotta like choose your demons. Like the whole thing that like makes a demon in Christian mythology is that they're like away from God's light, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're outright evil. Even like early Christians understood that.
Yeah, but now you get, oh, you're an atheist? Oh, that makes you evil. That,
Yeah, which is just ridiculous.
There's nothing stopping you from murdering somebody, and it's like, no, fuck you.
Yeah, like, you know what stops me from murdering people? It's a lot of effort.
Yeah, I do not.
That's me.
Yeah, and I do not want to murder. I am murdering the exact amount I want to do, which is none.
Yeah, that's most people right there.
Yeah.
Well, you can't use me, like people like me, as a fucking example of like how atheists are, because that's not
Yeah,
how that works.
In my case, I do say I'm agnostic, but whichever. It's just
To like most fundamentalists, it's like the same thing. So it doesn't really.
Yeah, I
For
know.
the purposes of this conversation, at least, it's the same thing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to the fundamentalists, but I'm saying for point of clarification.
Yeah. Like, I'd say the same for me, too. It's like agnostic. Like, I just don't know.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really matter to me either. Would I be interested in finding out? Sure. Am I going to try? No. There have been a lot of people, like, far more motivated than me that never found out, so.
Yep. It's kind of like Houdini said, if there was a way to come back, I'll do it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if there's a way for me to, like, after I die, come back and prove the existence of the supernatural, I'll fucking do it. Or at least I'll try very hard. But until then, I'm just sort of like, sitting here doing my thing.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny to me. Like, oh yeah, the great escape artist now escape from the afterlife.
That would be hilarious. I think that would make a very good gag comic.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Have to be like a better writer than I am to do it, but
or better specifically at comedy.
Yeah. Just like I can't write comedy. I can write jokes, but I can't write like a comedy thing. So I write jokes in the same way that like people make jokes in real life, right?
Yeah.
Like, because people are funny. People are funny creatures. We like to laugh. So of course when we're just hanging around like with our friends, we'll crack jokes and shit like that. That's what I write. I don't think I can write a like a full comedy thing. That would. I don't really understand comedies in the first place, so I've never been able to like figure out what makes them tick, no matter how hard I try.
Yeah, and sometimes I just struggle with tone at times.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Back to the main thing, which was like choosing out like a folklore. Like, even if you don't want to use like something like Native American folklore or whatever, there's still plenty of bullshit in urban legends and stories that like
oh yeah, like go from
modern American sort of thing came up with. Like, you could just use that. It's fine.
Just go for a bunch of urban legends and you can do a lot. Even just going, okay, urban legends even from just this area, but also just grab all the urban legends. It's not, deep, long historical shit, so people aren't going to get as angry with you.
Yeah, like you fucking put the Michigan Dogman in there. Put like the Squonk in.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, and then, then there's the whole Scissor Woman from Japan.
Kushisake Onna.
Yeah.
The split mouth woman.
Yeah, split mouth woman.
Which, like, that's also just like a very modern urban legend thing. So, like, go for it.
Yeah, it's a modern urban legend that caused a bit of a scare in, I think, the 60s?
Yeah, something like that. You could also do, like, the demon clown thing that came up a couple of years ago in the States.
Oh, yeah, like the fucking clowns lurking around.
Mm-hmm. You have, like, so many options just to, like, use actual real-life folklore.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of other urban legends, stuff to do with train stations in Japan as well, stuff to do with, old buildings in European countries, Russian urban legends. Basically, just look around for urban legends, and you can absolutely dig into those and not be, stepping on toes of deep cultural importance.
Yeah, and then there's a few, like, more, like, deep-seated folklore things that are also really easy to do. Like, vengeful spirits, for example.
Oh, yeah.
That's super fucking easy. Like, you just put a spirit that's mad about something in.
Yeah.
That's literally it.
Yeah, and you can,
like,
basically everybody's got some of those.
Yeah, everyone's got unquiet dead, so you could go with that. That's fine. And, like, they all pretty much follow the same rules. Like, someone who was unjustly murdered, not buried properly, like, some shit like that. Just come up with a decent enough reason for them to, like, actually be there, and boom, you got it.
Yeah, just have somebody be angry. Oh, hey, now they're dead and angry.
Yeah, there you go. And, like, dealing with those sorts of things is also very simple. Not easy, but very simple, right? Like, in every folklore that I know of, when there's, like, unquiet dead or whatever, there's always something tying them to the earth, right? Not just their goal, but also some physical object, like a shrine, in some cases, like a shrine for the dead. Or it's, like, a part, like, their body, or some sentimental object that they left behind, or what have you. Like, that's just, like, there you go. That's what's tying them to the earth. If you can't exercise them the normal way, just go burn that motherfucker.
Yeah, and you can also go, okay, local spirits, or animism, which is, going, okay, everything in nature has a spirit to it. But even just local spirits, and go, oh, okay, so maybe there was a big ancient spirit for this location, but now that this city is established, now the city has a spirit.
Yeah, there you go. That's also a good way to do it.
And you can just go, okay, yeah, the big nature spirit of the region is either somewhere else or sleeping or what have you, and just focus in on the city spirit.
You can even have, like, the big, like, nature spirit have turned into the city spirit, right? Like,
yeah, you can do that, or split off into the several city spirits.
Like, vampires and werewolves are also, like, super fucking easy.
Oh yeah, those.
So
Yeah, those
vampires,
are,
like, in traditional myth, are just, like, dead people that came back to life. That's it.
Yeah,
There's nothing special about them. They are just a moving corpse. In fact, in a lot of places, they are called revenants, not vampires. Vampire is a Romanian word. I think it is. It might be Slovakian. I don't remember.
And those are just easy. Yeah, and those are just solidly like, okay, yeah, people are fine with this being fiction, like being put into fiction and being fiddled with as you please.
Like, the big things about, like, vampires and folklore is that they're dead people that came back to life. They feed on their family first, and it's hard to tell if they're a vampire just by looking at them.
Welcome in, Meowrick.
Oh, I don't have your chat up. Hold on for me. There we go. Hello, welcome. Yes, I want to have a degree in folklore and mythology. That's my thing. So, like, I'm sitting here being a nerd for a few minutes. We're talking about how a lot of fiction stuff, like, especially urban fantasy, likes to make their own mythology and everything, and it's just like, why?
Which, I mean, I get it as far as, oh, hey, I want to make something original, but also, there is a wide breadth of things you can do.
Oh yeah. It's like I know the desire to make something original, but also at the same time I know how it feels to want to like depict something as if it were real, right? And people do it all the time anyway, even in their original fiction, because you can't get away from the culture that you were raised in.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, for example, my huge fucking fantasy world that is not at all connected to our real life, even like for a drop, is called Well of Souls. Which, if you don't know what that is, that's a Christian thing.
I did not know that actually.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I just thought it was a cool name. So, and like one of my art colleagues who took theology classes was just like, "Hey, are you sure about that?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" No wonder that sounded so cool. Some fucking like raw ass early Christian shit.
Huh. Interesting.
It's like I talked about it before, but like Christian like prayers and names of stuff and all that, it was just like super fucking metal.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That
So I probably heard like the phrase "Well of Souls" somewhere, and was just like it just got stuck in my brain.
yeah. Like if you actually read the Lord's Prayer, it's actually pretty fucking metal.
I remember like watching Midnight Mass and like just gushing over how fucking raw some of the prayers were once translated into English. Fucking hell. Which, for anyone curious, watch Midnight Mass. Don't look anything up about it. Just watch it.
All right, so before we get into this, just another content warning. This does get into child abuse rather extensively for this episode. So again, just do what you think is appropriate for you.
Oh. If you want to know a little more about, I don't have like convenient websites for each and every culture. I've just like pieced stuff together over the years. But for Japanese stuff, here's yokai.com, which I like post this like basically every stream because it's very very good and interesting and useful.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
like a very good starting point.
Possibly furniture abuse. I don't remember for this side of things, but this is more extensively with Maria and Rosa.
Rosa.
They had eaten breakfast at a coffee shop in the station building. By chance, the inside of the shop had been decorated with Halloween colors since it was October. Maria had seemed to be awfully pleased with that. Quite some time she talked loudly inside the train about wanting to have a Halloween festival without caring that she was attracting the attention of others. You know, as children tend to do.
Yeah, as children tend to do.
Halloween is popular in Europe and America, but people aren't that familiar with it in Japan. The shopping
Yeah,
district.
that would definitely be the case in like 1980s, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Today, Halloween is kind of treated almost like how we treat Mardi Gras.
Yeah. I mean, it's like that in a lot of places in Europe too, actually.
Fair enough.
Like Ireland, for example, Halloween is like some huge fucking party.
Yeah, it's a pretty huge party, a little bit more adult oriented, or at least
Mm-hmm.
not exactly a children's thing.
Yeah, just the way that it's like I lived with an Irishman for a while, which I told you about, but
Yeah.
and he was telling me like how Halloween is celebrated over in Ireland, and it's like it's a lot of drinking and a lot of fireworks.
Oh, fun. But yes, Halloween obviously not a big thing in 1980s Japan.
Yeah, hadn't quite had the time for the cultural osmosis to kick in yet.
Yeah, exactly. And to kind of figure out where it sat in the culture in general. let's see. The shopping district was colorfully decorated with orange pumpkins, but the costume parades of children demanding sweets and saying trick or treat were nowhere in sight. On a Halloween festival. I don't want to wear these clothes. I want to look
Or
like
she
a
wanted to
witch.
dress up like a witch.
I'll be honest. I think this is decent witch clothes. Decent enough. Like, it seems like Maria is okay with pink because she's got it in her bag, which she likes her bag.
Yeah. I think she needs a giant hat.
Yeah, give her a hat instead of a crown, and you're good.
But I mean, like a giant hat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like
enormous.
just takes up the
Brim
entire
beyond her shoulders.
Yeah, just entirely take up this side of the screen. Absolutely.
There are only two ways to go with hats: either tiny hats or enormous hats. No, there is no in between. Don't wear normal hats.
Family conference isn't for playing. We're going to meet grandfather, so you have to dress up nice. While it wasn't completely full inside the train, it's really packed with almost all the seats occupied by passengers. Maria was making a fuss among them, stomping her feet on the seat while Rosa scowled at her. Rosa had warned her many times to lower her voice, but Maria hadn't obeyed her at all.
I don't think anyone on the train really gives a shit, though. Honestly.
Yeah, not extensively. Like, they might go, this is too early for this. But otherwise, no one's gonna think, oh, she's a bad mom just because her kid's a little loud.
Yeah, like, the fucking trains are loud, even in Japan. Like, they're constantly full of chatter and talking, so...
Yeah.
It's like, most people probably aren't even gonna fucking notice. So...
Once Maria got like this, no matter how much you tried to explain the situation or calm her, she wouldn't listen. Before, Rosa used to pamper Maria and give in to her at times like this, but that had probably been a mistake. Surely, Maria had gained the mistaken impression that throwing a tantrum long enough would make her mother give up and do what Maria said. Rosa had realized that error with the help of an educational book, and since then, she'd hardened the part of her heart that wanted to pamper her beloved daughter. Which, yeah, fair, don't always give in to your children's demands, because children don't understand what's best for them all the time.
But also, like, actually fucking listen to your kids. It's like, even if they're, like, 3-year-old fucking small, squishy people sort of deal, like, they still have opinions.
Yeah, definitely listen to their opinions. If they don't like a food, do not force them to eat it. You're going to give them issues with food later.
And of course, this is where people crawl out of the woodwork and are like, oh, my parents made me eat everything on my plate and I'm fine. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. The fact that you think that's okay means you're not okay.
Yeah. Yeah, don't make your kids eat what you eat. If they really say, hey, I don't like this, make them try it.
Make them try it, but aside from, like, after that, like, if they still hate it, then...
Yeah, absolutely. Try things. Like, if you cook them right, I like Brussels sprouts. I like asparagus. I even like spinach. And that was true for me as a kid as well, at least with some of that. So if you make sure to not just boil vegetables and not add any flavor to them, you'll get some surprising results.
Yeah, like steam them or like saute them in some kind of sauce.
Yeah.
Like do something with it. Just don't just boil stuff. Which I'm fine with a lot of boiled food because, like, I'm a very simple person. Like, my tastes are very simple in most things.
Yeah, like I think
you can like boil some carrots. It's fine. I'm good
yeah,
with that.
yeah, like I think boiled carrots are good, and I think boiled broccoli is good.
I actually like less things now than when I was a kid. Actually,
Yeah, it started to kind of go that way with me as well. I'm not too into steak anymore, just because it takes a lot of time to chew.
like I still like the taste of steak, but I cannot chew it because my teeth are all fucked. So
Yeah,
it's like I prefer like easier stuff to eat these days, like softer food.
yeah,
I mean, I still love hard candy. Don't get me wrong, but
yeah. Her mutual understanding with Maria began to grow weaker and weaker, and she began to get discouraged by her own powerlessness more and more often.
see, like what you do with like a kid like Maria. What are you going on about, Edwards?
Oh, I guess stumbled in on the start of the conversation about food, and it's like, huh, what's this about?
Oh yeah, we're talking about like kids still have opinions and shit like that, right? Like
Yeah,
they may
yeah,
be like small, squishy people that like have much less like life experience and their brains aren't fully developed or anything, but like they still have opinions. So like listen to them. Like for example, like my body, not even me, but like my body hates mushrooms so much that I like get sick when I eat them. I don't mind the taste. In fact, I actually quite love the taste. If you turn like the mushroom into like a soup and then strain all the like the chunks out and then just like pour it over rice or something, it's great. I love that shit. Cannot eat actual mushrooms.
yeah,
But like if like I ate mushrooms even as a kid, like I would get sick. So if no one fucking listened to me when I said this makes me sick, then I would absolutely have developed a complex about food, right?
yeah. Especially listen to your kids when they say, yeah, this makes my stomach hurt, or this makes me feel like I need to throw up or whatever.
Yeah,
Listen to
I mean,
that.
I'm being vague about it, but like mushrooms make me vomit immediately. So
Oh,
it doesn't even take very long. Like it's a couple seconds after they hit my tongue, sort of deal.
oh,
I don't
that,
know why. Like they can even be like chopped very finely, so I can't tell like the texture of like the spongy texture, but it'll still just
huh?
immediately. I don't
That
understand what it is.
the only thing I could think is kind of a weird trigger that kept your great ancestors alive.
Could be. It fucking could be. I mean, my parents don't have any problems with it though, so I don't know.
Yeah. Sometimes those things are recessive, so
Yeah. Get down, cat. I know you want a lot of attention today, but like, dude, you're okay, buddy.
and
Stop trying to get in my lap.
and same things
Lap boy.
for them saying, "Hey, I don't like this person," or "I don't want to be touched," or whatever.
Mm. So like what I would have done if I was Rosa is like not let it get to the point of like her throwing a tantrum, right? In the first place. Just be like come up with like a compromise. Like we can't have a Halloween festival on the conference, but I can we can do like a small party later afterwards.
Yeah,
That
like
sort of thing.
even go. Rosa looks into it, realizes Halloween is on the 31st, goes, "Hey, it's not Halloween yet, and the conference is going to be over by the time Halloween actually comes around. Let's have a Halloween festival then." And
Yeah,
maybe,
we can have a small party then.
yeah, and hell, maybe that wouldn't work, but it's at least something you try.
Yeah. And it also like if you do that enough, it'll also teach your kid that like you can like find a way for both people to be happy through conversation and making like a deal, right?
Yeah. And yeah, sometimes you just have to tough it out as far as the kid just wants something that is impossible. And
Absolutely. Sometimes like kids like do absolutely want something that's just straight up impossible, and you just have to say no.
Yeah. And sure, yeah, tantrums can be embarrassing, but do not be Rosa going forward.
Yeah. Rosa, as I have said in the title, is the whole ass landfill. Don't you dare, Phoenix. Keep it out of here.
Halloween, Halloween. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough.
I don't have any sweets to give you. We just ate breakfast. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank.
What kind of prank are you gonna play on your mother on the fucking train, girl?
If you don't give me
Phoenix,
sweets, I'll
get
play a
out!
prank. And yeah, kids are gonna have tantrums. That's gonna happen, especially neurodivergent kids.
It makes me feel weird because like I never really threw tantrums as a kid.
Yeah.
But like I'm also neurodivergent in a different way, so
Yeah, it's definitely something that can happen with autistic kids. Just because there's different sensory, there's a different level or different kind of understanding of how things work and expectations.
Phoenix, stop, dude. Uh Go away, man.
A stout old woman who was sitting nearby as Maria stomped her feet picked a candy out of her handbag and held it out
All
to
right.
Maria.
I am envisioning a bodybuilder 70-year-old who works on a farm. There we go. Just handing out candy.
I got a sweet. I got a sweet. Look, Mama. Happy Halloween.
I like it when like I mean, A, yeah, fair enough, but also B, I like it when like old people in media are like actually like genuinely nice and shit.
Yeah, absolutely, because your elders can be nice. You have elders that, you know, as much as there's the myth that people get more conservative as they age, that's not actually true. So there are, like, good left leaning or, very good people who are, elderly.
Yeah, it's less like it that they get more conservative as they age, but like society gets more progressive.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
They
at least that's how it's supposed to be.
yeah, by and large, people aren't going to get more conservative. They're not going to get more hateful, in a general sense, obviously. The mileage may vary with individual people, but by and large, people don't go backwards in their own personal beliefs.
I just like, kind elderly people I'm assuming for the same reason I like childcare manga. So
I mean, yeah, there's also that, but it's
But I liked one of my grandparents, and that was it. Like everyone else was just like kind of shitty.
uh, I did like my grandparents on my mother's side. I do like my grandfather. My grandmother, unfortunately, is no longer with us. That's been for a while though, so not something to. You
Actually, I grew up with like one of my great grandparents.
know.
Not like living with him or anything like that, but like Grandpa Bailey was he was around until I was like 9.
Yeah. Uh,
which is kind of funny because like my parents were almost 40 when I was born. So
Yeah. Yep. I didn't know him very well, but my grandmother's father, I believe, was around for a while.
Grandpa, like the main things I remember about Grandpa Bailey were that he loved mustard on his sandwiches, and he really, really loved the WWF. I
Fair
mean, it
enough.
was called the WWF at the time, but
Yeah, yeah.
like he loved wrestling.
I want to look more into Japanese wrestlers. They've got some good shticks to them.
I think, if I remember correctly, like Grandpa Bailey was also the most tan person in the entire family. Like he was dark, like really dark. But like that, my perspective on that might be skewed because I don't tan at all, like literally.
Yeah. I've never actually tried to develop a tan, so I don't know.
I mean, like I've said it before, but I used to work construction and shit like that, so like I know for sure that I do not tan.
Yeah, I figured in your case you did stuff like that, or did a lot more stuff outdoors when.
Eventually, I started wearing like longer sleeves even in the summer, just because like being like getting burned suck when you can't tan.
Oh, yeah.
Because like you don't get any extra resistance to it afterwards. It just hurts.
Yep. Uh, One of the things that absolutely sucks is for truck drivers, especially if they're going one way quite a distance, as truck drivers can do, and
Yeah, yeah,
getting a sunburn on just that one arm, or
yeah.
get
My father was a truck driver for like 17 years, so like I it gets pretty bad. Yeah.
Hey Maria, you can't just accept sweets from strangers, right? Give it back. Oh, don't worry about it. She's such a spirited young lady. How old is she? Maybe there was no malice in the old woman's words. However, Rosa seemed to find that remark extremely humiliating. Maria, haven't I always told you not to accept sweets from strangers?
Like I know it's not gonna happen. I do kind of want her to just like hear me and stop.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna continue to feel like that.
Ah,
And it's just. She's making more of a scene out of this and
yeah.
actually getting
Like she's
people's
making it worse
attention.
by like how she's reacting. She's making it so much worse. Like if a 9-year-old causes like it throws a tantrum or whatever, it's just a 9-year-old doing 9-year-old things. It's like I know she's like a little less mature by like normal standards because she's neurodivergent, but also she is still just 9.
Yeah.
Like this is not a big deal at all.
Yeah, no, this is.
Ugh.
Yeah, but she's actually drawing attention to the situation by being a grown woman yelling. She gave it to me. No, it's mine. Let go of it. How many times do I have to tell you to do what Mama says? It's mine. Mine.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have like to take like frequent pauses to talk about things for this, just to like during these sections specifically.
Yeah.
Not like, in like the same way that we have been doing already, like don't treat your kids like this, blah blah blah. But like actually just, distract from it for a couple minutes.
Yeah. Don't I always tell you not to say ooh ooh? Maria reflexively hit Maria violently on her cheek. In a flash, Maria started crying loudly.
Yeah, it's rougher for me because I did go through abuse as a kid. So
Yeah.
not the same kind, of course, but definitely some, and also because I was neurodivergent. So, well, I mean, I still am, but I was then too, as the old joke goes.
Yeah.
Because, like, for a very long time, I could not figure out how to make the right facial expressions or speak correctly or anything like that. And I don't mean that in like like I wasn't being polite enough or I wasn't using the right words or whatever, but my intonation was off because I don't. As I've said before on stream, I don't have the social instinct, and when I'm by myself, as in like not on camera or not on a voice call or whatever, I speak very like almost monotone, emotionlessly, because that's generally how I am. Which is not a big deal, like, for a couple of sentences, but when you try to have an entire conversation with someone like that, you start to feel off, right? So, my older brother used to hit me a lot, like a lot.
Yeah.
Like, I genuinely, I might have had it worse than Maria because she only gets slapped every now and then. I got almost every day sort of thing. For like 10 years, I think it was. I got the bad memory, so I don't actually like know for sure, but my brother moved out when I was 16, and that's when it stopped. And I don't remember when it started, sort of deal. Like, I don't remember how old I was when it started. I don't remember a time living with him where it wasn't like that, is what I mean there.
Right. So probably as early as when, just as a ballpark, as probably as early as, oh yeah, you're not in a crib anymore.
Probably, but I don't remember being that young for the most part. I have a lot of memories from being that young, but not anything to do with my brother. It's always like weird random bits, like one time I was running down the driveway of my house when I was like 2 or 3, and I tripped and hit my head on a rock. And then I had to go to the hospital to get like liquid stitches, and it fucking hurt. The stitches specifically. The rock didn't bother me too much at all, but like the stitches, damn. I don't know if you guys know this, but liquid stitches fucking sting.
Yeah. Yeah, I am familiar with that. I was older when this happened, but basically I was a little kid trying to fall backwards into a pool. Instead, I fell forwards, hit my head on a deck.
Oof. Yeah, I was, that thing where like you see depicted sometimes where people have this like rod or stick or bar or whatever, and there's got like water buckets on the other side, and that's how they're carrying multiple water buckets at a time. I had a stick like on my shoulders like that, and I had my arms like set up like that. And if I hadn't done that when I tripped, I would have been able to catch myself. Because, like, I tried to put both hands forward at the same time, but the stick kept my hands from going forward, and then I just sort of face planted.
Ow.
It's pretty funny, like, looking back now. And, like, again, like, the hitting my head on the rock when I was a kid didn't really bother me too much then. But, like, my mother was super worried because I was, like, a 2-year-old or whatever. And, so we went to the hospital, and now I have a small little scar just inside my hairline.
Yeah. My scar is over by my eyebrow.
I also have I've got like a crescent moon scar under one of my cheeks, like along my cheekbone, and I have no idea where it came from.
Huh.
Absolutely zero. The damn thing's like 2 inches long. I have no idea where it came from. I've never been able to tell. And no one remembers me getting it either.
Weird.
Yeah, I have no idea. You can't even see it in most light, so like, it's got to be like a really old one from when I was like 2 or 3 or something. But I have no idea where it came from.
Yeah, strange. Rosa immediately
like
took the candy
The
from...
only scar that I don't know where it came from, actually. Think about it.
Fair enough. Rosa immediately took the candy from Maria's hand and pushed it back towards the dumbfounded old woman sitting next to them.
Yeah, the old lady's like, don't slap your kid, lady.
Please do not just give sweets to my daughter. I'm so sorry. Breathing heavily, Rosa once again held the candy out to the old woman. After getting flustered about what she should say for a few moments, perhaps the old woman realized that her actions may have troubled this parent and child. She accepted the candy back, apologizing. After that, Rosa finally took notice of her surroundings. Her daughter's clothes were all messed up. She was crying and shouting with her nose dripping. There were many dumbfounded passengers watching them. Except for the sound of the train running, the interior was completely silent. Fortunately, that pitiful silence didn't last more than a short while. However, it was followed by an even more painful atmosphere as everyone began to whisper.
See, this is what I was fucking talking about earlier. Like, if you... no one was paying attention to the kid having a tantrum. Alright?
Yeah.
Like, they don't care.
Maria
Like,
shouted.
everyone except for Rosa, like, knows that, like, kids just do that sometimes.
Yeah, kids just do that. Kids will have...
And, like, adults do that sometimes, too, honestly. Sometimes people just have breakdowns. It's okay.
And just... It doesn't excuse it, but just to kind of acknowledge the cycle of violence happening here. Of course she doesn't know how to take care of a child. Her dad was Kinzo, and he hit her.
Yeah. Like, with a fucking Vulcan, too.
Mm-hmm.
Not even just, like, a bare hand or anything. Just, like, actually hit her with a weapon. A practice weapon it may be, but it's still a weapon.
Yeah. Which, if someone isn't aware of the term, it's a wooden practice sword.
Yeah, I've got one somewhere out here. Mine's not made of wood, but, like, it's synthetic. Just because, like, I did have wooden once, but then they broke very, very quickly.
Fair
I didn't
enough.
use them too much. It's like, when I say I was into martial arts, I really mean I was into martial arts. Like, I ordered Boken from Japan and everything when I was, like, 19 or 20. And I just fucking broke them within, like, a week or two, sort of shit. So I was like, fuck it, I'll get a goddamn synthetic one instead. Shit. I don't want to. I want the good ones, but the wooden ones are breaking too quickly.
Yeah, that's fair.
I can't afford to replace these every couple of weeks, man.
Maria shouted, cried, kicked, and stomped her feet as usual, paying no heed to the people sitting around her. Impulsively, Rosa tried to slap her again, but she noticed the cold eyes of the people in the train and couldn't.
At least she knows some shame. Some. Not enough, but some.
When the train stopped, Rosa forcibly pulled Maria's arm and got off, almost dragging her daughter along.
Tell you what, I should not have read Karina's last days last night before I did this. And I knew I shouldn't have when I was reading it, but it's a great fucking comic, so I couldn't stop.
Yeah. Maria didn't stop crying. Rosa took her to the end of the platform and hit her cheek again. At the moment she was hit, Maria stopped crying for an instant, but before long she shouted and cried even more than before. Overwhelmed with emotion,
the whole I'll give you something to cry about thing does not work.
Yeah, no, that doesn't
It
do.
doesn't work.
Yeah, and kids, maybe some kids will get quiet just because they're afraid, but that doesn't lead to actually teaching them what you're trying to teach them.
People who do that sort of thing like don't have anything in mind to teach anyway.
I mean, fair point, but uh, being generous, even though I shouldn't be, they want them to act appropriately in public in this situation. And it's like, yeah, that's not how you get a kid to learn how to act appropriately. That's just how you learn to get them to shut up. And even that might not even, work.
Yeah.
Basically, what I'm saying is, even if you get the kid to be quiet by making them afraid, it's not going to have good long term effects.
I just unlocked a formative memory. Thinking about all this, it's not an abusive memory or anything. So don't worry. There's no content warning on what I'm about to say. Uh, but for whatever reason, when I was like 4 or 5, like I wanted like some like bouncy ball or some shit. I don't remember. It was some sort of toy, and I asked my dad for it, but like he told me that we couldn't afford it at the time, which we absolutely most likely could not have. I was not privy to our finances at 4 or 5 years old, of course, but I believe him when he said we couldn't afford it because like my dad's not the kind of person to lie to me about that sort of thing.
Yeah.
In fact, like he's the sort of person that feels bad that he can't get me anything even now, and I'm just like I don't want anything though. Like I tell him I don't want stuff, and he's just like, but I still want to give you shit. It's like I don't know, dude. Uh, but for whatever reason, that shit like carries with me even now. So like now, like when I want stuff, I just don't ask for it because I know I can't afford it. Sort of shit, or at
Yeah.
least I feel like I can't afford it even when I can. I don't know why. But that's the sort of shit you got to be careful about when like you're raising kids. It's like completely not my dad's fault at all. Like he just told me the truth. You know,
Yeah.
like it's better he did that than lie to me, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But for whatever reason, I'm still just like,
Because, yeah, if you treat kids like intelligent people, you will be surprised.
kids want to understand shit. They do,
Yeah.
genuinely.
So, if you say, hey, this thing costs money, and we do not have enough money.
Like, he didn't even like break it down for me either. He just said like we can't afford it right now. I'm sorry. And it was just like, all right.
Yeah.
I don't know if like most 5-year-olds would understand that, but I did.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of, maybe not a lot of 5-year-olds, but a lot of kids would understand that at least. You don't have to be, we start that young as far as, we have play sets where you buy things, games where where you have currency. Especially today, there's a lot of games where, oh, hey, you grind enemies to get money. It's like, oh, I don't have enough money for that now. So I think there's a good enough understanding of that.
Yeah, at least for kids these days. Like when I was 5, like the games were not popular at all yet. So.
Oh yeah, but I mean, even like board games like Monopoly.
Yeah. Although I don't really remember playing Monopoly very often. I still like don't really understand the game, like the rules for it. So
yeah, I
mean, I understand the concept, but like the rules, I just I never played it enough to understand the rules. I guess.
Yeah, the rules are definitely more complicated than they seem at first. But yeah, other board games, things like that. But yeah, definitely today, there's a lot more video games that have stuff like that.
For as much as I love games now, I actually didn't get into games too much until I was like 10,
Yeah, let's
10
see.
or 11. It's actually, that's also when we got internet access, actually. It was when I was only 10 or 11.
Okay.
Had
Uh,
that ye old fucking AOL internet.
yeah.
Fuck, dude. Had a proprietary browser and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Had to log in with your email address.
I remember playing the Carmen San Diego games on my grandmother's old laptop.
I do remember playing some games when I was like 3 and in that area, like Duck Hunt, because we had a Nintendo, like the original Nintendo.
Oh yeah, Duck Hunt, Mario.
Never played much Mario. It was mostly like Duck Hunt and like we had the original gold cartridge Legend of Zelda as
Oh
well.
yeah, yeah. Didn't have the original gold cartridge Zelda. I played that much later, but I did have Link to the Past.
So I think I still have the gold cartridge Zelda somewhere, like stashed away in a fucking box or a basket or something in some fucking room.
Hmm.
If I don't, I left it behind in Texas because I definitely remember having it in Texas.
Overwhelmed with emotion, Rosa grabbed the nape of Maria's neck and dragged her, tugging at her hair. Yeah, we're just
What's up,
getting
that
more
lady?
violent. Mama, it hurts. Mama, it hurts. Didn't I tell you to shut up? That ooh ooh of yours. I told you to stop. Yeah, that doesn't stop a verbal tick, lady.
Yeah, like I think in America people would like step in on this, but not in 1980s Japan, and that just makes it more sad.
That's the reason you can't make friends in class, right? Get a hold of yourself. Why are you still a kindergartner inside your head? Why can't you do what Mama says? Why? Why? With those severe words, Rosa hit Maria's cheek over and over again. The more Maria cried and shouted, the more Rosa hit her. And the more Maria was hit, the more intensely she cried and shouted. Mama, it hurts. Mama, it hurts. Mama, save me. Mama, save me. Why can't you stop saying ooh ooh?
I cannot imagine being a parent and like hearing my child scream help me or save me and then slapping the child.
Yeah.
Like I
It's.
cannot imagine that.
Yeah.
Like I can't it's difficult for me to imagine like caring about a kid in the first place, but like that
Yeah. I mean, hell, let's just say, for sake of example, just a random child. And sure, it's weird that they're calling you by a parental name, but also, you kind of. There's just something there where you're like, shit, guess I gotta save a kid.
Yeah, like I don't think I'd have an emotional response, but I absolutely would like step in to help, I think.
Yeah.
Or at least I would very heavily consider it if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, that's fucked up.
I would like to say that I absolutely would, but like I also know myself, so I don't know, I might not.
Yeah. Bare minimum, I'm calling the cops.
I would hesitate to call the cops too, though, because like they're cops, right?
Point. Bare minimum, I'm calling somebody, though.
Yeah, like I ain't no narc, but also that deserves to be narked on. So
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, 90%, 99.9% of the time, calling the cops makes things worse. But also, it's like, shit, what do I even do?
I think in Japan I might be more.
Yeah, I might be more inclined to do it in basically any other country other than America
Yeah,
that I
because like
would
a lot of
see
cops in
myself
most
going
countries
to.
don't like carry like weapons and all that, right? So it's just sort of
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
it's more like it's less likely to end in someone getting fucking shot. So like I think I'd be more
Yeah,
likely to call the cops in some other country.
yeah, that's a main thing there. Like, hell, even just the UK. UK or Canada, while they have some similar problems, they don't carry weapons and are usually better about the de-escalation side of things.
Yeah, like I mean, they're all still cops, but also they don't carry weapons and are better trained to de-escalate. So like,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
it's
So, there's just more
a
circumstance.
closer gamble.
Yeah, exactly. It's something where I can go, yeah, if it's that or let the situation continue, yeah, I'm probably going to go, hey. Especially in Japan, which has more local cops, which is one of the things that
Mm,
makes it better, is the cop is from the area, hangs out in the area. They have, you know, little stations where they actually hang out and people can come and tell them if something's
yeah,
up.
that's true. They do have those like checkpoint kind of. At least to me, because I'm American, they look like checkpoints, but they're not. They're just like places for the cops to stay out of the rain.
Yeah, just stay out of the rain, sit down. Probably this
Like
day.
they're well lit, so like people can see them from far away and run towards them.
Yeah, exactly. And people go, hey, something's wrong. Or, hey, I'm fucking lost.
Yeah, like there's things like that, which we don't really have those in America. So
Exactly. Like, one of the problems with American policing is you have cops serving an area they don't live in.
which is, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the same tactic that Rome used with their legions to make sure that the legions would still follow orders and kill the people.
Yep. They view them as an other, whereas if you properly got cops from the area, you could, have them care about the situation and actually reduce crime rather than just try and intimidate people or bring people in to reach some sort of maybe not official but internal quota.
And it's a very classic ancient tactic to make sure that your soldiers or whoever are willing to actually commit violence against the people that you tell them to.
Yeah, it's even a concern in situations where the people have good intentions. Like, something that is a concern in Ukraine is making sure there's a good mix of Ukrainian soldiers in with volunteers from other nations, because the
Mm.
Ukrainian soldiers are more likely to be careful.
Yeah, because it's they've seen these cities before.
Yeah,
They've been here.
Yeah,
They know this
exactly.
place.
So they're more likely to be careful about structural damage, be careful and mindful of civilian infrastructure, that kind of thing. And it's
Yeah,
not,
even if they're not being mindful of like for other people, like for themselves, like I like that restaurant, I don't want it destroyed, sort of shit.
yeah, exactly. So it's one of those things where everybody involved has good intentions, but you're going to be more careful if you're from the area.
Or at the very least have like actually been there without the war on sort of shit.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you can even go, hey, I just know this place's name just because it's a city I drive through when I'm going somewhere else. Or go by train through because Ukraine actually had some fucking infrastructure in comparison to the United States.
Mm. One second, I gotta put my screen up so I can move Obsidian to the other. Well, I mean, I don't have to. You guys can fucking see what's going on in my notes. I don't mind.
Yeah.
There we go.
Why can't you stop saying, ooh, ooh, this is exactly why you can't make friends?
Okay, now that's fucked up.
Yeah, this is fucked up.
This is like it's one thing for like the friends thing because like who says she doesn't have friends? One and B, if she doesn't, who says she doesn't fucking like she wants friends? Like maybe she just wants you, little nerd.
Yeah, but this is actually just first out a flat out fucking lie.
Yeah, and like guilt tripping your fucking 9-year-old.
Yeah.
Like don't guilt trip even adults or anything like that, but like it's just so much worse when it's a kid.
Yeah.
They don't have the fucking emotional defenses for that shit.
This is why Papa's business trip never ends. This is why I excuse me.
I think fuck like someone stopped by, right? Like
Yeah.
even if it's not gonna change anything, like think fuck like someone stopped.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a young dude, like 20 years old or something like that. And he's
Ma'am.
nervous, but he's trying.
Yeah, ma'am, is everything all right?
Ugh.
Do you want something? The one who timidly called to her was the station attendant.
Oh yeah, that makes sense because like he's in a position of authority technically, so like he'll be more comfortable doing that in a sort of hierarchical society. Okay.
Yeah, and just in general, like he's the one who's actually looking because she dragged Maria to the end of the platform, so like she was kind of far off in a corner almost. But
Yeah,
he's glancing
you're
around.
okay, Phoenix.
You know, but he's probably glancing around, making sure no one's over the yellow line, kind of thing, being careful and all that.
You know, doing his fucking job, and then like sees this woman dragging her kid by her hair over to somewhere. No, I don't really do plays personally. So.
I probably will once we're finished with this. Just because I do want to see some of the actors, especially since some of the, or at least the actor for Beatrice is Beatrice's voice actress.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, you told me about that. I remember that now.
Yeah.
Because Mel's been sending me pictures, like stage photos and shit like that. So
Yeah, so I've looked at cast photos and things, and that's been pretty cool. Because I think they did pretty well for what they could do. Obviously, they couldn't get a fucking giant to play Battler and Goda.
yeah, like there are people that are that big in Japan, but like the question is, are they actors?
Yeah, exactly. Like, in those situations, you go for acting talent over accuracy.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Phoenix. I wish you weren't so pushy today, buddy. Because I'm busy. Yeah. He's been going wild ever since I woke up.
Rosa glared at the attendant with a look that said, "Don't butt into the problems of mother and child, stranger." Of course, the attendant surely hadn't wanted to get involved either. However, Rosa had been
Move,
yelling
buddy.
on the platform for a much longer time than she had imagined. Yeah, it's kind of a fucking mood. It's like, at some point you have to go, yeah, this has to fucking stop.
Yeah, it's just sort of like, I understand like not wanting to get involved, but at the same time, it's like at some point you gotta step in. You gotta.
Her emotional scolding had led the passengers on the platform to advise the attendant to call out to her. So yeah, a bunch of people wanted this to fucking stop.
Most of them aren't in a position of authority, etc. Yeah.
Rosa yelled at the attendant, saying not to worry anymore since they'd be getting on the next train. And then finally, or rather for the second time, she noticed the passengers on the platform staring at her from a distance. Rosa sweat slightly and felt a breeze make her sweat go cold, tormenting her. Rhea still kept on crying, shielding her own head. Of course, if this beating continued, she'd probably keep crying indefinitely. I did it again.
Rosa, if you know that this is a problem for you, maybe you should like have someone else take care of your kid.
Yeah, there are people who would be willing to. Hell, I think you could probably make an appeal to Kiri.
Hell yeah, Kiri might actually go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, make an appeal to Kiri. Yeah, it's going to be technically embarrassing for you, but you might be able to do that. I don't know. I don't want to settle Maria with Kraus, but make an appeal to Natsuhi. Because even Kraus and Natsuhi would be better than this.
Yeah, I would even consider like maybe Eva and Hideyoshi because like as awful as Eva is to the servants and everything, she seems to be actually pretty nice to the kids, right?
Yeah, exactly. At least nice enough, and I think Hideyoshi would be good for her, and being around George. Sure, George is up at university a lot of the time, but he still goes home quite a bit.
Yeah, and she likes George a lot.
Yeah. But just about anything would be better than this. As the terrible heat in Rosa's head faded, she knew she had surrendered her soul to evil again. Yeah, I kind of have the feeling that Rosa might have a neurodivergence of herself.
Could be. Or just like very severe emotional issues in the first place.
Yeah.
Which I would not be surprised because fucking Kinzo.
Yeah. I mean, then again, that could also be a neurodivergence in itself, just one brought on by mistreatment. Like, she knows what she's doing. This isn't an alternate personality, but it's clear that once everything fades, she goes, oh shit.
Yeah. Or, like, at the very least, like, she needs fucking counseling.
Yeah. Granted, everyone
that's true, like, literally everyone in this family, but...
Yeah, literally everyone associated with the Ushiromiya family, with the exception of Dr. Nanjo, needs therapy.
I think even he would, like, benefit from it, you know?
Granted, yeah, everybody needs therapy. And everyone,
It's like even if it's just like once a year, like and you're otherwise like completely fine, just like go every now and then and like talk to someone whose job it is to listen to you.
yeah. And like, granted, everyone is going to really need therapy after this.
Oh yeah. There you go, Phoenix. I pet you so much that your fur matted in the damn like brush.
Mama, 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 come back.
Okay, so Maria thinks of like these two different emotional states of her mother to be
Separate, yeah.
separate people, even. Which I've heard of that happening actually in my own studies into psychology and shit. So
Yeah,
it is a coping mechanism.
yeah, basically associating the good things with a separate person from the bad things.
Hmm.
So you don't have to square the idea that, oh yeah, your mother is just a horrible person. Rosa fell to her knees and hugged Maria, whose face was all soggy with tears and mucus. Maria, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Apologies don't make it better, bitch.
Mama, Mama, welcome back. Welcome back. Finally, Maria realized that her mother was her mother again, clung to her mother's body and cried, burying her face in her mother's chest. Forgive your bad mama. Forgive your bad mama. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate your mama.
Fuck that hater.
Just fine. Won't hate mama. Mama was only being possessed by the bad witch again.
At least she acknowledges that witches can be evil.
But you came back, so I'm just fine. Yeah, that's right. Mama was just being possessed by the evil witch again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For a long time, the two of them hugged each other, asking for and sharing words of forgiveness. After a while, they calmed down and both moved back at the same time. Maria's face and Rose's face were both deep red after crying their eyes out. Do you want to have a Halloween festival, Maria? Yeah, I wanted to show these pumpkin marshmallows to George and Jessica. It was a candy they'd been selling near the cash register at the shop where they'd eaten breakfast. Fancy sweet that had a big orange marshmallow in the shape of a jack-o'-lantern attached to the tip of a stick. Maria had wanted it and had insistently pestered Rosa for it. Rosa had refused, saying that there was no way she could buy sweets right after breakfast. And
I'm
Maria?
guessing they're not gonna find them
I don't know
because they were never actually showed in the first loop.
And Maria, I don't know if they sell those in this town or not, So let's get off and try searching for them, okay? Yeah. I love you, Mama. Love you so much. Thank you. I love you too, Maria. The truth was that they didn't have time to waste loitering around at a stopover station. They missed the airplane, they'd fall half a day behind schedule. She should have left home with more time to spare, but she'd end up leaving late after choosing Maria's clothes. Because of that, Rosa had been a bit impatient since the morning. Looked at the clock. He had to get on the next train immediately. Their daughter firmly joined hands with her to go by the suite with her mother, and that hand was warm. Rosa, as she was now, was more important to renew her bonds with Maria. For Maria was not only a beloved daughter, she was everything Rosa had.
Fucking treat her better then.
Fortunately, they could see a big supermarket right in front of the station. You might not be able to find exactly the same suite, but Maria would probably be happy with a similar one. Besides, Rosa couldn't show up with a face swelled from crying. He must fix her makeup. Maybe we won't find a marshmallow exactly like that one, but hopefully we can find something like it. Let's buy some and surprise all your cousins together. Yeah, as long as we buy it together, any sweet is fine. They exited through the turnstile of the station in this unknown town. Ria walked across the pedestrian crossing together with her mother, chuckling to herself as though she was walking in an amusement park. Both faces were still deep red. Two of them, mother and child, smiled warmly at each other without any restraint.
Maria must not bruise easy.
Yeah,
Just thinking about that, because like she got slapped a lot, and there's no bruises on her face.
yeah, especially like on the cheek. Yeah.
Dear, what are you doing in a place like this?
Oh, it's you. Nothing. I just find this a pleasant place to think.
All of our preparations for today have been completed. I'd say he did go out like a fucking hard ass in the last loop.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
There is some level of respect to be garnered there.
Yeah, I think Natsuhi is one of the people I respect the most and feel the most sorry for. Especially because, in contrast to everybody else, she just wants her kid to have a good life.
Yeah, I mean she's not going about it perfectly, but like,
Yeah, this is
yeah,
forgivable shit. This is shit you look at as an adult and go, yeah, that wasn't the best, but as long as you respect me as an adult, okay.
yeah, like this is the sort of thing that like can be fixed and forgiven. Like that, what Nazi does. Kraus, not so much, but Nazi, yes.
Yes, exactly.
Not Nazi, Natsuhi. Ah, close enough.
Close, yeah.
That's close enough, yeah. Fucking. Damn it. Why don't why don't we have some tea and relax while we wait?
Forgive me, I'm always making you handle such troublesome matters.
At least he's saying the right shit, even if he's not like feeling it. Please rely on me even more. I am your wife.
Yeah, and this is the thing with Natsuhi. She just wants respect.
Yeah.
She wants to be an equal to her husband in both the benefits and the hardships.
Yeah, which is like generally how it should be.
Yeah, and honestly, I will say that all the relationships, at least one, if not both of the partners, do want to share the load.
I hate to say it, but like Kiri and Rudolph's relationship seems the healthiest.
Yeah,
Which is fucked up because of like who Rudolph is.
yeah. But also, she knows that, or rather, he knows that Kiri would snip his dick off.
It's true. Like full on fucking like cigar cutter and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say this earlier, but I forgot. Fucking like Kiri seems like one of those people that's like genuinely wants to like the people around her in her family and so on and so forth to be like happy or at least at peace, but is also 100% willing to just like rip someone else's family apart by killing some dude.
Yeah, again, she is one of the people who I think we both agree could be the human side of this equation.
Absolutely, yeah. Of course, she died in the first loop, like in the sacrifice. So,
Yeah. Assuming we can believe that.
yeah. I mean, there's a few ways where it could happen, but like, I don't. I genuinely do not think that the mystery in this is. I hesitate to say it like this, but like, smart enough for that. And that's not like a dig at Ryukishi or anything, but like, I just don't think it was written to be that kind of
That
detailed mystery.
fair enough, though they at least proposed the concept.
Yeah, but I just mean like it's not like a Sherlock Holmes sort of kind of mystery, right? Like it's not like hyper detailed.
Yeah, we'll see. Naturally,
At least that's the feeling I got
yeah.
anyway.
Naturally,
So
I'm grateful to have you always coming to my aid. That's precisely why I'm able to devote myself to my work.
are you sure you understand? Because like you're doing the headache pose. I understand. I understand about your work and the topic of father's inheritance, right? All right, buddy.
And it's nothing to do with you. It's nothing more than fishing for rotten meat amongst greedy siblings. Big
It's
doubt.
okay, dear. Everything will go well. Your businesses have never failed to work themselves out. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Natsu softly cuddled close to Krause's shoulder. She complimented Krause on his hard work. Natsu knew better than anyone that his work wasn't going well. Krause's project was something like a seesaw where a large amount of money swings, big investments can lead to massive payoffs, but like large seesaws, they tend to shake a lot while moving very slowly, instead of showing immediate results. At times, it's possible to make further investments so that the seesaw inclines faster towards the side you want. Of course, you'd only do that if you were confident you'd be able to recover all your investments in the not-so-distant future. However, the seesaws Krause chose never turned out as he would have liked them to. Foresight wasn't wrong, the times were moving sluggishly. They never managed to catch up with him.
See, that's where you just have a little bit more patience, right? Like your entire family is ultra wealthy. You do not need to have those investments returned immediately. Just take into account that they seem to that your uh, predictions are accurate, but they seem to be a little bit slow. So you just be patient, and when you're negotiating for extra funds from your father, you say that it's like, I know this is true, but it may take a little bit longer than I expect. Like there's that degree of
For
I don't know variability.
yeah, for example, think of a literal seesaw placed in a park. It's a really popular item, so there's always someone playing on it, and you've got to wait a long time for your turn. Say that one day you spotted one of those seesaws that was completely unused. You raced to grab it first and have it all to yourself. However, unless someone got on the opposite side of the seesaw, you wouldn't be able to play on it. What if lots of time passed and nobody came to the opposite end? Seesaws are popular, so if you wait long enough, a companion will surely show up. The crowds notice something. The weather's getting worse, but nobody's coming outside to play. But seesaws are popular, so someone will surely come eventually. If he vacated his place because of worsening weather, would certainly be snatched away. Once again, he'd end up longingly gazing from a distance at someone else having fun on the seesaw. On one side of the seesaw, he continued to wait patiently, all alone. That was Krause's project, and his current situation. If only I'd had a bit more courage and the self-confidence to believe in my own foresight, I would never have failed.
Yeah, that's the thing with investments. It's basically like fucking gambling.
Yep.
Like you can read the odds and everything, but it's sometimes you're just gonna it's not guaranteed.
Yep, absolutely.
Yes, that's true. Your foresight is never wrong. You were the only one who inherited father's resourcefulness.
Oh, that's a big fucking no.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, like, sure, we can say Rosa got the short end of the stick, but I would say that at the very least, Ava is very much got foresight.
Yeah, she's just not the best person to use it.
Yeah, she's just a fairly awful person. And then I would say even Rudolph is trying. It's just, he got fucked over in the United States.
Hello, Amber. How are you doing, buddy? You inherited an innate disposition that none of the other siblings did.
Again, big doubt.
Hello, my son.
But I could never believe in it. I always shut my own projects down like a coward.
So I keep saying, like, you just gotta have patience with it, you know? Like,
Why can't I believe in myself? Who would
you're
believe
not
it?
like
A man who
like
can't believe in himself.
Kraus isn't like some random asshole who's very poor like me. Like, if I ever had the chance to invest in something, I would absolutely want to guarantee that it was good because
Yeah.
like I don't have any money. But Kraus is like the 1% of the 1% here. Like he has the leeway for this.
Yeah, again, the Ushiromias are definitely like just built as modern royalty. They can do that.
You can just wait, buddy. You have that opportunity. You're not gonna starve in the meantime like I would.
Yeah. I'm always sitting on the seat where the losers must sit.
Is it a clog shitter?
Yeah. And my mother, my father, my mother, my siblings all sneer at me. How long is it going to take for me to be set free of this emotional complex?
Go to therapy!
Just how long will it take?
Go to therapy!
Yes. Natsu was the only one who knew. Only she knew of Krause's anguish. As the eldest son of the Ushiromiya family, who would soon be forced to bear an immense responsibility, couldn't open his pained heart to anyone. Was always getting compared to his father's great enterprises.
Hey, Kraus, it me, the therapist on your shoulder. Go talk to a professional. I've made preparations concerning all of the matters so that you will be able to devote your attention entirely to the family conference. Yes, everything else has been seen to.
Thank you. Will there be any problems dealing with father?
Kind of funny, he said sorry there, not thank you. But, like, the feeling is roughly accurate, you know? Like, it's a decent localization.
Yeah.
Because that's, like, it was the sort of, like, apologies for putting this on you sort of deal.
Right.
No, Genji and Dr. Nanjo are on our side. I'll never allow those greedy siblings to make contact with father.
Hello, Goda here. Yes, please leave it to me. I'm anxious to put my skills to work for the big annual job. In the kitchen, multicolored ingredients were gathered, and the preliminary arrangements were promptly being started. Even though it was still morning, the ingredients for dinner were already in saucepans and steaming. Normally, he had to deal with several assorted matters, but on the day of the family conference, he could devote himself entirely to cooking. To Goda, who was originally a chef, this was surely the greatest gala occasion of the whole year. Yes, dinner will be calf steak. A wonderful cut of meat is already anxiously waiting for tonight in the refrigerator. Please be sure to look forward to dinner.
I think I will forever remember the incredible meat line from Solo Leveling. Every time I hear the Japanese word for meat from now on.
Yes.
Which is hilarious because I got hit with another fucking incredible meat line, like in a different anime entirely, like 2 days later.
It was rare for Goda to be in this good of a mood towards his fellow servants. Goda bragged about being in the Ushiromiya family's personal chef. Knowing he was considered worthy to display his excellent cooking at the family conference was his greatest honor.
Understood. I will leave everything to you. Also, is Kumasawa there?
I happened to see her earlier, but she is not here. Perhaps she went to get things ready in the guest house.
Is she loafing around again? No, it is fine. Please continue with your work.
Yes, leave everything to me. Genji placed the telephone back on the receiver, sighing lightly. Genji sighed once again, thinking of Kumasawa, who was probably hiding again, even though things were this busy. And the ostentatious Goda, who only felt like doing anything on a day when he could show off. Excuse me, the preparations for all the rooms in the guest house are complete.
We received instructions from my lady to prepare a room for 4 people so that the children can spend the night together. So what shall we do? I, okay. Fuck you too, Genji. This always happens with Genji. Like, he's far too formal, so like I think the line is over, but then he just continues with the formal speech.
Mm.
I hear Lord Battler will be coming for the first time in 6 years. Presumably, my lady wants to stay up late into the night with her 3 cousins. Make the preparations. You do not need to tell, madam.
I see, certainly.
That is like Genji's line just there reminded me of like a weird thing that I've noticed with a lot of like Korean fantasy stuff. Like they will go out of their way to use the correct ranks and political like titles and so on and so forth and things, but then call the wife of a like duke or what have you madam instead of like duchess, and I'm like, why, huh? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably
Like, it's
just.
got to be like a
Yeah.
lady of the house sort of deal, but also like she has a title. You're supposed to use the most relevant title in a situation.
Yeah, I think.
Madam is just what you call the person in charge of like the woman in charge of the house when she doesn't have a title, or mistress depending on like your culture. Like that's when they don't have a title.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably just has something to do culturally with some of the shows or something that was popular at the time, kind of thing.
Maybe I don't know. So I can't even tell because I can't read Korean, right?
Yeah,
So I can't even tell if like it's part of the actual Korean or if like the translator did an oopsie.
that is also true. So
Because
tonight.
like you use master and mistress and like madam and so on and so forth for commoners who do not have a title.
Right, it's
That's
basically.
what it's for.
Yeah, it's basically for the people who do not have a title, who are like, usually in a fantasy situation, it's going to be the merchant class.
Yeah, or like you would also do it for like craftsmen, right? Like
Yeah,
you would call a smith or whatever, someone who owns the building that they're living in, master or whatever, because they are the owner of a building.
yeah,
Um, this is when you want to be respectful. When you don't want to be respectful, or when you're trying to be polite but also inform the person that like you're of a higher rank, you would use a different honorific, which is Sarah.
gotcha.
That's where that word comes from.
Yeah, that's what I did not know is where that one came from.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if that was just another way of saying sir.
No. Sarah is for like someone who is of lower station than you but does not have a proper title.
Gotcha.
Because like sir and dame are supposed to be for knights specifically.
Right.
So Sarah is for people who don't have a title but you're still trying to be respectful. The only real times that you would have to choose between like master and Sarah is like when you are a high ranking noble and you are in like a merchant's house or like a craftsman's house or something like that. Trigg used it because he plays a marquise by the name of Maximilian Avarius, and he was at a mastersmith's, like mastersmith as in like skillsmith, but also he owned the building. He was in a smithy trying to order some customized spears for a knight that was going errant for a little while to bring back treasures and shit like that. As you would do as an errant knight, like you still have a lord, but like you're doing your questing thing. You're questing. So you send back, the trophies and the honors that you gain on your quest to your lord. So, like, Max wanted to give his honorable knight a parting gift, so he would, do well. And he used Sarah there instead of Master because, like, Maximilian is very like not quite arrogant, but like I struggle to find a different word to describe it. Right?
Very aware of his title.
Yes, like he's very he believes in like the nobility, the noble class and everything, right? But he doesn't believe it because commoners are inherently lesser, but because people need like a strong leader sort of deal, right?
Yeah.
So like he's not entirely wrong, but he phrases it in fucked up ways because he was raised by like a very awful person.
Yeah.
Serena Avarius is just like a genuinely horrible person. So when he's addressing people who don't have actual titles, he uses Sarah instead of like Master or whatever, because like it's ingrained in him that he is of higher station, right?
Yeah.
Which it's fun because like most people in that position, like when it's modern people role playing a character, most people will say Master instead if they actually know the rules at least, because modern people like try to like be relatively polite to everyone else around them, right? And there's no like real social classes. I mean, there are, but they're not like set in stone, or there's not official titles and shit, right?
Right.
If people even bother to use honorifics in the first place, they're going to be saying master or like mister, or sometimes they'll even say sir, even though that's not the right one for the,
Yeah.
So like I like running games for Trig because he'll whip out weird shit like that for me. Like I get to see new things like that.
For sure.
There's no actual like gender neutral honorific, or at least not in Europe, for like a knight or what have you. But I like to use sir as in like SER and not SIR as the gender neutral. Just because like I like to have one. I like to have that option. Um, the actual rules for addressing a noble or knight are very complicated. Well, I mean they're not like super complicated, but like the main thing you got to keep in mind for that sort of thing is to use the title that is most relevant in the social situation that you're in.
So
like if you personally know someone and you're at their house, you can call them by their given name. It's fine. You don't have to use a title. But if you're at a ball or like a banquet or a festival or whatever, and the people there are invited because of their noble status, you will use
their political title. Yeah. So
yeah, their political title. You might use say
Lord or Marquis.
Yeah, you can use Lord if you're. So the thing here is like what's more important in this situation? Is it their land or their family? Right?
Yeah, and then
or is it them as a person?
Yeah, and then
then you might let's use Max for example. He is Marquis Maximilian Avarius, Lord of Stonebracken. That is his full thing. That's what he is. So if you know him personally, you would call him Maximilian. He doesn't like to be called Max by anyone but Naomi, so you would call him Maximilian. But if you're at like an official event where he's invited all of his vassals, so like Baron Wintet, was it Count Holborn, something like that. I have an entire list, but I'm not gonna pull it up right now. If he's invited all those people, you would call him Marquis Maximilian, or His Grace, because that's the actual title for that.
Also,
it's like Excellency or Grace.
Literally, just call me now, Meowrick.
Yeah, that's
that's a bit much.
Yeah, I know that's all joking, but like just we don't have titles.
Yep.
Although it would be very funny if I was like a duke somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
If I've ever found that out, I would be so pissed.
Oh yeah.
Like, why am I here being poor when I could be a duke? What the fuck, man? But like, if you're talking about like, if you're talking to someone because they're like you're in a business meeting and you're like, I want to set up a trade thing, and I want some natural resource from your lands to give you, and like I'll give you this from my lands or whatever. You would
Yeah.
call Max Lord Stonebracken instead, because that's his lands, because that's what's relevant at the time. So
Right.
like it's complicated for us because we don't need all that stuff, but it's actually very simple once you actually lay it out. It only takes a couple minutes for people to actually like catch on to it. Which so like etiquette classes and all that are much more about how you pronounce things and like the words you use instead of like how to talk to people and how to refer to them, because in an afternoon you can like learn how to refer to literally anyone, right?
Mm. Oh yeah, I think it's Ireland. It's either Ireland or Scotland.
Yeah, I think it's Scotland.
Yeah, it's Scotland. You can get a title by donating.
Yeah, and you're not going to get like a special title. You're just going to get the title of Lord, which just means you have land. And that's all it is. It's just you have land.
But it
What
is
like
quite fun.
what like super bothers me a lot of the time actually is when titles like Count and Earl are considered like very low level titles by the text, but it's like that's like middle of the pack, buddy. That's actually pretty far up there. There's only a couple dozen of those in the entire kingdom usually.
Hmm.
There's only a few of those motherfuckers. Like, yeah, there's probably also only like two dukes, and that's like way more impressive. However, a count is not that far below a duke.
Yeah, and Marquis, if I remember correctly, is pretty high up there because you are taking care of the borderlands.
Mm-hmm. Depending on what's going, like the political landscape of your country, a marquise, margrave, markgraf, whatever the equivalent of the culture is, you may actually have more power than the dukes, because like if there is wartime on, then your lands are the first thing to get like bolstered. You're the first thing to get like tax breaks and all that, and have the restrictions on how much of the personal army you can have lifted, because like you are the front line. It's literally what Marquise means. It means like Lord of the Borderlands, specifically Lord of the March, the Borderlands. Um, so like depending on the situation, like even in peace times, marquises and marquess, etc., can be more powerful than dukes as well, because they're also the first people to trade with the countries over next door, right?
Yeah, so they can get some, their land can get very prosperous depending on who they're bordering with and how
Mm-hmm.
the trade routes and relations are going.
And like something like a lot of fiction misses is that you can have multiple titles.
Yeah, I think
Like you can
that,
have like 6 or 7 titles easy.
yeah, like, as much as people joke about Daenerys, like, that's actually not uncommon.
Yeah, like I don't. I think most of her titles are fucking epithets rather than actual titles.
Yeah, but still,
Yeah,
you can get a lot of
definitely
titles.
have that many. Like you can definitely have that many like actual political titles, and you would still like. That's where it actually gets complicated, because like, why are you talking to this person? Because of their land. Well, which land are you talking about? The whole thing, or just like that barony over there? Which one?
Yeah.
Do you know? You might as well go with the upper one, because if you don't know, that's the more respectful version.
Yeah. And then, would it normally be if you're talking to them in a military sense and they are knighted, you would go with Sir or Dom or Dame?
Yes. Yeah. If they're if it's in a military context, or like you're talking to them because they're a knight, or you're at like their orders headquarters or whatever, their chapter house, whatever you want to call it, yeah, you would say you would use their knightly title, whether that's knight sergeant, knight commander, or what have you. Or if you know them a little bit more personally, you would say sir first name,
Yeah.
or dame first name.
Gotcha.
Never use their surnames for that sort of thing, because that means you're putting more importance on their family than you are them.
Which,
And
when it
for
comes
some
to
people, that's
knights,
good.
yeah,
But for knights, not so much.
yeah, when it comes to knights, it's about personal achievements. Anyway,
It's like you might do that like when you're like at their house or whatever, and you're trying to speak to them as the master of this family, like the patriarch or the matriarch of that family. You might say, "Lady family name" or "Lord family name," but it's usually you're gonna want to call them by their first name, unless they're like very proud of their family, maybe. But like that's when you get into the like how well do you know the person, and that's just like in real life today. Like, do you use their nickname? Do you use their full name? Like, do you like use an honorific and then their surname? You know, it's the same rules as real life on that one.
yeah, that's much more detailing what you know about the person.
Yeah, so like there's a whole ass like fan language that was used in England and a few other places where like you always see like noble ladies have those like folding fans and like they hide their face with them and like they tap them on their hands and stuff like that. In most fiction, that's used as just like weird body language, right? Like it's just like a little accessory, something to show on screen while they're talking. But in real life, that was actually like a real like sign language that nobles would use.
Yep.
Like there's like entire fucking like dictionaries of like how to look into this and like figure it out, which is hilarious to me. But like you it's also why like in period pieces and more accurate or more historically accurate stuff, why people get upset when they're called wrong. Like when someone uses a certain respectful title for them, they might get upset for like what seems to us absolutely no fucking reason. Because like as an audience member, you're like, but they called him by his title. Why is he mad? Just because they used the wrong title for the situation.
And it probably, if the writers are doing a good job, also denotes something, a misunderstanding about what's being talked about, a miscommunication.
Yeah, like that's what the etiquette classes are mostly for. Is for stuff like that, like how you move, how you talk, how you drink, and also what words you use. So
Yeah.
those miscommunications don't happen. That's what it's for. And they're not like super hard or anything like that. A lot of things like depict those sorts of things as being like super grueling or whatever. They're not. They're really not.
Granted, they'd be grueling
Um,
for me with my bad brain, but
oh yeah, same. Like I study this like on purpose so I can use it in my writing, and I still I've been
yeah.
looking into this for years, and I still I can't explain this shit for anything.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway,
I got like sort of a feeling for it when I'm writing, but now it's just sort of like, yeah. So tonight we'll have the late night shift, followed immediately by morning shift. It looks like these 2 days will be tiresome. Yeah, like knowing all this shit is exactly why and how I went on that like 30-minute rant before several streams ago about like the seating arrangements.
hmm yeah,
Just where people are wondering.
because it's very, because they do note it how it's very different from expectations.
Yeah, but they don't actually like tell you what the expectation would be.
Yeah,
So I
for
had to do
sure.
it.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, the
It's
weather
like,
forecast is saying a typhoon will strike in this area. Will everything be all right? No.
probably not, Shannon. No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Everything is not daijoubu.
Life is not Taishoabu. Assuming the typhoon doesn't stray too far from its course, it may affect the boat ride back for the family members. The family conference's schedule might be extended until Monday or Tuesday. Our task may be a long and tiring one, but I earnestly ask that you take care not to make any blunders. Shannon, remain calm and do not panic. Kenan, be sure to greet our guests in a sociable manner. I'll be careful.
And then Shannon says, yes, I'll be careful.
Today we must conduct ourselves in a manner suitable for a very important guest. See to it that you make no blunders. We understand. All guests who visit here are important. Does Genji know that Beatrice's gonna show up? Bad 3 cheese is going okay. That's a really good one. Thank you, Gafner.
Yes, thank you, Catherine.
Oh, damn. Canon, in the truest sense, we will be receiving a very important guest today. Make sure that you are prepared. Yes, sir. Shannon, is something the matter? You seem to be uneasy. Do you have some prior engagement at this time?
No, it's nothing. My apologies.
An important guest will be arriving today. Detach yourself from your private life. Yes, you do.
I don't know what
You
you mean by
absolutely don't.
private life. As Shannon blushed just a bit, she turned her gaze away from the clock. Was it about time for the airplane carrying the family to arrive at Nijima? She tried to hide the fact that her upcoming long-awaited reunion with George was making her heart race. The Canon, who stood beside her, seemed to see right through her.
Oh, he's practicing in the
Yeah.
bathroom like a fucking weirdo.
Shannon, please don't say a word and accept this. Inside a bathroom stall, George was practicing something over and over, taking out a small velvet box and in his pocket like a quick-draw desert gunman.
Yeah. What a fucking comparison.
Yeah. That's not it. Shannon likes men who are more assertive. I've got to pump it up with more horsepower.
For fuck's sake. Ugh.
Shannon, put this on your ring finger. That's an order, okay?
Sake, dude.
If I don't say properly that it's on the left hand, maybe she'll put it on her right hand. No, Shannon isn't that ignorant. But unless there's some room for her to express her free will, that'd be a little mean. I mean,
Little fucking.
Fucking dork.
You're like, who makes all these sounds in a fucking bathroom? Like, what are you doing, dude?
As he crossed his arms, muttering, someone knocked on the door. George was snapped back to reality.
Yeah, bad words. What an awful day to have yours. Gods, yeah.
Hey, George, you okay? Got a stomachache or something? I mean,
You're right,
yeah.
all right, Amber.
Yeah, that would be my assumption, too.
Like, you all right, buddy?
Yeah, if I
You
didn't...
dying? Do
Yeah,
I need to call an ambulance for you?
yeah, if I didn't hear anything else, I'd be like, hey, buddy, you okay?
You dying?
Hey, Uncle Rudolph.
God damn it, dude.
It's okay, I'm fine. No need to worry.
Oh.
Really? That's good then. But you know, you're straining way too much. Your ass will burst. Ah.
George of the explosive colon.
Rudolph washed his hands, laughing cheerfully as he left. George, realizing that the most embarrassing part hadn't been overheard, relaxed and felt extremely relieved. Gary, isn't Rosa here yet? Not yet. She's pretty late. It's a good thing the weather's delaying our flight. If the schedule had gone on normally, she would have missed the plane. What did she plan on doing then? Rosa is very much an adult now. She'll manage it somehow. No matter how old they get, older brothers always treat their younger sisters like children. Oh, that's worth asking. I wonder if Gary has any brothers.
I don't know. We might find out. We might not. Ow.
Of course, Dad's always a kid, no matter how old he gets. What'd you say? If I'm a kid, that'd make you a baby. Come on, Battler, up you go.
It would be very funny if Rudolph actually did pick his ass up.
Yeah, fucking airplane.
God damn it.
Stop it, that tickles. Stop. Look more like two bratty friends than a father and son. Honestly, better than he was doing in the last loop.
Yeah, but like it's like on the surface, the families involved here, like they look fine, but then like as soon as like that falls away,
Yeah, the minute you dig any deeper.
which like I understand that feeling
Yeah.
because it's always like that, right? Like that's how my family was. Like you'd think like. Well, like if the sort of things that I had to deal with like happened like once every now and then, it would be like, okay, yeah, whatever, no one cares. But like
As often
it
as they
happened, like,
occurred,
every
yeah.
day, like every day,
Yeah.
which is just fucking ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's like what my mother did is the same thing that my housemate does now. Is like constantly demands like I go get shit for him. So like when I'm with my mother, like it's it's the same shit, but like when people meet her, they're just like, "Oh yeah, she seems nice and everything." It's like, okay, well, give it a week, fucker.
Mm-hmm.
Just a week. That's all you need. You don't even actually have to have any conversations with her. Just like see what happens in a week.
Yeah, I've definitely met some families like that. Oh, look, she's here. Oh, Vincent Rosa. Maria, long time no see. Long time no see. Maria, shouldn't that be it's good to see you again? Greet Hideyoshi properly. Hey, she's just greeting him in the same manner he greeted her.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, like that's like the kind of thing that you do. Like that's the actually Maria's right on this one. This is how you greet people. Like when they greet you like that, you greet in kind.
Yeah.
Like the only time you change the level of politeness is like when you feel snubbed by how they greeted you.
Yeah. It's good to see you again. There you go. Well said. How about some candy as your reward? Oh, huh? Where did I put it? Rosa, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you too, Maria. It's been too long, Kiri Hideyoshi. And oh my, Battler. Look how big you've gotten. Ah, come on. It's embarrassing to hear that from everyone I meet.
Maybe you shouldn't have fucking turned into a goddamn bamboo shoot, buddy.
Hey, Rosa, you're late. If the plane was on time, you'd barely have made it.
Shut up, Ember.
I'm sorry, we had some trouble making our train connection.
I you little shit.
So are we waiting on the weather again? Oh, don't complain. I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing about on a boat. Even if we're kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall. Is that Maria? You sure have gotten big. She's at that growing age.
Don't do it, Battler.
You haven't seen her for 6 years, right? Of course she's changed.
This the fuck out of here. I don't care about like a goddamn G-Force driver update. Get out of here. Go.
Women are creatures who can be born again in a single day when they have a change of heart.
Shut up, Rosa.
Maria, noticing a big man she didn't recognize mixed in among the relatives, hid behind Rosa's back and glared at Battler. Come on, Battler, say hi. The last time you met her, she was just 3 years old, so you're practically
what's
meeting
fucked
for
up?
the first time.
These assholes understand this better than like my family does.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because like I'll get like a call from someone. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, you do you know your cousin blah blah blah?" I'm like, "No." And then they're like, "Oh, you last met them when you were like a baby." And I was like, "What? Then how would I know them? What the fuck are you talking about?" Like, goddamn, people.
Yeah.
I may remember like walking to a goddamn snowdrift when I was 2, but that doesn't mean I remember meeting people. Like, fuck's sake.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course she wouldn't remember something that happened when she was 3. Hey, Maria, long time no see. You sure have gotten big. Maria, this is Battler. Rudolph's son. Understand? The brother's son is the brother is the son.
Just trying to figure out the. I think this made me laugh the first time too. Is trying to figure out the family tree.
Yeah, because of course you're saying Battler Onitan, like he's a big like he's a brother. And then she's calling Rudolph Nissan. It's just even funnier with that.
Mm-hmm.
She was obviously on her guard. After all, it was hardly surprising that she'd be scared if a large guy like Battler suddenly started speaking frankly to her. Battler noticed that as well and thought of various ways he might approach her. Then he spotted the candy she had in her hand. It was the jack-o'-lantern sweet Rosa had bought for her. I see, it's October, so that must be for Halloween. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank, right? Normally, trying to snatch a sweet away from a small child would result in them crying and screaming. The adults seemed dubious about Battler's tactics, but Maria looked unexpectedly pleased, her face splitting into a wide grin. Yeah, because someone's playing Halloween with her.
Yeah, kid loves Halloween, which I get it. I also love Halloween. It's the only damn holiday I like.
Mm-hmm. So, actually, give me harvest festivals, too.
I mean, Halloween is supposed to be a harvest festival as well, so.
Yeah, but, like, lots of food instead of lots of sweets.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, just huge amounts of food. Which is, I mean, I don't know why, like, we swapped over to, like, primarily sweets for that.
Probably just mostly because of the tradition split. So, most places have a proper, like, Thanksgiving style harvest festival with lots of food. And then they also have Halloween as more acknowledging spirits and that kind of thing.
Because, like, the whole thing was supposed to be, like, you leave out food and everything for the dead, right?
Yeah.
So it's when you have extra, like it's the harvest festival, you give extra to the dead and all that stuff. Yeah. Let's see. Traces back to a courting ritual that was part of a Roman festival honoring Pomona, the goddess of agriculture and abundance. Or at least that's what, like how the Christian version came about.
Halloween. See, Mama? Battler also knows about Halloween. See? Hey, call him Big Brother Battler. Sorry, Battler. No, don't sweat it. Please call me Battler. Because I'll be calling you Maria. Look, Maria, it's Halloween. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank.
I don't want to know what Battler would use as a prank.
Mm-hmm. Though, thankfully, I'm pretty sure he's dropping shit. Because I think that was literally just episode 1.
I hope so.
Like, I think he'll make some commentary about some characters coming up, but that's mostly because they're a bit weird. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. From inside her purse, Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet similar to the one she had in her hand and presented it to Battler. Battler accepted it. That seemed to be enough to confirm their friendship. The adults were amazed at how good children can be at getting along with each other. Maria had been throwing a tantrum because she wanted a Halloween festival. Battler, who knew about trick-or-treating, must have felt like an ally. Her defensive posture from before was completely gone. Now she was all cheery, as though they'd been friends for decades. That's right, Halloween's a pretty minor event in Japan. You always see people marching in costume parades on the news from overseas, but I've never seen it here.
I don't think I've ever seen a costume parade. I mean, I've seen costumed parades, but not like for Halloween, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think in this case, they're just using that as the best estimation of trick-or-treating. Because in a weird way, it is a parade down your block.
It's true, yeah. I do kind of miss, like, trick-or-treating bullshit, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, getting to see everybody's houses. Seeing
Also,
what you
free
get.
food.
Yeah, free food. Seeing what you get out of the food. That's usually where I kind of expanded my horizons with candy.
Yeah. I always did, like, relatively elaborate costumes, right? Or at least, like, for my, the amount of money I had and my age. Relatively elaborate.
Yeah.
Like, once I straight up like went and got military surplus camouflage uniform sort of shit,
Mm-hmm.
and got a whole bunch of like face paint and fake blood, and just made myself like a zombie soldier for that one. I think I was like 12.
Oh, nice. Yeah, my mom's
My hair was very sticky with the fake blood. Let's say.
My mom's always been into crafting, so she made like a undead bride, like a ghost bride costume for my sister.
Hell yeah.
Along with like
Lady in White.
Yeah, along with a paper mache head. It's supposed to be your husband's head.
Fair enough. My mother was she was supposedly very crafty as well, but she never actually fucking finished anything that I.
Yeah, that can be a problem.
Like the stuff that I asked her for was not very complicated either. Like I wanted a cloak for one thing, and like I'm pretty sure she still has the fabric like half done, like 20 years later, and it's like, come on, please. I even picked out the fabric myself because it would be like nice and comfortable and warm and everything, but she just never fucking finished it. Like hell, even I could make a cloak. So
yeah, and that's by hand.
Yeah, she had a fucking sewing machine too.
Mm-hmm. Wanted to wear a costume too. Wanted to say trick or treat with all the cousins wearing costumes. I see. Next time, let's do it together. What would you like to dress up as?
Maja.
A witch. Beatrice. We're getting that name out earlier.
Mm-hmm. Like I think this is a difference between the loops this time, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're getting her name out earlier.
Like this conversation was not the same.
Mm-hmm. And my friend that did the Let's Play actually had the actual, like, I think it was either what we'll get in this episode or what we'll get in next episode on Halloween.
Mm.
And it was just very, very appropriate. Oh, milady, what are you doing here? Madam was
Isn't she
looking
supposed to
for
be,
you.
like, on that island right now? Like, not on Rokkenjima, but the other island?
Um,
Things are already changing.
maybe. She might still have time, because it's only like a half-hour trip.
Yeah.
So they haven't even
She won't,
gotten on
like,
the
go over
plane
there to meet
yet.
them yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here because I don't want to be found. Anyway, I'm sure she just wants to scold me like, is your appearance alright? And watch your language. Without a doubt. You know, when the day of the family conference comes, I always start thinking about this witch for some reason. Why might that be? The family conference is the day when everyone related to grandfather gathers. I hear that this time even Battler's gonna be coming after 6 years. What if, just like that, what if, just like that, some relative who hasn't shown themselves for several decades suddenly shows up? That's what I'm always thinking about. Could a relative like that exist? I mean, Lady Beatrice. Nobody knows her background. Could she be grandfather's mistress from long ago?
He fucking wishes.
What if one of her descendants suddenly appears and tells us to return the gold we were given or something? Lord Kraus and the others will probably discuss the Master's inheritance problem this year, too. Once they get so fired up talking about the witch's gold, one could hardly be surprised if that witch herself were to show up, yeah? Kumasawa, I guess you keep quitting and getting rehired, but you've been here as long as Genji, right? You know more about Beatrice, don't you? Who knows? Even if I try to remember, this old woman here can't even recall what she had for breakfast this morning.
I had spicy noodles.
What did I have?
I did. I even asked you if you had food today. I just didn't ask you what you had.
Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, I had some grilled cheese.
That's not a bad choice. I'm gonna have some pasta later.
Kumasawa, you're always dodging with those excuses, but you know something, right? Sometimes you feel kind of devious, like you know something and you're laughing behind our backs. That's harsh. I don't have any secrets. Big doubt.
I don't believe you.
The only thing I can say is that Beatrice Sama is the Golden Witch. and that she is the other master who controls the night of this island. Okay, now you're just repeating stuff grandfather said. It must be a pain to play along with grandfather's crap, even though you get paid for it.
No, fuck that, dude. Like, if I get paid enough, I'll say anything's real.
However, I can say this much. What? In ancient times, Rokkenjima was feared and called Asukishima. The Azuki is said to be a corrupted form of Azukiki, and in fact, it was called Akujiki Shima, Evil Appetite Island. That is what is told amongst the fishermen.
Akuma.
Yeah.
In fact, I think Akuma can be broken down into evil magic, more or less.
I've heard about that before. Supposedly, there's lots of sunken rocks and shipwrecks around here, so the fishermen got scared and stayed away whenever they could, right? Evil spirits settle down in Akujiki Kishima and have continually eaten the souls of people since ancient times. Quite a few people lost their lives because of this island. And then that monk, the traveling Shugenja, or whatever, built that shrine, reposed the souls, and settled them there, right? Sounds pretty crazy, though. Okay, so this just happened this past summer, so yeah, they really haven't been together that long.
Mm-hmm. Like 6 months at most.
Yeah. And that shrine for the repose of souls was destroyed by an eerie violet thunderbolt this summer, which tore up the darkness of the night.
I've actually seen a purple lightning bolt before.
I have not.
I've seen pretty much every color that you can get out of lightning.
Kumasawa, you really like those stories. Okay, sure, it'd be pretty creepy if a thunderbolt took out a shrine. But, well, it was all worn out from the start. Maybe it just got washed away by some big wave.
Yeah, the equivalent here, like, I don't think anyone really needs this, but just in case, the equivalent here is like if lightning struck a statue of Jesus or whatever.
The evil spirits of Akuji Kishima woke from their slumber and summoned Lady Beatrice. If Lady Beatrice happens to pay a visit to the family conference. If she does? Kumasawa fell silent for a moment. Jessica was pressing her to keep going so that gap felt strange and eerie. When Kumasawa noticed that she had Jessica plenty scared with her silence, she grinned broadly. Well, now I wonder what would happen.
You are okay, Ember.
Well,
You're
that sounds
fine.
great.
Stop it. I haven't even touched you yet. Why are you purring? What do you want?
Of course. Won't you be able to do better at work if you get a chance to enrich your heart by living the good life every once in a while? Yep, can't live right unless both your wallet and your heart are enriched, after all.
Okay, at least this motherfucker understands that much. Like,
Yeah,
you do need money to live.
yeah,
And, like,
money,
money doesn't solve many, like all your problems. Like, it's not gonna make you
but it
happy, but it gives you
solves
the
many of
freedom to
them.
be happy.
Yeah,
Yeah. It'll give you the freedom to actually go seek out those things that you want to that will actually make you happy.
yeah, exactly. Sure, I'll keep that day open. Go ahead and make reservations. Okay, don't even think of missing it. Yeah, I'm counting on you. I love you, Kiri. After kissing the receiver, Rudolph hung up. Ew, dude, don't do that.
Yeah, that's kind of gross.
Before his seat, there were several executives with their sleeves rolled up, eagerly awaiting the end of that phone call.
Like he did that in front of his fucking executives. Oh my god.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Have we heard anything from the States yet? Yeah. You have a call from Dale Watanabe, the lawyer. I'll transfer it. On the whole, how's it going? Well, there seems to be one unfortunate matter. It appears the other party has no intentions of withdrawing from the trial. Guess there's no fooling them. Please transfer it here. Understood. I'll do that right away. The executive ordered that the external line be transferred to the secretarial office. At once, the phone in front of Rudolph rang. Hey there. Sorry for the wait. Ushiro Mia speaking. Thanks. How's it going on your end? Let's skip the pleasantries and jump into the main issue. I've got good news and bad news. Which would you like first? Might as well start with the bad. I hate fighting when there's no dessert. Very well. The bad news is that the other party is getting ready to prosecute. Just a few days ago, a similar trial resulted in a decision in favor of the plaintiff. The defendants were using roughly the same arguments we plan to use, but they were rejected in every case. I'm afraid to say it, but if we face the courtroom as we are now, it's extremely likely that each one of our claims will be rejected. So that trial ended up being a total bust after all. And I thought their position was even more solid than ours. That hurts. Okay, what about the good news? Managed to contact the executives of the other party. I explained the situation we're in, told them we have no intention of tarnishing their brand's image, managed to get an understanding. They'll send us their terms over the next few days, and if these are carried out, they promise to withdraw their charges. This is their proposal according to the number 2 man on their board of directors. Your impression? To be honest, I expect their terms will be extremely severe. We estimate that changing the company name and the brand name will be inevitable. I think we'll be able to earn some leeway by playing with the amount of settlement money, making a public apology in a major newspaper. And carrying all this out within a reasonable amount of time. They sure are making this complicated when they could just tell us to go broke. They only recently switched to a new president, and their groundwork hasn't been completely laid yet. If we resist until the bitter end, they fear the forces opposing the current president won't hesitate to aid their enemies. Hence, their big shots want this matter settled as quickly as possible, too. So, we might still have enough leeway to get them to mitigate their terms if it'll lead to a quick settlement. Either way, are we still looking at a crazy sum of money? You need to be prepared for that. Even that would be much cheaper than paying punitive damages. Thank you very much, sir. Please contact me if anything new happens.
Interesting that he called the lawyer sensei.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Reserved just for like teachers and doctors.
Yeah. But I guess it's an acknowledgement that this guy knows way more than him about this kind of thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that it might be like the current usage of sensei might be descended from like a word for scholar in general.
Yeah.
Like scholar or academic, which might be why like a lawyer, a doctor, and a teacher are all called the same title.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, I think.
We're paying you the big bucks and no idle chit-chat. Rudolph hung up the phone. The executive sitting in the reception seat seemed to have guessed at the contents of that discussion. You guys hear that? Simply put, they'll forgive us if we can pile up enough money.
Yep, a settlement instead of legal action.
Now all we've got to do is haggle over the amount of that money. But, President, the likely sum for the settlement Mr. Watanabe indicated is too much. We don't have that much of a margin. If we'd known this would happen, we never would have started diversifying. Calculations were that we could escape a capital crisis if we managed to endure for 3 years. Think we'd be stabbed at a time like this. How bad can our luck get? I guess we fell at the step of the hop, step, and jump. Enough to make you cry. You have no choice but to draw the money from the main bank. Banks are no good. They only bet their money on winners. The economy is improving, but we can't show weakness to the banks. President, do we have access to any funds that are unaccounted for? Funds we are unaware of. quit it. Do I look like that kind of man? Yes.
Yes. But I'm assuming that even like what he's got personally it will not be enough for this. So
Yeah.
otherwise, like he probably would, just because like
The contents of my wallet are totally exposed to you guys, okay? The account books over there show all our company has. In that case, we need to raise money. Hi, Cappy.
that's pretty good. Hi, Cappy. Right on.
Please check out Cappy's stuff. Cappy is responsible for the PNG tuber you are seeing right now, as well as the character art.
Yeah, and it's the same on my end, because my character art is up in the corner of Mal's stream anyway. So
Yep. You're so...
Cappy is great.
Yeah, Cappy, you're great. You deserve any of the praise and people we can direct your way. But yeah, we're doing well.
Yep. I'm just also like making notes and working on stuff on the side, since I don't have any like voice lines here and I can just listen to what Mal's saying. I think I've been doing pretty good at like keeping up with that and doing my notes.
Yeah, you've been doing good, I think. I didn't even know you were taking notes, so I think you accomplished it.
I'm just over here working on some stuff. Reading up on some old shit and making sure that like my notes are reflecting like what's going on there, so on and so forth. So it's not anything like super intensive, which is probably why I'm able to keep up. But
we need a sponsor who can draw in several million for us as soon as possible. President, couldn't something be worked out with one of your personal connections? President. Calm down, you bastards. Let me worry about raising the money. You guys just keep the business running without making too much noise. Our accusers are saying they'll let us be if we can show them the money. We've already got thick pipelines in Asia. Things will probably be shaky, but we'll be able to maintain our current deals. Basically, if we can just bring the money together, we'll be able to solve all our problems. Just you watch, I'll fix all of this.
Rudolph, I think you're gonna die.
I won't leave you out in the cold. Time to start getting your hopes up again. Once this is all behind us, I'll be rewarding all of you guys with a champagne tower.
It's like promising people a pizza party for doing well on a test. Like it's not great.
I promise you that, so shut up and follow me. Got it?
Oh, we actually got the airplane section on this one. Nice.
Yep. And yeah, capitalism in a nutshell. More money surely the solution this time. Though in this case, Rudolph is in a situation where he can make a legal problem go away if he just gives the people accusing him money.
Yeah, and it sounds like from that conversation, my earlier hypothesis on what was going on with him isn't quite right. Because like I said, it might actually be possible for him to have like intentionally infringed on the copyright thing. But it sounds like from that legal conversation that's not the case, that he accidentally did it.
Yeah.
So.
Like, did not intend to do it, just kind of wanted to come in. So it's probably one of those situations where somebody is overreaching
Yeah.
based on a name. The airplane suddenly
Could
shook,
be.
probably due to turbulence. Rudolph was jostled awake. He'd woken early that morning and ended up drifting off to sleep while resting in his seat. Oh yeah, Cat's got some interesting theories going on.
Yes, I've put forward probably like 4 or 5 different hypotheses for each individual situation that the Ushumuya families are in, and you know,
Yeah, and
I've talked about how it's actually possible for like a mortal person to be doing all this and not Beatrice being a witch. Of course, this is a supernatural horror mystery, so like it's like 98% chance it's all the witch, but
oh yeah, her look is absolutely great.
I don't know if I would wear a coat that is shorter than my upper garment personally, but she does look good.
Yeah, that's also fair. I'll be uploading episode 2 stuff probably tonight/tomorrow. I just haven't been bothered.
I'm the sort of writer and player to layer everything I do or write like 4 or 5 times with symbolism and shit. So I don't expect like 80% of the symbolisms and representations and shit to get caught. No, I'm just doing it for my own fucking for my own fun. So like it's easy for me to come up with a lot of like hypotheses and shit like that on what could be going on here.
Yeah, I also very much
I
love
don't actually
Ava's
believe
fit.
most of them. Those are like some wide bottom pants though. Like
It is the 80s.
it's true. It's true. Still though, like with a tight fitting trunk sound like that, I would definitely be wearing like tighter pants, I think.
That's fair.
Oh man. That reminds me of some shit that Trig has done, like one of my tabletop players. He also runs other games like for the rest of us, and like in the Underdark, he had stuff that was set in place like 4 or 5 years before we got to it, and then we finally got to the reveal, and boom! It's like I didn't even catch it myself. Like I should have. It had like looking back at it, I should have caught that shit, but I didn't. Ugh.
You okay? Are you sure you aren't still pretty sleepy? After all, it seems you've been really busy with work lately. Being busy with work is nothing to complain about, right? Once I've got nothing left to do, it won't be long before we're out in the cold. Good point. Now that even Battler's back, we'd be looking at worse than just the two of us going around begging. Yeah, our family's all together again for the first time in 6 years. The leader of our family's got to give it his best if we want to spend some time alone together. When he looked out the window, he saw that the airplane had already started to drop in altitude considerably. The fishing boats, which had only looked like black grains a short while ago, were starting to become clearly recognizable. If I could prostrate myself before father and get 10 million yen every time he slugged me, I'd do it a dozen times. Or maybe he could just go and die already. 1 second.
I hear a phone call going on, so let's just let Mel do their thing. I'm right now. The notes that I'm working on are for a novel thing that I was writing, where I actually had Mel acting as one of the major characters in the story, and like asking them questions and like explaining the situation, asking them questions and all that. So like I would have like someone actually like you know thinking about this that was not me. Hi, Ember. I have them acting as a monarch in a story full of like political intrigue and like an unprecedented situation and all that shit. So I'm rereading all this and making sure that like my notes are up to snuff on it and so on and so forth. Which I will, when I get back to writing that again, I will have to remind Mal about all of this stuff because I also forgot that I forgot a lot of this stuff that I told them about it. So about the situation. Yeah, that's what I use like 80% of my friends for. Is like I'll just message them in the middle of the night and be like, "Hey, I got an idea and I need you to think about it for me."
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
I was telling the stream about like the notes that I was taking right now. It's about Demon Heart and how I had you acting as Queen Fiona,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
which I do really want to get back to writing that because it was so close to the end of the first arc.
Thanks, Cappy. I'm always depend. I've always depended heavily on his financial support, and now I'm after his inheritance. I'm headed straight to hell. I can hardly complain if father doesn't want to meet the man I've become.
Oh no. I just found several typos in my summary that
Oh
was
no.
also copy pasted to the site that I was posting the novel to.
Oof.
That's painful. That hurts. Like, let me at least fix that in my notes so I can like fix it later.
Could it be that once again you do not plan on making an appearance at the family conference? Joe looked at Kenzo's face, sighing. Kenzo's eyes remained rooted to a strange book on magic. I have no intention of joining those vultures in their debate.
This is a repeat of the same thing. It sounds like.
I can discuss how they'll suck my bones dry on their own. How utterly contemptible. My. How troublesome. Nando shook his head slightly. To him, children and grandchildren were lovely things. He believed watching them grow was the only way to truly enjoy old age. So Kinzo's words were very saddening to Nanjo. The time comes for me to leave this room, I will show myself. Just as she does not show herself yet. When Kinzo raised his face, his gaze pointed at the portrait of the witch, which was respectfully displayed on the wall. Kinzo's mind didn't dwell for a moment on the fact that today was the family conference, where all of his beloved relatives would gather. It was filled only by the face of the witch in the oil painting, who never smiled except inside the portrait. Everybody knew that interrupting Kinzo when he talked about Beatrice would trigger his wrath. Today I will hold a certain ceremony. And what might that be? Perhaps it is closer to a gamble than a ceremony. After all, magic without risk can never house a miracle. Okay, so I think this is Kinzo acknowledging that gambling isn't the only way to do magic. He thinks it's the only way to perform a miracle.
Hmm. That's still ridiculous, but yeah, at least he's acknowledging that he's that's not everything.
Nanjo had heard Kinzo say this many times before. You might even call it a pet phrase of Kinzo's. Kinzo apparently believed that magic and miracles could occur if you gambled your own fate with a certain amount of risk and triumphed. Wonder what sort of gamble you're making. As the man who was once called the Golden Gambler and who's now so old he might pass at any time. This should be well worth watching. You're the one who called it a gamble. I see, so the secret ritual I have developed after much research appears to be nothing more than a gamble to one unversed in magic such as you. Very well. If I have faith in miracles and win, you will see clearly on this day that all my research did bear fruit, despite it seeming to be little more than the product of my eccentricity. If you win, it will all end just as you have already seen. It's nothing more than the eccentricity of an old man who might leave this world at any time. Just what sort of gamble could you be planning to take? As your friend, that bet, or ceremony as you called it. I can only pray most sincerely that you achieve victory in it. Yes, I thank you. Speaking of which, Kinzo, have you heard that a much longed for guest will be present at the family conference this year? What? For once, Kinzo reacted to Nancho's words and turned around. That's right, Battler from Rudolph's family. I hear he'll be coming after an absence of 6 years. Sure, he's become a splendid boy. Oh, Battler, I wouldn't call him longed for. A guest who's failed to show up for a mere 6 years. After hearing Battler's name and making a disappointed and ill-humored expression, Kinzo turned his back again. I imagine those 6 years went by in a flash for you, considering how you've immersed yourself in your research in this room. However, we might actually receive a visit from a truly longed-for guest. Everything depends on the results of the roulette. The roulette has already started to spin. Will it be rouge or noir? Tonight, let us enjoy ourselves as we see what kind of miracle the roulette will show us. Payoffs are large, and I don't intend to lose. Beatrice, accept my bet.
Beatrice just outside the fucking window, face pressed to the glass, like, you son of a bitch!
At that time, the
Yelling at him
telephone
from
on the
out there.
table rang. Piercing sound seemed to irritate Kento, and he picked up the receiver to preserve the silence as much as he could.
Fucking mood.
What is it? I'm busy.
Genji speaking. Everyone has arrived.
What of it? Just serve them some tea or something.
Certainly, I will do so.
Kento hung up the phone rudely. Looking at that, Nanjo sighed yet again and shifted his attention outside the window. Because now I doubt Kento would pay any heed to any sort of guest. Could any guest possibly make Kento come out when the time comes, as he said? Kento had a single person in mind. That was a guest who certainly wouldn't appear. Nanjo stared at the Witch of the Portrait with her impassive expression, unable to decide whether she was smiling or sad, and gazed up at the lead-colored sky. Welcome back to Rokkenjima. We do hope you enjoy your stay and also survive.
All right. Is this me then? Because I there's no quotes on it, so.
There's no quotes, but go ahead with this one.
Okay. So, are all the pieces in place? Yeah, I think like it's probably me considering, because like whoever is speaking in this part of the thing, like in the witch zone, is probably going to be a witch. So, shall we line them all up again and start a new game? Any objections from you?
Nope, none.
Okay, this is what you were talking about. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so there's this thing where they're simultaneously looking at the board, but there is a form of battler who has no idea what's going on.
Mm.
Which
That's
is
excellent.
not too
Oops.
unfamiliar from something that goes on with witches, but I'll keep that mum for now.
Yeah. Sorry, I just accidentally fucking clicked on the Steam icon
Ow.
instead of the thing that I was trying to do.
The witch looked at him
Ooh,
challengingly
so.
while elegantly smoking her pipe. And
Damn
Battler?
right.
He just rudely shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care what she did. He didn't meet her eyes. That didn't mean he didn't intend to challenge her. Showed his clear determination to never be taken in by this bastard's tricks. It was an expression of his determination to fight.
Don't tell me you're jumping into this without a plan.
I don't even know how you'll make your first move, so I've got no plans or anything. Go ahead and move first.
Naturally, I'll do so. How shall I break down your defenses? How many moves will it take to checkmate you? This is where you'll see me at my finest. Insert flirty line here towards Beatrice.
No matter what moves you come at me with, I won't believe in you. As long as I stand my ground on that point, I won't lose. And that means this game's built in a way that makes it impossible for you to win.
Perhaps you're right. However, I'm the one who decides how many times we'll hold this game. We'll repeat it over and over again until I win and you acknowledge your defeat. See? In other words, this is torture. An eternal torture that shall continue until you surrender to me. It shall go on endlessly until you acknowledge me and the existence of witches.
Then I'll play your game endlessly as many times as it takes until you run out of patience. Never lost in a test of stubbornness.
Yeah, but Battler, you've never gotten into a game of stubbornness with a 1,000-year-old entity before, so I think you're kind of fucked here, buddy.
Yeah, Battler really coming in with the nuh-uh.
No, you. Oh, did a certain witch plant that idea in your head? Very well.
I'm tired of listening to you ramble. Come on, get this started.
Then let us begin. I already know all your moves. A defense doesn't amount to much if the plan behind it is known. Don't think you'll be able to defy me with the same moves.
Hey, Triche, I've just got one thing to say before we start.
What is it?
Go ahead and say whatever you want. However, whether I believe you is something I'll decide for myself. No matter how impressive this magic of yours is, my soul won't yield to you. You think this is torture for me? You're wrong.
Then what else could it be?
This is torture for you.
Sure.
Someday you'll surrender to me and give up. Until then, you'll be tortured over and over again.
How amusing. What an entertaining metaphor.
Not Battler coming in with the, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me.
Yeah. So I'm rubbing your glue. Torture where we torment each other. Yes, truly amusing. Come, shall we begin that torture?
I think that speaks for itself.
Yeah. I think I'm not gonna yell
Yeah.
his name.
And actually, I think this is perfect for a Be Right Back.
I don't have a song for us.
That's okay.
Because I got distracted doing the notes. Hold on. I'm sure I can find something. Give me a second here. This ain't a bad song. We can start with this one.
All right. All right, folks, we're back.
Yeah, we're back. I'm just gonna turn this song way down so you can still hear a little bit in the background, so I don't like cut off a cool song for people.
That's fair.
Because like, One True God is great. I did an oopsie though. The second song I played while you were gone was a One True God song that I haven't heard before. And I don't know how much of One True God you've listened to. I know I've sent you a few songs. But like sometimes they get a little bit sexual, and by a little bit I mean a little bit. And there was just a random moan that I didn't expect. Whoopsie.
Oh yeah. Yeah, PNG Tuber Plus does have a heart attack every time. Whenever I switch back from Be Right Back to live, it always crashes on me and I have to reopen it again. And then it does the big jump. Every year, the relatives visiting Rokkenjima would let out a sigh of admiration at the rose garden that first greeted them. He would stop there to chat about the roses' beauty and how well they were blooming that year. In the midst of all this, there was a single unhealthy rose. Maria became overwhelmed with dejection at its condition. But George used his quick wits, and saying that everything would be fine if they took care of this poor thing, marked it with a candy wrapper, immediately restored Maria's good mood. Then Battler, with whom she'd been getting along with since that morning, started talking about Halloween. This was such a favorite topic of Maria's that she began playing around energetically again. For Maria, that marshmallow jack-o'-lantern candy bought by her mother was probably the greatest sort of treasure. They seemed to have bought several. She demanded a trick-or-treat from every person she met, giving them candy instead of the other way around. See, Maria's such a good kid, yeah.
That's pretty fucking adorable. I like that a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Maria's a good kid. Just as a warning for anybody who might be lurking, who did just come in, Umineko, and especially this part of Umineko, does deal with the topic of child abuse. So just kind of expect that going forward and do whatever is most appropriate for you.
Yeah, since we just did a break and came back, you might want to slap the chat with another content warning thing. Yeah, there you go. And speaking of, I will slap that in my chat too. There we go.
Yeah, there are...
Just to make sure everyone's got the full list.
Yep, there are some spoilers in there, but if you're worried about any content warnings, that's the place to look.
Yeah, there's not many spoilers. There's a little bit, but not a lot.
Yeah.
I've read the full list myself.
Yeah, and you only really get a spoiler if you look into one of the details on something.
Yeah. Which I haven't yet, and I have a lot of theories and thoughts about that one.
Mm-hmm. I wonder why Maria likes Halloween so much. I always figured it was a pretty unfamiliar event for the Japanese. Well, it's a kids' festival where they get to parade around in costumes, right? It can be fun to play around in an outfit that's different from the usual. I think there's a slightly deeper cause behind it. After all, she is the witch, Maria. Come to think of it, when we were at the airport, didn't Maria say that if she was gonna wear a costume, it'd be a witch? Does she like witches? Yes, she loves them, so much that it becomes a problem. Hey, it's not so bad. You expect kids at that age to love fantastical stuff like that. If it was just a heroine on some TV anime, at least it'd be cute.
Fuck you, Rosa. It's not as cute.
Yeah, agreed. Judging by Rosa's appearance, she wasn't very happy about her daughter's love for witches as a mother. Cousins other than Battler seemed to realize this, and they shrugged, wearing stiff smiles. So you're arguing that because she likes witches, she also likes Halloween? If we don't know, why don't we just ask her? How are Halloween and witches related? As Battler asked that, George and Jessica let out a stifled ah.
Yeah, it's just like, oh no.
As if they were trying to stop him, but too late. Maria might have been waiting for just that question. After beaming for an instant, her expression turned a little mean, as if to say, "You're totally clueless, aren't you?" It was the face of a hobbyist who's been ticked off by an outsider saying something stupid about their favorite subject.
Oh, she's not doing the witch voice either. Okay. It's up to you then.
To the Celts, the changing strength of the sun over the course of a year signified its birth, its growing up period, its aging and death, and then its revival. I get it. In spring, the weak, warm sun starts to grow up and get hot, and then it gradually gets weaker and worn out. Sort of makes sense to think of it as the sun living out an entire life. Yes, so they thought that at the end of October, the sun died, was laid to rest in the land of the dead, and was then revived at the winter solstice. And the name they gave to the last day of their year, when the sun ended its 1 year lifespan and died, was Samhain. And they celebrated then.
So she pronounced it like that, but the actual pronunciation is Samhain.
Yeah, Samhain.
But like, I'm not surprised that she pronounced it like that because, like, so when the Celts were getting their written language and all that stuff, because there's multiple Celtic written systems, but when they were transferring over to Roman lettering, they didn't get a real education on how like each individual letter was pronounced and everything, so they just sort of mashed stuff together for the most part. So if you were going to make the word Samhain today, you would probably put it as Sowan maybe. But they did have to basically come up with their own system of how to fucking like write things.
In a weird
no
way,
one actually told them how to get it.
it's how hiragana kind of uses Chinese lettering, but uses it, quote unquote, incorrectly.
Here we go. I need another
Caption
invite
or link. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Because that is kind of interesting. I never knew why it was spelled that way.
It's just like misunderstandings about how like letters are said and everything, which happens in basically every language ever, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah, absolutely.
most languages in Europe use Roman lettering, but they're almost never pronounced the same.
Mm-hmm. And it's why we
Like the exceptions might be like English original words and German and like Dutch. Like they're mostly pronounced the same there, but each one also like borrows a bunch of words from the surrounding languages. So like eventually you get to the point where you can't really use the same pronunciation rules for different languages, even when they're grammatically related, like Germanic languages.
Yeah, it's also like we get the deviation of, yeah, we'll call this letter W, but actually it's called and still called in other languages double V,
Mm-hmm.
because that's what it actually looks like. It's an interesting idea to think that the sun is revived on the day of the winter solstice, when the daylight hours start to grow longer again. It's a case that makes it clear how much the ancients regarded the sun as sacred. I see. So what does that have to do with witches? Seemed that my casual urging forward had slightly infuriated Maria. She glared at me with eyes that told me to shut up while she explained. Maria seemed to be having a blast as she talked,
Shut
so I
up, Adler.
decided
You're
not to
stupid.
interrupt.
Oh, by the way, I cannot confirm or like tell her say that she's wrong on like the Celtic beliefs here. I don't even know if we actually like genuinely know that much about Celtic creation myths and shit like that. I don't know if that's actually true.
Yeah.
And
Though,
I don't know if anyone knows if that's actually true or not.
though I will say it's at least, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that they have a
Yeah, like
source for believing this.
yeah, it sounds like it could be true because I've seen that multiple times in other cultures as well. So like it might be that. It could be, for sure.
In the interval between October and November, life and death become the closest they ever will.
Hmm. This I can confirm. This is actually true. And like most people's believe in this as well. Of course, their month, their exact day of when it would happen was different depending on like where in the world they lived, because of course, like this is all based on like the cycle of the sun, the
Yeah.
moon, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so this is, northern hemisphere shit.
Yeah, and of course, like near the equator, this isn't going to be the case at all because they don't have as drastic a seasons. It just sort of shifts a little bit.
Yeah. The Celts believed that during this time, the world of the living grew closer to the world of the dead and otherworldly beings. And many of those living in the other world would come to visit.
Um, just like an interesting side note. There's no actual like name for the afterlife or other world or what have you, the world of supernatural beings in Celtic mythology. It's just called the other world.
Which fair, if you only believe in two. It's easy enough.
Yeah, I mean, but like a lot of places will like come up with some name for it, like like the Fields of Elysian or the Elysian Fields, the Fields of Asphodel, and so on and so forth. Olympus, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
They'll usually come up with something that describes what kind of world that other one is. But in
well,
Celtic mythology, it's just not. It's the other one. It's just the other one.
yeah, sure, fair enough. It's not an evocative name, but I will note that you kind of hit on a point. They didn't say that it was particularly different in different regions. Whereas, you have Asphodel and then Tartarus and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of makes sense that at least it has a single name if it's not particularly different throughout.
Yeah, although Asphodel, Tartarus, Elysian, and I can't remember the last one. They're all part of the same dimension, right? It's all part of Hades.
Mm-hmm.
So like those are more like specific regions within that same place. But it's Blah. It gets complicated when you talk about these things because, like, mythology does not have to make sense. That's a big mistake that writers today make, and I think writers have always made when they're trying to make their fiction and shit. And even like write down other people's like cultures and everything, they want it to make sense because they're analyzing it. But if they thought about their own culture, that shit's not going to make sense either.
Yeah, the thing I bring up all the time is if you look at the book of Genesis, as in the first part of the Bible, there is two stories of how the world was made, and they do not jive with each other.
Yep. And it's like that all over the world. Like, just because like we commonly accept some creation myth of, say, Japan as being the one that everyone believes in, that's not actually the case. There were probably at one point dozens of different variations of that story, and some that were completely different.
Yeah, exactly. So,
But as humans, we like to put things into boxes and make them make sense, but that's not how culture works.
Yeah. And
Cultures can and will like contradict themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, writers are going to want to write it like they were writing, a fantasy story in general. Which is to say, it makes sense. There's, pathos and there's all this stuff going on that would make sense given the internal logic of the story.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Because like things that actually happen make sense, but things that people believe or how they behave do not have to. They can contradict each other very easily, and often do.
Many of those living in the other world would come to visit. It was like the Bon Festival in Japan. At the time, people believed that souls returning to the physical world would go into people's houses or possess people and do bad things. So in order to avoid harm, they performed rituals. One of those was to imitate creepy monsters and scare the souls back. It was apparently a way to avoid being possessed.
I don't think that's actually true. I think the masks were more about hiding your identity so the souls wouldn't know who they were after. Because it's like a sort of like go after the familial thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go home sort of deal. So if you wore masks and everything, the souls of your dead family would not be able to tell you from your neighbors or what have you.
I think it's a little of column A, a little column B.
Might be. It might depend on like which culture they're pulling from on this.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think there are some who go, "Oh yeah, let's scare the ghoulies by pretending to be even badder ghoulies," kind of thing.
Yeah, just like I know more about like Welsh and Irish than I do Bretonian and fucking Scottish. So she could be like pulling from some other Celtic Gaelic family, like some other Gaelic family culture.
Yeah. Plus, the progress of Halloween in America into what it became today.
Yeah.
Which came from a whole lot of disparate cultures. So you also have to talk about, which region of the United States and so on. That part became a festival, which turned into a costume parade. You really know a lot, don't you, Maria? Where'd you come from, Hideyoshi?
Be hiding in the bushes.
Ain't it the truth? Even I never knew when Halloween had such a history.
The Bush Doman has a very long and storied history.
Oh yeah, Cappy, we do have a joke that we have Bush Domans everywhere. As in Final Fantasy XIV Domans. Since I know Cappy plays Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, like the Bush Domans just stay in like, the potted plants and the bushes around everywhere, just watching everything. To leap out and just like assassinate dudes when they need to. Also, need another captioner again.
Oh,
that was quick this time.
Yeah, that was a quick one on that. Let me see here. Of course, We might have to update it to bush domans and bush vipers.
I think maybe depends on like what the story of the vipers are.
Yeah, that's true. But if they are just, oh hey, we've got, somewhat stealthy, not necessarily ninja level, but somewhat, basically an upgrade of the thieves.
Yeah, I still 100% believe that the vipers should have been the upgrade to rogue instead of ninja. I know the ninja being the upgrade to rogue is like Final Fantasy tradition, but you should have gone even more in the piratey aesthetic with the rogues instead of like changing the aesthetic entirely, like into ninja.
Yeah.
It's not that ninja is bad or anything, but like, please.
Yeah.
I miss Jack and I miss my fucking thieves camp, alright?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I hope we get like a pirate island. Like I know that technically Limsa Lominsa is supposed to be the, transition from pirate island to nation, but give me an actual pirate island.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Give me like a fantasy Tortuga.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the name, but yeah, Fantasy Tortuga. Oh, but where did that whole trick or treat thing come from? And see, this is actually pretty good. Everybody's just legitimately interested.
This is how you treat a kid's interest. Absolutely.
Knowledge was so extensive that the adults had suddenly started listening in too. Yeah, why the hell not?
Oh, Mal, I'm sorry. We need another captioner link. That one was really fast.
Yeah, trying closing and opening Chrome again if you can.
All right, I'll have to set everything back up properly, but give me a second. Let me see if I can do this.
Yeah, and then I'll have the link for you to use. 1 second. There you go.
Let's see that. Yeah.
Maria, who was normally treated like the youngest all the time, puffed out her chest with pride, saying that this was just a kid's discussion. Rosa suggested that the adults go on ahead and set their luggage down in the guest house. Nobody else agreed to go with her. She let out a heavy sigh.
That's what you fucking get, nerd.
Trick or treat is just for fun. It has nothing to do with what was originally a Celtic ceremony. That was created later when Christian customs were mixed in.
That might actually be true, which would start off as a Roman custom. Let me see if I can find out if she is telling the truth from this.
Yeah. But she's...
Actually, no. It is Scotland and Ireland.
Oh.
Well, it might still be Christian, but it is from there, not Rome.
Okie doke. However, I think it's right for Halloween to be that way. Yeah, give me candy. According to Maria, the souls of the dead weren't the only ones who visited from the non-human world. There were also spirits with intimate connections to people's everyday lives. Humans could receive favors from those spirits, so they'd manage to gain magnificent blessings, as well as a year's worth of good crops. So basically, Halloween was also a bit of a harvest festival?
Yes. Get out of here. Don't have your autoplay videos on be history.
I get it. Now that you mention it, I guess October is a turning point in all kinds of ways, including with the seasons. Sort of the opposite of April in Japan. Yeah, that might be a good place to mark
Okay,
it.
yeah, what I said earlier in the stream is actually correct. Banquet tables were prepared and food was left out to placate unwelcome spirits.
All right.
And that is straight up a Celtic thing, not a Roman thing. Let's see. Okay, poor people would visit the houses of wealthier families and receive pastries called soul cakes in exchange for a promise to pray for the souls of the homeowner's dead relatives. This part is actually Christian. Um, Known as souling, the practice was later taken up by children who would go door to door asking for gifts such as food, money, and ale. In Scotland and Ireland, people took part in a tradition called guising, dressing up in costume and accepting offerings from various households. Rather than pledging to pray for the dead, they would sing a song, recite a poem, tell a joke, or perform some other sort of trick before collecting their treat, which typically consisted of fruit, nuts, or coins.
Fair enough.
So it's definitely a little bit of both on that one
Okay.
for being both Christian and Celtic.
Gotcha. Yeah. Let's see.
And like I think I can trust that one because it was from the fucking Smithsonian.
And also, the witches hold a witch assembly then called a Sabbath. The witches thank the spirits that give out blessings of prosperity and reward them.
That's a purely Christian thing. The Druids did not have a Sabbath.
Yeah. Halloween costumes imitate the guests that come from the other side.
Well, it's not Christian specifically. It's Jewish originally, but then like the Sabbath being associated with witches was Christian.
Yeah. In other words, you might say giving out candy is a way to show gratitude for the yearly harvest.
That's one way, yeah. That's when you'd have the extra stuff to actually make the soul cakes in the first place, yeah.
Just like George says. So, Halloween is a time when those two worlds intermingle? In other words, it's the most important chance for witches to intermingle with guests from that world. Is that what you're trying to say? Just like Battler says. And you know what? October is when the power of witches and demons is at its most vigorous and prosperous.
In folklore mythology, this is not because they literally get more powerful during this time, but because like the rules of the world that binds things to the realm of the living and the realm of the dead are weaker because the two worlds are closer together. So it takes less effort to cross that border and pull magic from one side to the other or what have you. So basically, even if it's not Halloween, by old folklore, you can still have the spirits running around. They'll just be weaker because it takes more effort to do so. Not that it's impossible or anything like that. And I think the same is true for the Japanese Spawn Festival, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not too familiar with like Japanese holidays, but I think that's right.
Yeah, and I think that's true for oh gosh, Day of the Dead.
Yeah, which is November 1st, I think.
But yeah, in Mexico and other places, south of the border.
It might be November 2nd. Hold on a second. Mexico Day of the Dead. It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I did anything like that. Yeah, it's November 1st and 2nd.
Okay, so it's both. Gotcha. Which makes sense if it's a 2-day thing, because you go, okay, you prepare for it, and then you deal with the end of it.
I think it's an offshoot of All Saints Day or All Souls Day, which is the next day after Halloween, because Halloween is Hallows Eve.
Yeah. October is when the power of witches and demons is at its most vigorous and prosperous. I'm sure Beatrice will come. And we'll eat marshmallow candies together, and she'll bring me to the Golden Land with her. We'll sing magical
Okay,
songs together, learn magic spells together, learn how to draw magic circles together.
I do really hope that Beatrice adopts Maria as her witch apprentice, because that would be pretty fucking sick. I think that would be cool.
And then we'll
But that
learn.
might just be like my childcare story thing seeping through again, you know?
It is pretty fucked up, though, that Beatrice would be a better option than Rosa.
Yeah. I mean, she wouldn't. Beatrice wouldn't fucking like teach her really good things, but she's at least would be less abusive, right?
Exactly. And then we'll learn the secrets of runes, and I'll become a great witch really, really quickly. My, isn't
Don't
that
shit on the
wonderful?
baby's dream. Don't shit on the baby's dream.
It's best for kids to have dreams. By the way, Rosa, how old will Maria be this year again? Maria, that's enough of that.
You can gently do this by saying, "It's like, hey, we can just go inside now."
Well, she tried to do that earlier.
Yeah, but like this is another opportunity to be like, okay, now that we've had our fun, let's go inside and greet everyone.
Don't worry about it, Rosa. It's a dream all girls have at one time or another. Thank you very much. But Maria has already graduated from that age.
I don't know, Rosa. She's still single digits. Like, come on.
Hey, I'm telling you to stop. Rosa scolded Maria, trying to shut her up before her cheery discussion about black magic earned her the snickers of the relatives. Oh, that sounds pretty detailed and impressive. By the way, who was Beatrice again?
Yeah, this conversation is coming way later than it did before the first one.
I know I've heard that name somewhere before. Etler had been gone for 6 years and had completely forgotten about the legend of the Rokkenjima witch. However, when he said he didn't know Beatrice's name, Maria's once bright mood soured in an instant. When he saw that, Battler immediately remembered that it was the name of the witch of this island, but the damage had been done.
No, it hasn't. You could just be like, that's what it was. I got it. Like just quickly say that you remembered.
Until Maria's mood improved, she went on and on about many mysterious and fabulous episodes regarding the Golden Witch. That's enough, Maria. Thank you, Battler, for letting her chat with you. Hannon, don't you have work to do? Please leave now. Goda, it looks like everyone wants to set down their bags for the time being. Sorry, but could you guide everyone to the guest house? Certainly. Well then, everyone, allow me to guide you.
Then, if you will excuse me.
Goda led the relatives, and they began to head towards the guest house. They were eager to set down their luggage and take a breather. So they didn't realize that Rosa and Maria weren't coming with them.
Come on.
After watching them leave towards the guest house, Rosa's face changed suddenly. She let go with the hand that had been gripping Maria's this whole time. There was a bright red mark there, marking it clear how much excessive force she'd been using on Maria's slender arm. That hand then slapped against Maria's head, pinched her left ear, and lifted. Even though I'm always telling you not to talk about witches. Haven't I always said that was our promise together? Mama, ouch. Mama, ouch, 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 ouch. You really do like blabbering on about Halloween all the time, don't you? A festival for witches? Who cares about the Celts, black magic, all that idiotic trash? You're 9 years old. 9. Because of that scene you made in the train, I went to all the trouble of making a stop and buying you those disgusting monster marshmallows that look like they have fluorescent paint on them. I went out of my way to buy it even though it made us late. How much more will you embarrass me before you're satisfied?
You didn't have the fucking marshmallows the first time, did she?
Nope, this is a very new thing.
Yeah, she had the scorpion charms instead.
Yeah, she had the scorpion charm she gave out to people. Which also means there's limited protection.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, oh boy. Now people actually get to, like, get murdered whenever...
Beatrice
wants.
Yeah. But yeah, again, we're getting into the child abuse. She specifically got everyone to go away. As Rosa cursed, she twisted Maria's ear up, almost as though she was about to tear it off. An expression of anguish spread across Maria's face while she frantically stood on her tiptoes, trying to soften the pain in that ear. Rosa suddenly grabbed the candy that Maria had been holding.
Punch her in her non-existent balls.
She threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over. To Maria, it was supposed to be proof of a memory of a brief span of time when her mother had bought something fun for her.
Like, if I were if I were Rosa, I'd be, like, encouraging her to, like, study more and more and, like, go get a degree in this stuff because, like, having a PhD, even, like, cultural studies is very, very prestigious.
Oh, yeah. Get a degree in history.
History and, like, folklore and shit. Like, go for it.
Yeah, and play it up to grandfather. I think if Rosa embraced it, maybe, he would embrace it.
Like, there is that potential because, like, we don't know why Kinzo doesn't like Maria, but, like, there is a potential of, like, if she became an expert and knew just as much as he did, he might, like, embrace it a little more too.
Yeah, exactly.
I doubt it because, like, he's a fucking dickhead, but...
Yeah, still, you might be able to get through to him a little bit, get a little bit of an edge here and there.
Yeah.
Because even George can, get enough of an impression for things. But now that same mother was grinding it into the ground right in front of her. It was as though a brand had been pushed into Maria's eyes, leaving a mark that can never be erased. What's with this disgusting candy? Disgusting. Disgusting. It's because you're like that. It's always because you're like that. Disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Although, and I don't say this to excuse what Rosa's doing, but just to explain it maybe. She might be reminded of Kinzo's obsession because of her and having flashbacks to her own abuse.
Yeah.
During all this.
Yeah. It's not an excuse, but it is an explanation for how this cycle of violence may have happened. But it's your it's your responsibility as the adult in the situation to break a cycle of violence.
Mm-hmm. Like, the kid is just interested in this stuff. Like, that doesn't mean she's gonna turn around and start hitting you with a fucking wooden sword, right?
Yeah, if anything, abusing her is what's gonna cause that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because then she gets involved in the cycle of violence and so on. As she said that, she struck Maria's head over and over again with her palm. She didn't hit Maria's face, because the red swelling would stand out. And that's the thing that made me sick enough that I kind of had to leave for a minute.
Yeah, like that
she-
like indicates that she is very much conscious of what she's doing.
Yeah, this isn't another personality. This isn't just a heat of the moment thing, which, of course, the fact that it happened twice, and more than twice, judging from I did it again from earlier, already did that. But this makes it very clear that it's not just an emotional regulation issue, even. Because she's conscious enough to go for the head where nothing will swell and show off. Maria closed her eyes tightly, patiently bearing a mother's violence. No, that wasn't quite it. Come back, Mama. Come back, Mama. Save me, Mama. Defeat the bad witch.
Maria has a fang too, and I think that's kind of adorable.
Yep. She kept bearing Rosa's assault, muttering that over and over. Didn't I tell you to stop talking about witches? Why, you. Rosa, tired from hitting her daughter, breathed so hard her shoulders shook. Mia grasped her hands together, withstanding it, hoping her mother would return soon. Mama, come back quickly. Save me, Mama. Eat the bad witch. Fine, just stay there like that forever. Just stand there mumbling about witches and Halloween forever. After hurling those words at Maria, Rosa left in the direction of the guest house, leaving Maria behind. Maria, forgetting even that it was okay to cry, kept staring down into jack-o'-lantern candy that had been trampled beyond recognition. Rosa, where were you? I'm sorry, the roses were so wonderful, Rosa, set your luggage down quickly and come with us. We're gonna go say hi to Kraus. What happened to Maria? Is she still by the flower beds? Yes, it seems she found a rose she likes and insisted that she take care of it, refusing to listen. I decided to let her do what she wants for a while. We sometimes forget that girls have their own little world. Sometimes we have to respect that, right? That's right. Thanks for your concern, Kiri. Goda, where is our room? I will guide you this way. Allow me to hold your luggage.
All right, allow me to interrupt for a second. But I finally got it. The sovereign that's the reality warping mage. I finally got their regnal name.
Okay, nice. Let's hear it.
The sovereign of shackled truth.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's Yeah.
Because you've been working on that since, I think, last week.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's last week. The Sovereign of Shackled Truth. Now I need to name their crown, but it's also I can get there with that because like we described it being a sort of like magical brands with gems being like the centerpieces, like where the brands cross over on their body.
Yeah.
So I can definitely come up with something like that. Yeah, that's good. Or shackled relics? No. Yeah, shackled truth. That'll do it.
Yep. I'll be
All right.
fine.
Anyway, yes, we continue.
Yeah. I'll be fine. I can carry it myself, thank you. Rosa went into her room, guided by Goda, then closed the door somewhat violently and threw her luggage on top of the bed. She got down on her knees in front of the bed, burying her face in it. For a while, Rosa made as if to shred the sheets with her fingernails, sobbing constantly. This one's you.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't expect Cannon to show up, so I was outside the curtain.
Ah, gotcha.
So I heard the voice and I was like, "Oh fuck, I gotta hurry back." Lady Maria, are you all right? Fuck. The wheel got caught in my little plastic mat.
Cannon appeared from
There.
behind a thicket after watching Rosa leave. Yeah, so clearly, this feels much more like, this is her coping mechanism when things start to go
Yeah, like trauma
harshly.
response.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Maria gave a creepy laugh at the Cannon, who had seen the whole thing. Looked like she was enduring as best she could.
She's a horrible person. Can't believe she's a mother. It can't be helped. You can't expect anything better than that to enter a container of that level. I'm just fine.
Cannon got
Sad
down.
news. I need another capture link.
Yeah, jeez.
This one lasted longer than that last one, but still.
Yeah.
Would you? Thank you.
Cannon got down on his knees and picked up the trampled candy. It was tragic just looking at it. He thought about dusting it off and returning it to her, but really couldn't do so with it in that condition. Just as he was wondering what to do, he met Maria's gaze. No, that wasn't quite right. Maria was looking at the candy Cannon had picked up. Right now, Maria's heart was surely the same as the candy. It had been trampled into a pulp. Cannon realized this, but didn't know what he should do.
Let's see. I still got my Werthers here. That's right. I'll exchange it for the one I received earlier.
Cannon remembered that a similar candy he'd received from Maria was in his pocket. Maria stuck out her hand. Cannon thought she was trying to take it, so he held out the candy, but Maria didn't try to grasp it. Then Cannon realized. She was saying give it back. No matter how tragic and trampled it was, this candy was Maria's. Her mother had bought it for her. No matter how tragic, it had to be this candy and no other. If only it were intact enough that it could be fixed by dusting it off. Cannon hung his head.
Dusting it off is the most I can do. I'm sorry.
Cannon held out the miserable-looking candy Maria wanted. She took it and spoke.
Thank you. A human can't do anything except dust it off, but a witch could restore it to how it once was. Be easy for Beatrice. Lady Maria, you know about Beatrice. Fuck you.
Except for Battler, there was no way anyone related to the Ushiro family could have failed to know Beatrice's name. But just now, Maria had bragged about Beatrice the Battler. She had spoken almost as though she was meeting with Beatrice regularly. Cannon felt a sharp pain inside his left hand, which was curled into a fist. In the past, a witch called Beatrice had appeared to tempt him and Shannon. He'd always tried to think of it as a bad dream. However, Shannon insisted that it definitely was a real witch. And then, this summer, shrine to the local Shinto god was hit by lightning, disappearing without a trace over the span of a single night. He knew about Shannon breaking that mirror, and he remembered that as the witch departed, she said she'd eventually be revived. Now, this girl who believed absolutely in Beatrice spoke as though she'd met Beatrice herself. Cannon couldn't suppress a vague sense of foreboding welling up in his heart.
That's indigestion.
For a while, Maria remained silent as though she could see into Cannon's heart, almost as though she was waiting for a memory of Beatrice to be revived. Then she spoke as though it was a fact.
You know, I'm friends with Beatrice. I'm even gonna meet her today and play. You're going to play? Yeah, of course we'll play. We're gonna study magic together. Again, like I think it would really be really awesome if Beatrice like genuinely adopted this kid as her apprentice instead of just like a diversion, you know?
Yeah, the face of that witch, whom Cannon had tried to pretend was a bad dream, began to slowly creep into the back of his mind. You know, in a weird way, she really is like fucking Freddy Krueger.
Mm-hmm.
In that, if you remember your interactions, yeah, if you remember the interactions, you start to recall it again.
Mm-hmm. Father says he's extremely busy with his research. Unfortunately, it seems he'll be unable to come down.
Come on, we put this conference in our schedule to come all the way out to Rokkenjima during this crazy busy fall season. You'd think Dad could at least be a bit more sociable. Yeah, seriously, Dr. Nanjo, is it really his research and his mood that are the problem? He isn't already bedridden, unable to get up, right? Oh, I wonder. There's not much I can say. Nanjo glanced at Natsuhi. Seemed he thought it wasn't his place to speak without first getting Natsuhi's approval.
Now, Baldur's state of health is better than ever. It would be exceedingly rude to call him bedridden. I don't know. I don't think that's really rude. It's just like they don't know.
But he only has 3 months left to live, right? Normally, wouldn't you expect him to be wasted away, unable to get out of bed? Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? For a normal patient, that would probably be the case. But Kinto has extraordinary willpower, and is also powered by booze.
Yeah. Yeah, pickle biz inside so they don't get worse. You know what's actually interesting to me? Korea actually has a cultural folkloric reader.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like there's a lot of them. It's not just one, but like there actually are like divine beings whose sole job it is to like take the souls of the dead and move them over to the afterlife.
Yeah, because even in the case of Shinigami, it's they're they have more than just the ferrying souls thing.
Yeah, but for the Korean Reapers, it's literally just like reaping. They dress up in like today they're depicted as having like a 700-year-old like sort of funeral garb.
Okay, so older funeral garments.
Yeah, which I suppose isn't like too far off the case for how we depict the Reaper today. Is like it's a heavy black cloak that you would wear to a mourning thing
It's
to
mourning
keep the rain
clothes.
off you and like to travel with a funeral procession. Yeah, it's
It's
just that
just
the scythe is the unique thing there.
yeah, the scythe is the unique thing. For a normal patient, that would probably be the case, but Kinto is powered by absinthe and has extraordinary willpower. Perhaps that willpower has frightened even the Reaper away. Well, if he's that energetic, then I guess we have little to worry about for the near future, right? So if he's got that much spunk, I wish he'd at least come to greet us. Isn't the whole point of this family conference to come and see Dad's face? I'm not even sure why we came now.
Here we go. I have an image that like compares the Western Reaper to the Korean Reaper right here.
Alright, and if you could link it in the Discord as well.
Yep, hold on. I'm gonna get over to your thing. Copy image.
Ooh, okay. Very interesting.
I do like their like how they dress. I'm not fond of the hat, but that's because I don't like most hats in the first place. So
Yeah.
anyway, I just pulled it up just because we were talking about it. So
Yeah, fair enough. Don't
nothing
sit.
special there. No larger like point or anything. I just wanted to show that because
Yeah,
I thought it was cool.
just thinking of other Asian nations and their reapers. Don't say that. If you were here, you'd complain the whole time about being unable to relax. Which is also fair. Shouldn't we celebrate the fact that all of us siblings have gathered this year to spend some time alone? We didn't get to see him at last year's family conference either, right? Can't you understand why his blood children might want to see him after 2 years?
If there's anything you'd like to say in greeting, I will tell him for you. Or Eva, is there something you'd like to discuss with Father beyond merely greeting him?
Uh-huh. So he's trying to circumvent Jessica getting the headship,
Mm-hmm.
and possibly circumventing even Kraus getting the headship.
Yeah. And like I think it's interesting that like Natsuhi is like the most decent person of the adults in this family,
Yeah.
but also the only one that Kinzo fucking acknowledges, which is sort of weird.
Yeah, it is this very weird thing. I have to wonder what's going on there. Like, there is still a chance for unreliable narrator, but we haven't had that so far where one scene has been contradicted by another, except in the loops themselves. We haven't had a loop contradict itself.
Yeah. And like I would imagine that he still believes that Natsuhi is like a
A
good
decent
option
woman,
here
yeah.
because she's been here for like what, like 20 years now,
Yeah.
maybe more, like living in this house around him all the time. So
Mm-hmm.
like his opinion of her is not going to change because like the loop was like 2 days, like in
Yeah.
that 2 days it's not going to change his opinion of her.
Then again, we don't know necessarily how long this loop takes place. We just know where we begin, where we, the audience, see
It's
it.
true.
It
That's
could,
true.
it could theoretically start with when she was bound to Rokkenjima.
Yeah, it could start with the deal in the first place and then just like proceed accordingly.
Yeah, probably when she was bound to Rokkenjima, where she would make different decisions.
I mean, I think the deal is when she was bound. Like,
No, well, kind of. It's hard to say with what she was saying earlier. I'm not sure, but either way, basically, when she was bound to Rokkenjima, because she can't undo what Kinzo has already done. As
yeah,
far as that.
otherwise she'd have done that like 1,000 times over,
Oh, yeah.
obviously.
Come on, what are you talking about? Sheesh.
Don't pout with the mo like you're goddamn 12. You're 50, woman.
Give it a rest, Aba. Natsuhi, forgive us.
Like normally I'm all about like people like talking however they like, do as you do, speak as you speak, etc., etc. But like that's just you are 50 years old. Do not pout.
Hmm. And especially because we know you're goading her.
Well, yeah, double that, but also, just like don't pout in general. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're a 50-year-old woman. You are far beyond the age of pouting.
Aba's just worried about father's condition as his daughter. Please try and understand how she feels. Indeed. Look how quickly you've grown to respect father now that you know how much longer he has to live. Yes, I believe I do understand why you want to see him so much. What are you trying to say? Quit it, Kraus. Why don't we pray that his mood will improve by dinner? Anyway, we've only just arrived. For now, we're only here for a casual greeting. And we could even hold a family conference without that.
I do kind of like how Rudolph uses the very like
Mm-hmm.
rough, casual honorifics for his siblings.
Yeah.
Aniki, Aneki, like that sort of thing. Which is like usually translated as boss or whatever, but that's because like that's what thugs use to refer to their bosses, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's
Like the
contextual.
elder the elder like gang members. So like normally you don't actually hear Japanese people calling each other that sort of thing unless they're trying to be like rough and casual, right?
Yeah. Meanwhile, you
Unless they're
have
like, go ahead.
meanwhile you have Rudolph just doing that as a matter of course.
Yeah, exactly. It's just sort of interesting.
And it kind of denotes the kind of environment he's used to now with his businesses.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a few things we
actually,
siblings shouldn't bring to him until we formed a unified opinion. Go ahead.
I started thinking about this specifically because of the solo leveling adaptation, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because I can't remember his name now. I have a lot of trouble remembering Korean names. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I don't hear them very often, like actually literally hear them. I just see them written.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue of we haven't been exposed to them as much as we've been exposed to Japanese. So we'll get there now that we're getting things adapted, but it's going to be a bit.
Give me a second. Yu Jinho, maybe? I think that might be the right name.
Yeah, Yu Jinho. Okay.
The dude with the wolf cut.
Okay.
The D rank with the wolf cut. Yeah, he's right here. Yu Jinho, D rank. Yeah, that's the right guy. Okay, him because in the adaptation uses Japanese language, right?
Right.
Because it's a Japanese adaptation of the Korean comic. And in both the Japanese and the Korean, he uses the somewhat respectful but still casual word for older brother for Sungjin Woo, right?
Uh-huh.
But in the subtitles, they always do what?
For the protagonist, right?
Yes, that's the protagonist. That's the main character.
Yeah, just making it clear for everyone.
Yeah, in the Korean one, he uses Hyung, not Hyung Min, but Hyung, and in the Japanese version, he calls him Aniki. And it's just the subtitles translated this as boss and not older brother or anything like that, which is just weird because
yeah, at most I would go for bro.
He is, the context is that he thinks that Sung Jin Woo is a false ranker, which is someone who's hidden their true power level so they could go into rifts and murder people.
Ah.
Right. So he's definitely afraid and everything, but he's also trying to, because false rankers are underground criminals, right? So he's trying to emulate the thug sort of method of speaking to people, because that's considered more respectful in the criminal organizations than actually using the proper.
Gotcha.
Right?
Also, this has nothing to do with anything other than just Japanese stuff in general and shows.
Yeah, it's just weird little language quirks and all that stuff.
Well, no, what I was gonna say was, you know what's actually popular among 50 plus year old Japanese women?
What's that?
Chicago PD.
What?
Not even joking.
Why? Just specifically Chicago PD and not cops all over America?
Yeah, I'll link you the survey.
I gotta see this shit.
Yeah, let me grab this. It was,
'cause that is just so far out there. I gotta know.
Yeah, it's Chicago PD. And it's basically over a 60-40 split between men and women.
Yeah, that's a 70-30 split. You're looking at this the second graph here. Wow. That's got to be a specific show, right?
Yeah, that's a specific show.
Okay, I thought for some reason that, because I didn't know about this show, that
oh yeah, no, it's
meant actual real life Chicago PD, Japanese women were obsessed with these guys.
Yeah, no. This is this is a TV cop drama.
It's interesting to me that Ascendance of a Bookworm is so popular among women in Japan.
Oh, let me remind myself.
Ascendance of a Bookworm is an isekai thing, a fantasy isekai. The main character is a woman, of course, but she's a girl anyway. I've never seen it. I don't plan on it. because I've read some things that make me not be okay with how the thing ends, so I'm just not going to bother. Um, but it's about a girl getting isekai'd into some fantasy world as a commoner and not a noble or anything like that, and having to fucking like build all of her modern day conveniences herself, and it actually gets really deep into like how paper is made because what she loves is books.
Yeah,
So
she
can't afford them because she's a commoner.
Yeah, and she has a rare disease known as the devouring, which consists of high fevers which flare up whenever the host is stressed or depressed. And
like, as far as I know, it also goes into detail about like how the cultures differ because she does a dogeza at one point to beg her family for something, and everyone's like, "Huh? What are you doing?"
but yeah, I guess it makes sense though. You don't get enough non-otome isekai with
Yeah,
women as the protag.
that's definitely like something that I want all the time.
Yeah, like
I genuinely want that so much.
Yeah, like one of the only other ones that I can think that is super good is Haru is a sex worker in another world, but I can't recommend it to everyone because of
that's like a really fucked up.
Yeah, that is
that's a really fucked up comic.
Yeah, that is a
like
that is a hard sit.
that is a hard read. It's very, very good, but God, is that a hard read?
Yeah, because just for clarification, it goes into how sex workers are mistreated and goes into the difficulties of living in a hyper-misogynistic world.
Yeah, like, worse than we ever had it in real life, kind of hyper-misogynistic.
Yeah, like...
I don't think... There's probably a couple, like, fringe cultures and fringe, like, periods in those cultures that were this bad, but for the most part, absolutely not.
Yeah. Also, I'm surprised in that study that Toho Project leans so young when it's actually at least a little old. I would have at least went with like the over 30s in my estimation.
I don't know. And actually, hold on. Rurouni Kenshin is more popular among men than women? Shit's a shoujo. It's an action shoujo, but still, it's shoujo.
Yeah, but it's action and centers on a dude.
I guess, but like it's a shoujo romance with like a wandering man killing Ronin. All right, like that's like the prototypical bad boy shoujo romance, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure. Really, the thing that surprised me is how much Gintama skews towards women.
I expected that because I've heard it before, although I still don't know why.
Yeah, like I don't get why. It's a fairly
just
good
for people on stream. Let me pull this up because we've been talking about this for a couple of minutes. So I'm just gonna here you go, so everyone can see what we're talking about. Anyway, yes, continue.
Well, yeah, it's an action comedy. It's not particularly, it doesn't have any of the markers that would say, oh yeah, this would skew towards women rather than being a 50-50.
Yeah, it doesn't even have like the shoujo or josei like art style, right?
Yeah,
it just looks like a fucking shonen, maybe a seinen, but probably a shonen.
Yeah,
right.
I'm also surprised by Precure. Because that's skewing way towards men more than I would have thought. Because that
on the thing.
It's right above Bleach.
No, I see it. I see it. I expected Bleach to be somewhere in the middle, leaning towards men, because it's a very action heavy shonen.
Yeah,
but it also treats most of its female characters as actual characters. So.
Yeah, though they get much more of the shaft on pathos.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And I still will forever scream to the heavens and anyone who will listen that Orihime and Ichigo should not have ended up together.
Yeah.
That was a one-sided crush completely.
Yeah, also, Shad got fucking robbed.
Yeah, Chad got absolutely robbed. Can I get another capture link, by the way?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, My Hero Academia, I can see an Attack on Titan. I can see their placement.
Mhm.
Let me grab invite user, go over, and boom.
There we go.
Studio Ghibli as a whole, I can kind of see where it skews more 50-50. Tokyo Revengers, I can also see.
Yeah, I can see that. I didn't really like it too much myself, but I can definitely see how that would happen.
Yeah, because it's...
Demon Slayer being 50-50 kind of surprises me a little bit.
Really?
Mm. Now that I think about it, yes, I can understand that, but like I would not have expected that, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Let's see. Yeah, Free Ren seems about right. I would have expected maybe it to be dead middle, but that's about okay.
Yeah. By the way, for everyone wondering, So no Free Ren is amazing.
Yes.
In English, it's called Free Ren at the Funeral. For the manga and for the anime, it's Free Ren Beyond Journey's End. But it's fantastic. It's genuinely one of my favorite fantasy works, literally ever.
Basically, if you want a good fantasy, but you cannot stomach Goblin Slayer for the tone it has when it comes to the goblins, read Free Ren or watch Free
Yeah.
Ren.
Although it still has that to an extent, because in Goblin Slayer, goblins are unrepentantly evil. Period.
Yeah, like it's still...
And so are the demons in Free Ren.
Yeah.
However, the reasons why are completely different.
Yeah, the reasons
Like,
why...
demons do not do all the nasty, awful things that goblins do. Instead, they just fucking murder everyone.
Yeah, they
constantly.
Yeah, they are murderous and they have an alien sensibility to ours.
Yeah, like the way it's described in the work, and this is actually very true from what I've seen, is that they are more or less just monsters who evolved the ability to speak, specifically to deceive humans.
Yeah. And even when one tries, they cannot completely understand and make some horrifying mistakes.
Yeah, like
Well,
the earliest one shown.
Yeah, let's just
is
leave. Maybe.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the the earliest one shown was a child demon.
Yeah.
And it got pretty rough.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, a child demon tried to understand because they were a child, but still could not. And that's all I'll say.
Yeah. And like that's actually demons trying to understand mankind because they are sapient, genuinely. They are sapient. Demons trying to understand mankind is a plot point. And a very important one, which I still haven't seen like the full unraveling of yet, and I'm completely caught up on the manga, so we will see how that turns out.
Yeah. Also, Bungo Stray Dogs is pretty interesting. Because that is people with powers related to famous authors.
Yeah. I need to catch up on the anime because I did watch like the first 2 seasons and I just didn't catch the third one.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
And
Pretty
yes,
good.
Spy Family being near middle but skewing towards women makes sense to me.
Yeah. Same.
All right, that's enough of that. That's way into the weeds anyway.
For fuck's sake. I just got a text message anyhow.
All right.
What kind of bullshit do I have to do this time? For fuck's sake. They just want me to make a cup of coffee for them. I am so fucking sick of this person.
All right, we will be right back. I'll just take a bio break while we're doing that anyway.
Yeah, that's probably a good call. I will... Alright.
Thanks so much for your patience, everybody.
Yep, we're back.
Yep.
Hi, Ember. How you doing, buddy? Can you get away from my keyboard, please? Thank you. Little shit.
Isn't that right, Hideyoshi? Yep, just as Rudolph says. This is the only time of year we can all meet in person. We've got to take this valuable time seriously and be frank with each other. Even though the tea hadn't yet arrived, they were very determined. But before that, perhaps we can spare the time to enjoy some black tea at our leisure. Surrounded by the wonderful furnishings of the parlor, Curie's words seemed to contain a subtle admonition directed at everyone gathered. They all understood.
Right, that is one more thing that I dislike about what's it called? Obsidian. Is when I create a new folder or file, it puts it outside all of the other folders and files, and I'm just like, please just put it on the one that I have selected right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that is.
Just sort of annoying. Like, it's not a big deal. It's just kind of, annoying.
Yeah, that is kind of annoying.
I gotta make sure to write down the fucking regnal name for that sovereign, so I don't forget.
Okay, so what you can do for a folder, at least, is right-click on the folder and make a new one. And it'll be within that folder.
Yes, that will help. Thank you. That's the good tech.
Yeah, I needed to double-check that worked, but yep, that works.
Okay, good. Yeah, new note, new folder. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Excellent.
They all understood, and as they cleared their throats and straightened their neckties, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a time. Excuse me, I brought some tea. We said it last time, and we said it now. Please keep those comments to yourself. Hey, Shannon.
Yeah.
You just keep getting prettier and prettier. I know he means well.
Yeah, but it's like, it's one of those things, like, people, when they say shit like this, they mean well, usually, but, like, stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Or at least find a better way to say it. But yeah, even then, like, just say she's grown, like Battler. Or
that
something.
would also be better, yeah.
Or, you're becoming more and more womanly, or whatever, or you get my point.
Even saying more womanly is kind of...
Yeah. Or you're growing into a fine woman. How's that?
Yeah, okay. I can work with that.
Shannon entered the parlor, pushing the serving cart. Everyone decided to relax and enjoy some black tea for the time being. Wonderful aroma began to spread throughout the room. As far as anyone could see, the strained atmosphere from before Shannon's arrival seemed like a lie. Of course, Shannon, who was setting out the tea, probably didn't even notice. He really seemed to laugh faintly at how adult everyone was suddenly acting. Rudolph didn't like it when Kiri took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. It was his worthless male pride. Well, at least it's acknowledged it's worthless in the narrative.
Mm.
He probably didn't want to look like a weak man who took advice from his wife. But, you should take advice from your spouse.
I know what they're there for. Covering for your weaknesses, and you cover for theirs.
Yeah, and that's pretty much a relationship that Kiri and Rudolph have. She understood that and did her best to refrain from saying any more than was necessary. So she separated herself from the circle of siblings who only superficially appeared to be enjoying some time together alone, casually drank her tea near the window. Oh, Rosa, I thought you siblings were enjoying some alone time. You must be joking. Sorry, don't take it the wrong way. Just a little exasperated by my husband. Apparently, Rosa hadn't been able to keep up with that on-the-surface friendliness. They'd come here to fight bloodily and dirtily, each trying to grab a part of the inheritance for themselves. Probably didn't like suddenly pretending that they were all chummy. Or maybe she was still too immature for that. Looks like the wind started blowing hard out there. Plants are all shaking so much. The typhoon's probably gotten pretty close already. Wonder if we'll see a lot of rain tonight. Yeah, it really has grown a lot this past year. Does it look that way? She still can't even fold her own clothing yet. Lady, you might just be teaching her the wrong way. Judging from everything else, you might not be teaching it her at all.
Or at least very poorly.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to keep that up. So I'm trying to take a snip of something that'll just like, if I take the snip, it'll just like make up my entire screen white for a second.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
No, it's true. It's because she had such an affectionate mother. She'll grow into a girl with a rich heart. I can't tell if you believe that or not, Kiri.
I don't think she does, personally.
Yeah, it's just she's not the type for that kind of negging that Ava does. So I just can't tell necessarily. Rosa fell silent. Maybe she was unsure as to what Kiri meant by that. I'm a failure as a mother. Children don't get to choose their parents. That poor girl. Well, at least you're acknowledging it right now. Doesn't that go both ways? Parent can't choose what kind of child they have either. Which is the truth. You could end up with a child that is queer. You can end up with a child that has a disability. Anything. And these aren't inherently negative traits, but they can present unique challenges, and you need to be ready to accept that.
Yeah. Side note, did I tell you that my mother tells people that I'm disabled because I used to play a lot of sports?
What?
Yeah. Instead of just saying that like I lost a lot of weight suddenly and it hurt me really badly, she just says because I used to play a lot of sports. I hadn't played sports for like 8 years at least. Since then, like before then.
That's not how people become disabled in the way that you're disabled.
I know. Like my shoulder grinds and clicks a bit, and that's like my left shoulder specifically because of my sports play. But that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah, like
and it only started doing that like a year or two ago. You know.
Yeah, like multiple concussions, arm issues. Yes, leg issues, but not the kind you have, and not the way that it came about.
Like torn meniscus or something, right? Like, Or like a fucked up Achilles tendon, something. But not what I've got.
Yeah, it's like, lady, you don't actually know what's going on with your own child.
Ugh, it's fucked up, man. My dad still worries that he passed on like muscular dystrophy to me or something like that. I'm just like, dude, I do not have muscular dystrophy.
Yeah, that as far as what I know about muscular dystrophy, that would have shown up already.
I mean, you can have like adult onset muscular dystrophy. It's just that I just literally don't have any of the symptoms of muscular dystrophy.
Yeah,
None of them. Like I've got the pain, but like pain comes with just about fucking every kind of
yeah, that's what.
issue,
Yeah,
right?
that's the thing is you need to have a good number of things in a diagnosis.
Yeah, like I don't have any issues with feeling in the muscles. The muscles don't contract. I don't have contractures or anything like that. Though I'm not losing any muscle definition like rapidly or any muscle mass rapidly. It's just I don't know. I know why he's worried about it. It's because like his older brother died of it when he was like much younger than me actually.
Yeah, which
But
yeah,
it's just like I don't have any of the problems, man. Just like calm down.
yeah,
It's not
yeah,
that. Like if what I have is innate and I was born with it, then it wasn't triggered until I was like 24 and I lost a shit ton of weight. All right.
yeah. It's one of those unfortunate things that people feel bad when their kids lose the genetic lottery and they can tell it's from their side of the family. It's like,
Yeah, like I could definitely understand that, but it's
yeah,
not that.
yeah, but my point is, it's like that's not your fault.
Yeah,
That,
because like if I had muscular dystrophy, my hands would be affected too, not just
yeah,
my legs.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's that for a start. But yeah, in general, that's just not your fault. You just need to accept a new reality and help your kid how you can.
Hmm.
Rosa bit her lower lip. This isn't a matter of assigning blame.
Yes, it is.
Isn't it enough that you take your time and watch over her as she grows, conscious of the fact that you'll be living together?
No.
You spend every day with Maria, so you probably don't notice the small changes. But the rest of us who haven't seen her for a year can see clearly how much she's grown. Yeah, Ava has given Rosa here a complex.
Yeah.
Because Ava will say shit like this, but you can tell she's dragging out the words and being a shit.
Yeah, more or less.
If you really mean that, thank you very much. Though it is a good reminder, progress can be very incremental, and you might not notice how you or the projects you're working on grow. But,
Yeah. It's actually called there's a specific psychological word for it. It's change blindness. Is you don't notice the smaller changes. You just continue on and then like eventually something big enough changes that you're like, "Oh, hold on." And then you notice it all. But
yeah,
until that happens,
yeah, like you can notice little change. There are little changes in yourself. Um,
change blindness is also the reason why like people sometimes don't notice your haircut different. Like, if it's similar to your old one, people might not notice.
yeah, absolutely.
And
Because
like a lot of people will feel snubbed when no one notices about their haircut or like their new contacts or what have you. But it's generally not the other people's fault.
yeah,
All right. It's
basically,
called change blindness for a reason.
yeah, and basically the way that works, as far as physical changes and physical differences, is you've seen the thing or the person enough times that your brain is kind of filling in the details. So you're kind of just glancing over it. Because it's similar enough, so your brain goes, oh, there were no changes.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, like I'm vastly simplifying
dye hair or something like that.
Yeah, like I'm vastly...
Of course, this is, again, yes, as Mal is saying, this is vastly simplified.
Yeah, this is vastly oversimplifying it, like a biological process to do with the brain and how we even articulate things in our world.
But just this is a real thing. You will just not notice really small changes over time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it took a good while for me to get into a new environment and realize, oh, there's a lot that I'm kind of changing about myself now that I'm doing things. And it goes, oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm making a lot of changes.
Also, how people can not notice that they're gaining or losing weight.
Because it's not that big change they're looking for. It's very gradual. Because you should be losing weight at a slow pace, not a quick one.
Not 10 pounds a month sort of deal. Like, you slower.
Yeah.
Slower.
Yeah, about a pound a week is what I understand to be.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. It's like 3 or 4 pounds a month. Sounds about right. So I lost my weight at 3 times that pace, which is why I have issues.
So yeah, like, you're going to have long-term negative effects from that. But that's going way into the weeds of the actual conversation point. But just, be kind to yourself, be kind to your body.
And be understanding of others when they don't notice certain changes.
Yeah, like, point it out to them and they'll go, oh, yeah, and take it in and go, oh, okay, so you did this bit here. Or, okay, now it's this color instead of the slightly different
Of course, this
color.
doesn't apply to, vastly different hairstyles. Like, if you've got, hair down to your ass and then you cut it to your jaw and then shave the sides and spike it up into a mohawk, people should notice that.
Yeah, no. This is like very subtle, oh, we're adjusting the bangs kind of thing.
Yeah. Like, when it's a trim or a small cut, only 2 or 3 inches, people might not notice. And that's fine. That's just a normal thing.
And if you will excuse me, if there's anything you desire, please call for it at any time. Shannon bowed politely and left the room. Hideyoshi and Rudolph, who had a soft spot for women, watched her go. The atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon's visit. If Father can't come down, well, that does still leave us with certain things we can discuss. Right, Rudolph? Yep, that's right.
Dusty tea. Your tea should not be dusty, by any means.
Yeah, no. We didn't come all the way out here just to drink some dusty tea, right? Yeah, I have to wonder if they meant more like ancient, old, or something.
Maybe. They probably did, in fact, because, I'm just taking the piss and being a smartass, so.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, that's a weird way to translate that. Very well. What is this matter that you're clearly so eager to discuss? You damn well know. My, those people really are determined. They certainly got started quick. I need to join in too. If I don't assert myself, those people will quickly forget that there are 4 siblings. Yeah, she probably got that treatment a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, fuck Rosa, but also, yeah, that's probably exactly what occurred. Sounds like you got it pretty tough yourself. Maybe I spoke too harshly. Forgive me. No, I don't mind. I'm the one who should be apologizing. As a pair of mothers with daughters, we should talk more often.
Kiri has a daughter?
Yeah, Kiri has a
Or is
daughter.
she talking about...
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, Kiri
Huh?
has. Yeah, Kiri has a daughter.
Okay.
Fair
enough.
Yeah, it's been a while, but they mentioned it way back in the airport of the first loop. Her name is Anji.
Just daughter with Rudolph?
It did not say. It's just it is Kiri's daughter, and she gets sick a lot, so she's staying with relatives rather than coming to the conference this year.
Okay, well, because like from the name, I would assume that it's Angie or Angela. You know what have you? If it's a daughter with Rudolph, that makes sense.
If I remember right, she is possibly named after the grandmother. We'll have to see when we get to the grandmother's name, because I think they talk about it this loop.
All right, fair enough. We'll see.
As a pair of mothers with daughters, we should talk more often. Every single time we meet, we end up talking about something shady. You know, it capitalized shady like I'm talking about the real Slim Shady. You can blame the atmosphere in this mansion for that. Once you breathe in this air, everyone gets so strained. Just once, I'd like to have a nice long cup of tea with you when we aren't attending a family conference. And I think Kiri does mean that.
Yeah.
There's a wonderful coffee shop in Ginza that's a favorite of mine. Please let me invite you sometime soon. Because at least the way...
I do not think you'll ever get the chance.
Yeah, because at least the way I read Kiri is, yeah, she's willing to do awful shit. But it's because she wants a comfortable life.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, like she definitely like wants that. She strikes me as that kind of character that wants that decent life and the people around her to be like comfortable and all that stuff. But she is absolutely to just like murder a man for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like in a weird way, like her dress is something I could imagine like a kind of, assassin wearing, in like a manga or something, obviously.
Yeah.
That kind of femme fatale kind of thing.
I can't wait for that fucking screenshot of her like hefting a fucking Spaz 12 to become relevant because I have no idea what the context for that is. Like, did she just stash that in her fucking suitcase or something? Like, I want to know.
As far as I know, that also belongs to Kinzo.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Dude just likes his guns.
I guess. Shit. Which mean like fair, buddy. If I could have a collection, I would too.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with guns is the violence, which is also the accessibility of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if you're on an island with literally nobody else, other than people connected to you...
Might be a good call to have a couple.
I mean, yeah.
Might be a good call to have a couple.
I mean, first off, good call. Second off, you're not really spreading the potential for violence that much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Kiri. That sounds great. Oh no, the sky's gotten dark pretty fast. Could almost believe the people in this room made the weather worse. There's already thunder. Oh, what's that one there? It, there really were small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. The weather seemed to have worsened faster than expected. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rosa's head. She remembered that her beloved child was out in the rose garden. A normal girl would try to go inside if the weather got bad, but Maria's was different. She would sometimes get stubborn and refuse to move if rain or even spears fell from the sky. That's right, I told that child to just stay there doing that forever, didn't I?
Maybe don't treat your kid like shit, lady.
Oh no, Maria. Everyone looked back at Rosa when she let out a small scream. What? What is it? I'm sorry, I'm going outside for a second. I'll be right back. But seriously, what's going on with her? Don't worry, she'll be back soon. More importantly, shouldn't we begin? Our main topic. That's right, we can keep talking about that without Rosa. Let's return to our discussion. Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a light breeze. It told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she'd thought. Just as Kiri had said, the wind was mixed in with small droplets of rain. There was also a low rumble of thunder. It could start raining any time. Rosa headed for the rose garden. She had headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told to come to the mansion around lunchtime, so they were probably in the guest house waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come to them, they would surely think I took her to the mansion with me, and wouldn't worry much. After all, she had been with her mother, so there should have been no reason to worry. I was here, and I abandoned my daughter to the worsening weather. Maria, are you there? If you're there, answer me. I was right. She was still standing stock still, exactly the same way she'd been, in the place where I had scolded her. Held in her hands was the candy that I bought her, given her, and then stepped on and crushed. That gripped in her hand, she stood there as the powerful winds whipped her hair about, tormenting her.
Again, maybe don't treat your kid like shit, lady.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Maria. Forgive Mama. Mama, welcome back. I waited a long time for you to come back. The scary witch pinched me, but I stayed strong, waiting for Mama to come back without crying. Maria, forgive your Mama. Forgive your Mama. You didn't do anything wrong. You were just possessed by a bad witch again. So I'm fine. I really like you, Mama. I love you. Ugh.
Little kid.
Yeah.
Someone who is better at writing family stuff than I am, like make a fucking childcare fan fiction for for Maria, like getting like the care she needs.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive your mama for losing to the bad witch. Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness. Once again, those tears dripped down after who knows how many times. Only the brilliant sun had been shining on the two of them. All of their cares would have evaporated. It might have felt like they could begin anew. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. Sadly, there were only fierce winds with occasional thunder. The sound of Maria sniffling brought Rosa to her senses. Maria stood exposed to the wind for too long. She'd probably catch a cold. Okay, Maria, it's almost time for lunch. Why don't you come back to the mansion with me? Won't
No.
go.
What? Why?
Why not? Rosa thought she'd already received Maria's forgiveness, so she hadn't imagined Maria would have refused. That expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother. So Rosa couldn't understand why Maria wanted to stand still pointlessly as the weather grew even worse. Maria answered that question.
Oh, she wants to greet the witch. Fair enough.
It's Beatrice. She'll be here really soon, so I'm waiting. Rosa struggled to find words for a moment, then fell silent.
See, what you say here is just like, okay, well, we'll go eat, and then if she, we'll keep an eye out for her, and if she shows up, you can leave the table to go greet her, right? It's like,
and it's almost like Maria knows what she's supposed to be doing, because she needs to meet Beatrice as she's going to have the letter.
Yeah, that's true.
They'd only just managed to make up after all. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright. Beatrice is coming? Really? Then instead of waiting here, why don't we wait in the mansion? If you stay in this wind too long, you'll catch a cold. She'll come. Beatrice will come, and when she does, I'll give her a candy. Yeah, but why not wait in the mansion? She can come into the mansion, right?
Yeah, or at least like wait under the canopy of the like the awning sort of deal, right? Like,
Yeah.
stay out of the wind and rain for a couple minutes, and we'll bring you some hot food or whatever. Or at least I would. But like, this is fucking Kinzo's house, so like that little shit, that old bastard probably won't do a damn thing about it.
Yeah. But yeah, at least, stay out on the canopy or, like, hey, we can stay in one of the rooms where we can see the outside from the window. We can see the rose garden from the window. Yeah, it'll suck not to be in that conversation, but hey, we can stay in the room that's, overseeing it. And when you see Beatrice, you can go outside.
Yeah, and go greet her, etc., etc. Like there's a lot of like really easy ways to fucking like smooth this over and get the kid to like come with you.
She'll come. Beatrice will come, and when she does, I'll give her candy. I'll do trick or treat.
It would be very funny to see what
I'll give her a jack-o'-lantern marshmallow
would
candy
say
and
to
say
that.
Happy Halloween. Well, considering how she responded to Shannon, I think she'll actually be happy by that.
Oh, absolutely. I just want to see what would happen.
Oh, yeah. Maria pulled yet another sweet out of her handbag, moaning, ooh. Rosa was bewildered and didn't know what to do. Maria started being difficult again. At that time, there was a sudden blast of thunder. It's probably a sign that this island had been sealed off by the storm, detached from common sense of reality. So after this moment, all common sense would probably cease to apply. The wind blew even stronger, and amidst that blizzard of scattered rose petals, a figure appeared, leaving Rosa unable to imagine this was a scene from reality. It's probably, no, definitely fantastical. After all, that shadow of a person was
Oh, nice.
Yeah, behold the new fit you were wondering about in the concept art.
Yeah.
Beatrice!
And Rosa can actually see this, I assume?
Yes.
Excellent.
Maria dashed over to the shadow. Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to someone whom she hadn't seen before and didn't know. But Rosa forgot to do that, was unable to do anything but stand there stunned.
It's been quite some time. Have you been well?
I've been well. Witches don't catch colds.
Indeed, a witch can use curses to make people catch colds, but how foolish would it be if she caught one herself? I love that they both have fangs. Like that's,
Oh, yeah.
did did Maria's design have a fang in the first loop? I would imagine it did.
Yeah, it did.
Notice.
I'm pretty sure.
But like,
I mean,
I would really like it if she slowly began to look more and more like Beatrice as time went on in the loops. Like each loop, she looked a little bit more like her. You know, like the bangs changed a little bit or what have you.
oh yeah,
I think
for
that would
sure.
be really cool. From now on, you should take care not to catch something like a cold yourself.
She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was happily spoiling Maria. However, Maria had called it out in the beginning when the woman appeared. So even though Rosa had never met her, even though the woman still hadn't introduced herself, Rosa was able to know her name. However, that name held a special meaning of Rokkenjima, and in the Ushiromiya family. There's no way something that stupid could be. Look at what we bought. I'll give you one too, Beatrice.
Indeed, happy Halloween. Oh, is this for me? How truly adorable that a candy would be made out of this, the lonely light of a man lost in the darkness of purgatory, unable to go to heaven or hell. It's been a minute since you got to celebrate Halloween, huh, Beatrice? Right now, on this island that has been cut off from both the world of humans and the world of non-humans.
They both look so happy, by the way.
Yeah, they do. They do look really happy. Beatrice's even got like the small like happy blush going on, right? Like,
Yeah.
there may be no more suitable sweet. Oh, oh, fucking get her, Beatrice! Come on. Anyway, Maria, what's wrong with that one?
The witch noticed the sweet Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy, which had been stomped on by Rosa until it reached this pitiful state. It got stepped on and smashed. Can you fix it, Beto? And this is worth noting. No one has used this other than Berncastle. Or Berncastel.
Yeah. I did notice that. She's the only mortal that's actually used that.
Maria didn't
Or
go.
so far mortal, anyway. We don't. Let's make this girl a witch. Let's make her dreams come true.
Yes, absolutely. Maria didn't go so far as to say that it was her mother who'd stepped on it. However, for some reason, when the witch saw that candy, she looked at Rosa and grinned. A chill went down Rosa's spine as though this gaze was staring straight through her.
Fucking get her. It shall be easy. Give it to me.
Maria held the candy out gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch, stunned. How did this person plan to trick Maria, somehow undoing the fact that the candy had been pitifully trampled? Maria looked as though she believed it could be fixed good as new. Without real magic, there was no way such a thing could be possible.
My, it is quite crushed, isn't it? Come, Maria. Close your eyes and try to remember. Because it really was that wonderful a candy. The candy of your memories is always full and fluffy. So you try to remember as well. What kind of candy was it really?
Along with those strange words spoken as though singing an improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. Maria was closing her eyes and remembering, just as the witch had told her to, what shape had that crushed candy really had. Therefore, only Rosa saw that scene. The sweet had been thrown into the air, burst into a gold color. No, that wasn't it. Those were golden butterflies. It scattered into several golden butterflies. They began to gather at the witch's hand, held up to the sky.
He's even making a show of it just because she can. I kind of like that.
And as she did this, unbelievably, it returned to its beautiful original form, no different from when it had been bought. Only Rosa and the witch witnessed that scene. Unable to comprehend what was occurring right before her eyes, Rosa stood with her mouth hanging open, completely forgetting to shut it.
May now open your eyes. Take it. With this, your sweet has returned to normal.
Beatrice, it's always incredible. Incredible! Yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily blame Rosa for just being like, oh shit, I just saw some real magic.
Yeah. Like, unless there's some real fucking, like, unreliable narrator shit going on, there is absolutely 100% magic in this setting. Period. Like, there's no doubt about it. We've been shown it on screen multiple times at this point.
Yeah,
Like, and that one's especially cannot be a trick.
yeah, because you cannot do those butterflies with, you know, something special. Like, there would have to be a fucking hallucination.
And like a mass one, controlled even. And
Mm-hmm.
you can't really do that. I mean, you can control it, but it takes like a shit ton of coaching.
Yeah. There was a stark contrast between Rosa's shock and Maria's innocent joy. Was that what the witch was laughing at? A smile floated to Beatrice's face, one different from the smile she'd shown Maria.
Does my face seem familiar? If you stare so fixedly, you might burn a hole through it.
I'm sorry. Those words triggered something very clearly in Rosa's mind. Rosa knew this face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch. But no, wait, could this mystery woman really be?
Maria, I give you this in exchange for the sweet you gave me. Okay, so it's like a sort of like a trade or a deal in her mind.
A letter? The witch pulled a western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria made it to open it, the witch stopped her.
You must not. The time will soon come for you to open it, but until then, you absolutely must not. Take good care of it. That will be your invitation to the Golden Land.
Golden Land.
I genuinely think she looks way better in this outfit than she does in the dress.
I agree.
And I'm not saying that just because my own avatar wears a shirt and vest, all right?
Yeah, though it does help a little.
Yeah, like I'm into that look. That's why I like it so much, and that's why I made my avatar like this. But still,
The Golden Land, so you'll finally take me there.
take it and treat it with care. You must not show it to anyone.
I'll keep that promise. You've always got to keep promises with witches.
And this is for you.
Huh? Me? Probably hadn't imagined that the witch would speak to her, too. Rosa was bewildered by the second Western envelope, which was thrust before her. She'd seen this type of envelope before. There could be no mistake. It was one of Kinzo's special envelopes used when he wrote in his own hand and bearing Ushirimiya family crest, sealed with red sealing wax, and furthermore it had a mark that seemed to have been made by the head's ring. In other words, even without asking what was inside this letter, Rosa knew that this woman, whom Maria called Beatrice, was trusted enough to be placed in charge of a personal letter of the current Ushirimiya head.
It could have been any of the four siblings. However, the fact that I have met you here probably means that you were chosen by Kinzo's roulette. So take it. And read its contents aloud while seating at the dinner table when all of the siblings are gathered.
1 second, I just need to take my meds.
Yep, no problem. This gives me a chance to do a quick little thonk on something.
Alright, I'm back.
All right. One quick question before we go on.
Okay.
What is the crown of the sovereign of shackled truths made out of? Like, what is the actual like material that they used? Is it just pure mana, like the crown of the weeping star, or is it like something more physical, like someone else? Like, who was it? Which fucking sovereign was it that made something physical out of it? 1 second. Or sovereigns and crowns, blah blah blah. Dying Divinity made it out of another crown.
Let's
So
see.
Riven Nightmares. No, Riven Nightmares made it out of a soul.
Blackened Bone.
Blackened Bone. What makes you say that?
I'm thinking of the amount of basically unfulfilled sovereigns who took the crown and kind of their follies throughout.
So you mean like the bone ash of the other true mages of the world?
Yeah.
That could be interesting. Yeah, that sort of thing would have power. Side note, but I am calling the true mages Heaven Spawn, as like that's what they're called in world. It's because like they're, it seems like a godly ability to the humans of that world, right? To be
Yeah,
able to
of
use
course.
magic freely without like any devices.
Yeah, because the crown has changed hands so many times, and so many people have died. it kind of accumulates these charred bones. And that's the
Are
connecting.
you thinking of a different sovereign?
Remind me again what the crown looks like.
The shackled truth sovereign is the one that uses the geometric shapes over the body like a shackled cage with gems. That's the mage, the albino mute mage, the one that we were working on for that. They didn't take their crown from anyone. They're the one that warps reality when they don't have their rings on.
Oh, okay. That's the one. That's the one. Okay. Well,
you might have been thinking of the Sovereign of 1,000 Crowns.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Sovereign of 1,000 Crowns. But you could still make this work as mages that try to attain that level of power, but burn themselves up in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's what I was actually thinking, was something like that.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, something like that. And then just kind of that build up and that knowledge that is also why the Sovereign is so careful of how it can, distort the world.
Yeah. Because I imagine, like, during their time, they probably had to put down more than a few that were, like, warping reality and couldn't control it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, bone ash of the... Okay.
Yeah, and people mistakenly sometimes think it's ebony.
Like, ground up ebony.
Well, just to be clear, what I'm saying is I think it's literally bone that has gone black from sitting in a fire. Not, not like ashen, not like, well, specifically not powder. Just to make sure.
You think they have like an actual cage and not painting on their body?
Yes.
Okay, like a secondary skeleton.
Yeah, kind of this outline that, a bunch of small bones, so it's not like bulging their body heavily, but it is decoration, maybe under their cloak kind of thing.
Yeah, all right. I would think that the crown would manifest directly on their body, and remember that sovereigns can freely like dematerialize their crowns. They don't have to have it out all the time.
Yeah.
Which is why Gwyneth doesn't just like walk around with a hole in reality behind her head all the time.
I mean, fair, but also I figure like I have to consider what the silhouette is like for when the crown is out, and it bulging out too much might not be great, but you're also the artist, so you can consider what silhouette you think is best for you.
However the fuck they want, I think. Like even their own crowns will change over time, but like they can like manifest it on their body directly or like around them or what have you.
Yeah.
Like, it's their crown. They can do with it what the fuck they want, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but that's but like bone ash is basically what you were saying there. Bone ash isn't necessarily like powdered. It's like
it's
it can manifest as like a you know how like when you burn a log, sometimes there's a large chunk of like charred wood left.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm thinking about.
Char all the way through, but like it's still in solid form.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm thinking about.
With a person's bones, that's still called bone ash. So
gotcha.
Because usually when you burn bones, they don't actually turn to ash. You have to grind them up afterwards.
So that's fair. But yeah, just making sure I was clear that I meant like an outline of a skeleton. Like a cage, not a like line markings using like literal ash or ground bone.
Okay. I think I can work with that. Something to do with the bones of mages who have burned themselves out.
Oh, so I do have one that part of it that will use the ash itself, like the actual powder, which is the outline of a skull on the mage's face.
Okay, like ceremonial paint almost.
Yeah, like ceremonial paint. I'm thinking specifically of Valdun. practitioners,
Paladin.
or voodoo, but
Voodoo. Okay, voodoo.
or about voodoo.
For people wondering, the actual thing is pretty sure it's like. One second. Let me make sure
Yeah,
that this is the right spelling.
yeah, because this can be done poorly by people who are not educated in it.
Let's see.
And there's obviously other practices that do this, but it's the one I've
Yeah,
seen.
it's Vodun is the actual thing.
Yeah,
Although there is one that's also Vodun. So it's spelled like this is just a couple of them. Let's see. Let me type these in, then I'll copy them over to your chat as well. This is just a couple of the potential spellings that you can find for it. Here you go.
Now continuing the reading, what did you say? Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope that had been handed to her. Today was the family conference, and the biggest object of discussion would be the inheritance problem. So she had joined it, together with Ava and Rudolph. And they planned to force a certain condition on Kraus to try and extort several hundred million yen in cash out of him.
Like a Baron Samedi sort of face paint.
Yeah. Baron Samedi, yes.
Okay, yeah. All right, yes. Sorry, I just had to
get that sorted in your head, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I could probably come up with a type of crystal on my own, I think.
Yeah, I figured you'd get that one too. And I would almost go for several different colors if you can make it work.
Most gemstones come in multiple different colors.
Yeah, of course, but just saying, like, for sake of completeness on my thoughts.
But like, Nate could give you more information on that, but like most gemstones that we have are actually all the same material, which was like different minor impurities.
Yeah, different minor
impurities.
Like
emerald has copper in it
to
make it green.
Yeah, and things that we call, for instance, amethyst can come in several colors.
Yeah. Or is it ruby that has copper in it? I think ruby has iron. Well, ruby and emerald.
It's as if it was as if the witch could see through all of that. What does she intend to announce when all of us siblings are gathered?
Okay. It's ruby and sapphire that are the same, not ruby and emerald. Okay.
Gotcha. And with a personal envelope that no one but the Ushiramiya head can use. Maria, the weather is getting worse. Return to the guest house and wait for lunchtime.
I would have looked up in a second. You didn't give me a chance, really. And Rosa, we will meet again later.
Oh no, that was just me fucking up.
Oh, okay. I thought you were reading ahead because I was looking over at the other screen. No. Allow me to introduce myself again at that time. All right. So Emerald is beryl, and beryl can come in emerald, aquamarine, morganite, heliodor, goshenite, red beryl, and pezotite, something like that. So it's a bunch of different gems, like most people don't know that. And the same is true of corundum.
Oh, corundum.
Or corundum, yeah. Corundum, whatever. Let's see. Aluminum oxide, what can it show up as?
The witch turned her back to her, laughing. Then she began to head towards the mansion with an air of composure. Maria energetically called out and watched her go, then began to dash towards the guest house, leaving Rosa behind, as though she wanted to inform the other cousins of her fortunate meeting with the witch as soon as she could. At last, Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger, unable to do anything but pray what had happened was just a daydream. When the witch reached the entrance hall, Genji could be seen there. Genji welcomed the
Okay,
guest approaching from the entrance hall with a
it's just
respectful
Ruby
bow.
and Sapphire.
Okay.
It's just Ruby and Sapphire that are Corundum. I have been waiting, Lady Beatrice. It's been quite some time, Genji. You've gotten old. No matter how old it becomes, furniture carries out its work like furniture until the end. Jealous of him? Really? I remember how that man's wife used to be jealous of you. Is Kinzo doing well? He is doing extremely well.
The witch probably laughed because she knew Kinzo's own doctor had announced that Kinzo didn't have long to live. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo and noticed his vigor, which wasn't at all what you'd expect from someone nearing the end of his life, they might easily call that doing extremely well. Maybe that's what the witch was laughing at.
Then let us go and greet him. I look forward to hurling curses at each other after 30 years. Wait, is she physically manifested right now in a way that, like, Kinzo can see?
Everybody can see her.
Oh, wow. That's a hard pivot from the first loop. God damn.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Beatrice Shea is going hard on this move.
Excellent.
As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her in the manner of one who served her. At that time, Kiri came out of the parlor. He'd probably gone out to fix her makeup or something. When she saw Genji following a witch, she was surprised, although her expression did not change. A guest for Kinzo had arrived, despite him being almost dead, on the day of the family conference when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. Furthermore, this person was familiar enough with the Ushiromiya family household that Genji was following behind her. Kiri immediately realized that this person she had never met before was deeply important. Kiri and the witch's eyes met. Realizing that it would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch. It's a pleasure to meet you.
You were Rudolph's second wife, yes? Correct. This is Lady Kiri, Lord Rudolph's current wife.
For this exchange, Kiri realized that this was a guest of fairly high rank, even amidst the Ushiromiya family, and the fact that this was a guest on that level, coupled with her resemblance to the portrait in the entrance hall, made Kiri's eyes instantly open wide.
Wow, okay. So she changed the portrait on a whim. Excellent.
Yep. Pleased to
This was
meet you. Yeah,
Okay,
no, I
there we
thought I heard something, but no.
Okay, yeah.
I'm Kiri. I wonder if this is our first meeting. If we have met before, I apologize for forgetting your name.
So you intend to force me to state my name, even though you already have a vague idea of the answer.
Curie thought she'd given a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. At any rate, this didn't seem to be a person she could grow to like. But if Curie's guesses were correct, this witch probably held a vital key to what her own husband was most interested in. Something that couldn't help but influence tonight's family conference. Without shooting back a retort, Curie silently watched her go up the stairs to the second floor with Genji following behind.
I really, really like this loop. This is great.
Yeah, it's very interesting because it's so different. Like, it starts similar-ish, but it's obviously the context of, the relationships and stuff. But it starts similar from the airport, but then you get, Beatrice is just visible.
That is great. I love that.
So when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was so surprised she almost choked. It was Natsuhi.
You changed the fucking portrait back? Are you kidding me? Kiri, why are you standing in a place like this? Are you not feeling well?
I'm sorry, I was just fascinated by the portrait of the witch for a bit.
She did. She changed it back. It's excellent. This is the kind of shit that I would do. Oh, man. Oh, that's amazing. All right. Oh, you mean the Golden Witch, Beatrice. The one whose gold was supposedly necessary for the revived Ushiromiya family we see today. Quite a fantastical story, just what one might expect from father.
Natsuhi spoke in a perfectly ordinary way. It was the sort of comment you'd expect from someone convinced that the thought of a witch existing was ridiculous, no more than another of Kinzo's ramblings. However, for some reason, that point of view didn't seem quite right to Kiri now.
I wonder why.
Just a moment ago, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsuhi's words made it feel as though someone was trying to deny the existence of that person, or else make it seem like she was never there to begin with. I'm sorry, maybe I'm getting a bit of a headache. I think I'll rest for a little while.
Oh, is that so? Then I have some good headache medicine.
Yeah, that would
Just
make
like
sense.
Here you go. I know how you feel. Here you go.
Yeah.
Have some. I'll get it for you.
The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with the scent of sweet poison, peculiar to that green liquor.
Absinthe.
Yeah, Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace, and the Golden Witch didn't grimace either.
How long has he been in there since last he left? He was out earlier in the loop. Well, I mean, that might have been like a different time period, but it felt like he just left.
No, Oh, go ahead.
Although Genji may not have known.
Yeah, he might not
because it was only Canon there.
Yeah, it was just Canon there who saw him wander into the Rose Garden.
Yeah, because that was only a couple months ago.
Yeah, because that was
that was about was over his shoulder.
Yeah, and that was about the relationship kind of deal. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I believe it has already been several years. Is he that desperate to turn me into a bird in a cage? How pitiful. By now, you're the bird in a cage. You're the ghost of this study, are you not? How pitiful that he is unable to recognize even that. Until he meets you again, he will probably continue his research, even after literally becoming a ghost.
This is the closest Genji's come to a critique.
Mm-hmm. Is it love, or madness, or delusion? And yet, perhaps even those can form magical power when strong enough. You sad magician.
The witch grasps the doorknob to the study. When she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand.
Lady Beatrice. What is this? A ward against magic. Is that person unable to get by without relying on something like this? I have heard that this door would cause you great pain, Lady Beatrice. Shall I open it? No, it is fine. If he wins, I will be a bird in a cage for all eternity. If he loses, only the life of a laughingstock will be left, the life of a pitiful magician who went mad with love and lost everything. Already, Kinzo and even I are nothing more than pieces laid out on the game board. All that is left is for the roulette to decide who wins and who loses. Until the roulette shows its result, there is no need for me and Kinzo to meet again.
The witch looked at her hand, which was beginning to heal bit by bit, even though it had been horribly burned.
Or perhaps that is why he has this ward here in the first place. So, even Beatrice doesn't completely remember the other loops right now, or at least the version of her in the loop,
Yeah, it's...
because she already knew about the ward in the previous loop.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, so basically, witches do this quite a bit. So Battler is kind of operating on that same wavelength. In that there's a version of him that remembers the loops, and there's a version of him that does not.
That's interesting. It reminds me almost of a deity creating an avatar that is limited to human perception, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That avatar may still like have incredible supernatural powers, but it's not like
It's not the
a
all-seeing.
true deity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Yes, perhaps even that is honorable in its own way. By now, everything sits on top of Kinzo's game board. I like it, Kinzo. Allow me to enjoy my game with you. He called him Mao, Demon King, not magician, because magician would be more like Majin or something like that.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I like that because that goes back to like the actual root of the word Mao. It's Magic King. You know,
Yeah.
that's super. That's very interesting. I like that a lot because the word Akuma is splits into evil magic, so it's like a being made of evil magic. You know, that sort of thing, which is just anyhow. Uh, the actual word for magician or sorcerer or whatever is Mahotsukai, which not my hot sky. God damn it, captioner. I'm probably mispronouncing it anyway, so I'm not gonna get the captioner to actually like pick up on it, but damn. Oh man. Allow me to enjoy the failure of the final gamble of the old magician who fell in love with me and threw his entire life.
Yeah, and I'm feeling energetic today, so we might get some more done.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's Mahotsukai. I said it right. Okay, cool. Who is this? Was that Beatrice?
I think it's Beatrice?
Because I wasn't completely paying attention to it, but it sounded kind of that tone.
Yeah, it sounded
All
like
right,
her.
well, I'll just take it anyway. Who is it?
And actually, give me just a moment. I'm going to grab an iced coffee.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'll go to the bathroom in the meantime then.
All right. All right, we're back.
All right, get out, fucker. Excuse me, I have brought lunch. Oh, that was Beatrice. Okay, enter. Excuse me. I get so many more lines this time around. Because Beatrice is just like right there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that is the good thing is she's introduced after the tea or during the tea party, and then she's a much more available presence. So they spend a good long time making you question whether, she's going to show up or not. Though I
Yeah,
feel
whether
like,
she's even real.
yeah, though I feel like if you played Higurashi, you kind of expect her to be existent in some form. But the fact that she's straight up a witch is at least that question. After receiving approval, Cannon entered the VIP room, pushing the serving cart that carried lunch. The servants called this room the witch's VIP room. That was because Kinzo strictly ordered that it always be kept clean so that it could be used at any time. Even so, guests would not be allowed into this room, no matter who they were. That's why, at some point, the servants had started calling it the VIP room, which was supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo waited for. The witch from that
And it's
portrait.
this bitch.
And today, Kennen realized that this was absolutely true. When he entered the room, the blonde-haired witch was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain was no longer falling weakly. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden which had been tended to over several days for today's sake, as she saw the winds and rain ravage it, was she struck by some sentimental feelings? Kennen was not able to tell anything more from her back, which faced him.
I will prepare the meal. Lady Beatrice.
Kenan went out of his way to call out the witch's name, hoping she'd turn around. He wanted to know. He wanted to know if the witch who had tempted him and Shannon in the past had really appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been called laughed, her back still facing him. Holding back her voice, she laughed. Kenan was startled, almost as though she had read his mind and knew he had called out to her, hoping to make her turn around.
She probably fucking did, buddy. It smells good. It appears Kraus hired a good cook. Yes. He is called Goda and was employed here recently.
She is food motivated.
She is. Damn. I said it as a joke, but then like she actually turned out to be. And then again, like I suppose it's like it's a Japanese property, and like Japanese people tend to make their characters pretty food motivated.
I mean, true. And also, it kind of fits in the way that she's perceived to be kind of yokai-like, and that you can give a lot of yokai food and get and get some positive result out of it, even if it's just they leave you alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm like, honestly, that's true for people generally too.
Yeah.
Like if you just give them like a like a burger or whatever, they're gonna be like, all right, I'll just go away then.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll eat a burger.
Yeah,
treat you nicely, I guess.
Yeah, you giving me a sealed bag with with a burger in it, a fast food burger. I will politely leave your presence.
Yeah, if that's what it takes to get me to leave you alone, I'm down for it. I'm a cheap date, and that goes for getting me to not be around too. Like I said it last time, but $50 is $50, dude. Like it's a burger, some fries, and like a bottle of whiskey, and I'm good. That's all I need. There's nothing better than being skilled at cooking. She's so fucking food motivated.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious food completes the 3 pillars of pleasure for living in the human. It is this. Goddamn. It is the secret to preventing boredom after 1,000 years.
Kenan and the witch's eyes met. Then she grinned. Without a doubt, certainly, this was clearly the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch had no one but he and Shannon could see in the past finally held a form, and arrived openly as a guest through the entrance hall.
What a fucking power move, though. I don't think I need to read that one.
Yeah.
It has been a long time, Kenan, the furniture. Well, it may have been like 2 years since um, she was given, like Shannon was given that deal, and then like 2 or 3 years since she was given that deal, and then like it just hasn't, like she didn't actually break it until this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I could still
So
be.
it actually could, yeah, so it could actually been a couple of years since Kinzo left the study.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because we have to remember they misuse the word several.
Yeah, exactly. It might just literally be a couple of years. It has been quite some time.
Kenan tried to remember to be polite to this guest for the time being, but the visit of this suspicious witch made dark clouds start to enshroud his heart, especially considering that today was the family conference.
You appear to be uneasy about what I plan to do now that I have appeared. Am I right?
Canon didn't force an answer. The switch probably reads minds, so it's pointless to go to the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, she could read even his inner resistance. So the witch giggled at Canon's childish defiance.
Just like a quick side note here, I like that her eyebrows are actually blonde.
Yes, agreed.
In a lot of stuff, like when people simplify faces like into an anime or cartoonish form, their eyebrows will just be like black lines, or like even like thick black lines, whatever. Even though there's space to make them the same color. Like the only thing you got to keep in mind there is you got to make the eyebrow a shade darker than their actual hair, so it looks right. But otherwise, like just color it in, man. Just make the eyebrows an actual color. For
Yeah.
Canon, his black eyebrows is fine because like he has black hair.
Yeah.
But like for this lady, like she absolutely should have blonde eyebrows, and you can see that she has blonde eyebrows. I mean, they're a dark brown, but like you're supposed to make it a darker shade.
Yeah, exactly.
I came to fulfill my final promise with Kinzo. Your final promise with the master? I lent Kinzo a mountain of gold. When Kinzo gives that up, it will be returned to me with interest. I came to accept that interest tonight. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do, little nerd.
However, uncertainty began to gather in his heart. Whatever the switch had to say, it couldn't be anything good.
There's no mistake. Whenever witches have anything to say, it's never anything good. You are correct. However, like scissors, the potential of witches depends entirely on how they're used. I gotta stop myself from making the scissors joke. I gotta stop myself. That's as far as I can go. That's it. I can't go any further with that joke. Especially since I don't know the name of any like adult witches aside from Beatrice. So, let's see. Sometimes there are those like King Solomon who succeed in great exploits. However, most who make use of us end up meeting a cruel fate, just like in fairy tales. But Kinzo is crafty. He has incorporated even my collection of the interest into his ceremony. Yeah, this time she used the other word for magician. It was Majutsukai,
Yeah.
which is a practitioner of magic. I think it might be because before she called him an old magician specifically,
Mm-hmm.
and like she might have been implying like his position as like head of a modern royal or noble family in part of that as well. Which
Yeah.
I like that. I like that sort of subtlety in how she's talking. I wish it could be properly translated into English, but we don't have the same kind of implications with certain words
Yeah.
because it's connotations. It's up to like the individual culture, so it's not easy to like properly translate the intention there, right? if say noble rankings and how they were used was more common knowledge, like we were talking about earlier, that could be a method of doing it. But since they're not common knowledge, most people don't know the intricacies. It wouldn't work either, sadly. Is he an absurdly powerful magician who can surpass even me? Or else a mere fool possessed by madness? Maybe I should pick up my study of Japanese again, just to so I can like talk about the intricacies of the translation a little bit more in future streams. I don't know if I have time for it, but I can try.
Yeah, if you can get it, I suggest Lingo Deer rather than Duolingo.
Lingo deer. I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
Uh, yeah, it's mainly focused on Asian languages and some European languages. So Korean, Chinese, and
yeah, because like
Japanese.
Duolingo focuses a lot on European stuff.
Yeah, and
So
then
there's not many. There's not many like Asian stuff.
yeah, and the other reason I recommend it is Duolingo has started to use AI.
Oh, that hurts me. Okay, thank you for telling me that. That hurts me deep. Let's see. I wonder if is it only these ones that are on the front page that it has?
Let me
That's
see.
German, at least.
Yeah, lingodeer.com. Yeah, I believe it is just the ones on the front page.
That makes me sad
Yeah.
because I wanted like Irish to be on there or Welsh maybe, but there's Japanese, German. I can work with that.
Oh, I forgot that Arabic was on there. I want to learn that at a future date.
Yeah, and Korean's here too. Okay. Does this cost anything to just start? Do some
Um,
basic shit? It doesn't seem like it.
yeah, let me check pricing. Hold on, website. I want to check the pricing. I know I bought it, but here, I'll just log out, and then it will do what I need it to do.
It seems like I can like at least touch the first lessons. I guess like
Okay.
a demo. I guess I don't know.
All right, that's not too bad. Let's see. Monthly, $15. Yearly is 80, and then lifetime is 160.
So it doesn't say what you actually get with it, right? Like, okay, let's see. Lingo Deer Plus. What does this do? Maybe you can only learn one language at a time. I don't know. It's not very clear.
Yeah.
It's not very clear what you can do as a free user. That's right.
Okay. Let's see. For all courses in Lingo Deer, the following content is available for free. Everything in Alphabet, everything in Unit 1, including the review section, test outs for all units in the main course, everything in the travel phrase book. And the first lessons of Beginner 1 and Beginner 2 units in Fluent, including a Fluent-specific review section with games.
I might have to return to my old days of yield piracy for this, which I don't have a problem with, but you know.
Yeah, I do need to get to this because I did buy it while it was on sale and I had, money to burn.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, welcome in the city.
Yeah. Thank you for the raid, Katie. I think my alerts are working now, so you should have been hearing this every single other raid. Welcome. I was just talking about. Okay, good, excellent. Rosa absolutely did fucking everything wrong. Don't you come at me with that shit, Miranda. Rosa is the entire landfill set on fire by a local chemical spill.
Yep.
We were just talking about I might pick up my Japanese studies again so I can like talk about the intricacies and how the language is actually used in the Japanese version because I can hear it all. And there was one point earlier, like a couple scenes ago, where Beatrice called Kinzo Mao and not like Mahotsukai or Majutsukai or anything like that, which means specifically Demon King. Or rather, that's how it's used today, but what the actual word means is King of Magic or Magic King. Um, which I think had some intention, like to do with his position as the head of like a modern noble family sort of deal. And I thought that was interesting. But in this scene right here, she actually used Majutsukai, so like just like a magician. And I was thinking like maybe that's why they said old magician specifically in the translation in that other scene is to imply that like sort of like a level of expertise and power that normal everyday magicians wouldn't have. Which so I was considering like picking my Japanese studies back up so I can like talk about that more often as we do this.
Yeah.
And Mal told me about Lingo Deer, which I cannot afford the lifetime membership for, so I might be doing the old yo ho ho to learn my Japanese again.
Yeah.
Which is what I originally did, like 12 years ago. I haven't studied Japanese in like 12 years.
Yeah, and there's some additional
No, more than
lessons
that.
available for some of the stuff on the site, including games and stuff to kind of brush up on your language skills as well.
Mm.
So
I
that's
can't remember. Did we play fucking Legend or Tales of Berseria in like with the Japanese voiceover or English voiceover?
I think we
Also, captioner Tales of Pizzeria is not what I said. I said Berseria. It's not picking it up. Whatever.
Yeah, Legends of Pizzeria.
Yeah. I mean, I could just like go check, but I'm not gonna do that right now because I have the VOD up.
Yeah, I believe I do. I believe we did use the Japanese.
That sounds right. I'm really liking the fact that Beatrice is just like part of the cast in the second loop. Like that's amazing to me. I love it, and I love her new outfit.
Yeah, her new outfit
I like
is
this
very
a lot
nice.
better than her old dress.
Which reminds me, I do believe, yes.
Excellent. Okay, so her description was changed as well. Excellent. Beautiful. Actually, like genuinely, my only problem with this outfit is that the shirt is longer than the jacket. That should not be a thing. But that's just like my own personal taste. If you wanna make characters that
do that, then do that. Yeah,
longer than their jackets, to go for it. Yeah, I noticed her tat actually. Because a few streams ago, I don't remember exactly when it was. Mal showed me a bunch of concept art for the characters, and like I noticed the thigh tattoo back then.
Yeah, which it's worth noting. Shannon has it
She
on the
has it
opposite.
too.
Yeah, she has it on the opposite side.
And like,
it is just
so Beatrice's new outfit like hits me in all the right ways.
Mm-hmm.
because it's got like the suit jacket and the tie and the vest and everything, but it's also got thigh highs.
Mm-hmm.
Along with long boots too. Like the only thing that can make this better is a tiny hat, and she does have like a flower on her head, so that's also pretty nice. But like tiny hat, that's the only thing that can make this better. She's even got a cane. That's so good.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I like her pipe, but this is also good for magic staff.
Oh man,
Especially since
I need to look for a cane myself.
yeah, especially since it does have like that, bird motif.
Yeah, the bird head, simplified bird skull in gold, which is just fantastic. Like I do really really like this outfit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amusing, truly amusing.
Cannon couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything that made this witch laugh must have the exact opposite meaning for everyone else. And in the back of his mind, the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past began to resurface.
I might like paraphrase you on this one for Beatrice. It's like she's hot because she does wrong.
Yeah.
It's not if evil, why hot, but it's rather she's hot because she's evil. I mean, I doubt she's actually like properly evil. I think she's just like disconnected, but that's just like my own personal thoughts, which I don't really have a lot of like supporting evidence for so far.
Yeah, also, while she's not speaking, this is a memory of what she said, so if you want to hit it.
Yeah, I will. I was just getting some tobacco out of my pouch. What, did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love, and in exchange, I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I support women's rights, but I also support women's wrongs. Beatrice did everything wrong. Exactly, there you go. I've never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. I have. Freerin at the funeral is pretty fucking good. Don't blame Shannon. Shannon also did nothing wrong. Could it be that you... Yes, it could be. Not sure how you're gonna blame her for it, but you will. I mean, fair enough, I guess. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Shannon built El Dorado, what?
The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing.
Yeah, of course it's her epitaph, dude. Like, come on, kid. You stop hurting me like this, man. Could it be the witch's epitaph?
There was no mistaking.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. O'Neill thinks that Beatrice's gold is from El Dorado. Source, it would be funny. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I think that Beatrice will adopt Maria and turn her into a real witch. Source, it would be funny. So I understand.
It was the epitaph that accompanied the portrait of the witch Kinzo had put on display. Relatives had guessed that it referred to the location of the hidden gold, but no one knew what it meant for sure. The witch suddenly began reciting that epitaph.
Head on, since you are furniture, I imagine you've heard about it from Kinzo. Yeah, Maria as the new witch would slap. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The day when everything will be returned to the Golden Land has come. And also, I'm just like really into childcare comics and stories. So like having like this fucked up witch like raise Maria and like take her away from her abusive mother would tickle me pretty fucking good. I would like that quite a lot. Rejoice. I want Balor to have logic arguments and lose to Maria. Yeah, absolutely. 10 out of 10. No notes. That's perfect.
Excellent.
Rejoice. The day when you will be freed from the shame of living as furniture has finally arrived. I believe you've wanted that for a long time. To furniture which finds no value in its own existence, merely existing day to day must be nothing but agony. Those with souls this world is worth clinging to, but those without souls find this world to be full of nothing but suffering.
Complicated expression split across Cannon's face. This was the day of release that Cannon had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden. For
Like
some
it always
reason,
is.
he didn't like the hateful tone used by the Switch as she informed him of the coming of this long-awaited day of rest. Cannon couldn't even decide what emotion he should be feeling.
Why do you not rejoice? Could you actually have some regrets left behind in the real world? Or not left behind, but left. Close enough. As mere furniture. I have no regrets. She should be cooking. Like, she is very food motivated. I bet she could make a very excellent stir fry. And I'm not saying that just because I'm hungry right now. I think Beatrice could cook pretty hard. Because I'm furniture. But yeah, Beatrice is like way better at being dramatic than Kinzo is. Kinzo is just like a fucking weirdo most of the time. But Beatrice's like got it all right. You are truly a model specimen of furniture.
I can't help but think of, I'm the true example of a modern Major General.
Yeah. Uh, but every time I think of that, I can think of Morden doing the song version.
Oh, yeah.
How nice. How nice. However, it won't be any fun if you have no regrets at all. Are you saying regrets are how you find pleasure? That is correct. Most witches who live for 1,000 years get tired of life. I think she is even more food motivated than we thought.
Mm-hmm.
In order to escape boredom, I adorn people's fates with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes. I find humans dancing through oppressive fates inside an oven to be so very entertaining. You see, I'm actually a tad famous in this regard. So much so that rare guests come from far away to see my skill at cooking. Perhaps this is something that mere furniture cannot understand.
And my mouth full.
Yep, I kind of figured.
Danny couldn't understand what the witch was saying. However, he fully realized that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show, enjoying it whenever some harm befell them. However, furniture has no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture does nothing but serve until the day they're released from the real world. Furniture like that, the witch, who had come to release them from everything, was a being to be received with overflowing affection. Even though the day canon should have been waiting impatiently for it come, confused by his own ability to accept it easily. Why was it? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind. For some reason, Jessica's face did too.
It's because you're not actually furniture, you little fucking nerd.
Cannon bit his lower lip hard enough that it hurt. Thinking about Jessica like that was something furniture must never do. Even though he thought he'd known that. Even though he'd complained about Shannon's relationship, why was it that Jessica rose into his mind at a time like this? Felt a
I
little
think it's because you're in love.
He felt a little shameful at his own naivete. And to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. She has no reason to rejoice at the coming of the day when all will return to nothingness. But Shannon, through her relationship with George, has experienced an emotion forbidden to furniture. Even though she isn't qualified to be bonded with him, she's still trapped in a dream that she isn't allowed to have. Will Shannon be able to joyfully accept this development? No, she won't. Shannon still has lingering regrets. Those will probably become a great source of pain and torture for her. And those lingering regrets were planted by none other than this witch. Why? Because that would be more interesting. Nothing more.
You're goddamn right. This day that Shannon should have been waiting impatiently for will probably be a harsh burden for her, giving her emotions that she must never experience. I thank you for granting me, us furniture, the day of our release. And I hate you for making this day so difficult for Shannon to accept. I wanted to make you suffer from your regrets as well, just like Shannon. However, you continued to live like furniture with foolish honesty, never getting ensnared by me. And yet, it seems like you loved Shannon a little too dearly, right? Shannon's regrets are now your regrets. Will those feelings transform into hatred for me? If you wish to kill me, give it a try. As Kinzo's furniture, you should at least have that much power, right? However, if you kill me, then the day of rest for furniture will not come for all eternity. Could you bear to live with that? Are you truly capable of resisting when I try to release you? Sorry, had to cough real quick. Kneel. What? Kneel and kiss my shoes. Otherwise, I will leave this place. I'll go back and never show myself again for all eternity. So, Canon, do you think you could bear to live like that? If the door to the Golden Land is open, your hard life as furniture will end. So, this is I'm about to read something that's not on screen, but this is what I'm always talking about with like Trig like doing like weird biologist shit with his own body. So Packer asked everyone. Packer's like another one of my friends for everyone who's not privy to this information. He asked everyone like what everyone's oral hygiene routine is. And Trig's like, I also have commensal mouth bacteria that compete with harmful organisms, which just makes me have a better oral hygiene automatically. And I posted like a funny GIF of a wizard saying like I cast 9mm and doing like a bunch of weird hand signs and then just like blapping a dude with a 9mm gun. And then Trig says, genuinely, it's a memory that will always stick with me because in lab bio we did cheek swabs and the professor looked at mine and just said, God damn, look at him go. This like motherfucker.
That's
I
genuinely
don't even know what
amazing.
to say to that. Like I have no words for that shit.
Oh yeah, like there's nothing else you say to that, but goddamn.
Yeah, look at him go. I gotta make that a thing somehow on the channel. I gotta like put that in a note somewhere. Oh fuck, dude. Like fucking crabs in a bucket in his mouth, I guess. Oh damn. My stomach kind of hurts now. Oh damn it, Trig. Uh, if you desire, I can even give you life as a human. Look at him go. I'm gonna be chuckling over that for hours.
Mhm.
After that, you'll be on the same level as Jessica. Surely you want to experience the taste of love. There's no point trying to hide it. After seeing Shannon indulging in the sea of sweet love, you grew jealous. You were sorely tempted to know the taste of love. Stop it. Stop it. God damn it. You're making the cannon sound like he's getting tickled right now. Sorry. Are you trying to ensnare me again? Of course she is, dude. I won't be reduced to a toy for your amusement. Then I will be satisfied with Shannon alone. After all, you aren't the only one who was implanted with a seed.
Oh my.
I almost made a joke on that one. Uh, Even fruiting plants sometimes fail to bear fruit, after all. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Lane in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close.
Which recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverging so strongly from, and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, that challenging smile made it seem almost as though she was using that epitaph as a threat against canon.
Do you not understand? For the ceremony of the epitaph to succeed at the second twilight, 2 who are close must be offered as sacrifices. It could be any 2 who are close. A husband and wife, or even a pair of lovers. According to the rules of the ceremony, who will be selected is up to me to decide on a whim. Don't you think there could be no more fitting sacrifice for the second twilight than Shannon as she is now? You dirty. I'm sorry, that was a little bit too angry. It should have been a little bit more defeatist. Oh well.
Canon realized something. Until the day he thought he'd given up everything else and lived as furniture, acting like furniture. But in reality, that wasn't true. He loved Shannon too dearly. Therefore, when Shannon was in pain, Canon shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to live as furniture, indifferently like Canon, without any regrets in this world, he wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had known the taste of love. Know whom she had taught the taste of love, as she killed her. She wouldn't be welcomed into the Golden Land and granted a compassionate release. Instead, if the witch had her way, she'd be used as a sacrifice, subjected to the utmost of torture and pain, and forcibly turned into a human foundation for this evil ceremony. And this
That
witch
reminds me of one of the threats I've written. I will build a monument to ruin out of you, and that will be just the start.
Very nice. And this witch would probably make Shannon meet this horrible fate for no reason other than it was amusing to her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do this so that she could make Canon, who had never submitted to the witch, finally give in. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried to resist the witch and avoid pleasing her, he had only made things more amusing for her. After all, he was furniture. No, a toy. They were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from her boredom.
I don't think that one needs me, right? Like, it's just him swearing. What will you do, Callum? If you kneel, I might refrain from choosing Shannon as a sacrifice. See? I like that she's using, like, bits and pieces of the epitaph to threaten him like this because it's giving him an out, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, if he just remembers the whole epitaph, it's like it tells him that everyone who died will be resurrected. All the dead souls will be returned. But he's not thinking about it because he's so hung up on Shannon dying.
Yep.
So she's dangling the answer, like both answers, right in front of him. The way that to get what he wants is like guaranteed, no matter what he does. But she's just like tormenting him with that, which is just like very clever of her specifically.
Plus, it's one of those things where maybe Beatrice thinks it's okay because Shannon will just go to the Golden Land when she's all revived. But for canon, it's bad enough that she would be tortured by pain.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I can't really say that in during the Tea Party they seemed particularly traumatized. They did seem like fucking brainwashed, but not
Yeah,
traumatized.
because like the death was a bit blurred in their memories.
Yeah. They just know that it happened and not like any of the sensation to go with it.
Yeah.
Not until Battler ruined everything anyway. Fucking Battler.
Yeah. But there's also the fact of, sure, you could say, well, if you hurt somebody, but then reverse all the damage and remove their memories of it, were they really hurt? But you can still go, yeah, but for that span of time, there existed a version of them that was absolutely in excruciating pain.
Oh yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm also detached enough from like human emotion to be like, well, I mean, if they don't remember and like the damage is like reversed and like they don't have any long term effects, it's kind of fine, I guess. But I know that that's not right because like that's that's my personal judgment and not what everyone else around me says. So I'm just sort of like, I feel that way, but I know that's wrong.
Yeah. And like, I think that's one of those things that people could go either way on, but it's something where I think enough people would go, yeah, if I could, I would want to prevent that from happening, even if every effect was reversed.
Yeah. If you kneel, I might refrain from choosing Shannon as a sacrifice. See? I think I already said that, but hey, whatever. I've always wanted to make a toy like you surrender someday.
Yeah, again, very BDSM vibes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very, very much.
Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Canon and laughed indecently. That's right, she'd predicted Canon's submission even before he'd made that decision himself. Canon chose to get down on both knees in front of the witch. Didn't matter what happened to himself. However, the one thing he couldn't bear to see was Shannon, who had given him his only reason to live during his days as furniture, being toyed with like this. That was why. Kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Cannon to make. His quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe. Beatrice let a look of ecstasy rise to her face, then laughed with a voice filled to bursting.
That is some choice phrasing.
At that moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for.
Sadly, it did not show us the face.
When lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor. Rosa had brought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza that had been served, and the parlor was filled with pleasant aroma. Since the children were
I
there
really
too,
feel like we should have got the splash screen for that, like, you know, like the whole custom thing that they do sometimes. Like that was dramatic enough to need it.
yeah, that's fair. Since the children were there too, the adults tried to interact like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit here like this, watching TV, unable to go outside. Maria was
Damn,
apparently a
where could
TV kid.
Sorry.
Oh, what was that about?
I was just like, I just muttered the fucking quote from Trig. Goddamn, let him go.
And she kept watching a boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. At first, Battler joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning and was gradually hit by a wave of drowsiness.
Honestly, mood, buddy.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
That's that sleepy bitch disease.
It's funny, I was about to say sleepy bitch disease too.
Got 3 brain cells and sharing them between us.
Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, that's a big yawn. George, you're not talking to a cat. Did you get up really early this morning? Well, something like that. Now that all the tension's gone, I've started getting sleepy while listening to the sound of the rain. Yeah, that's a big mood.
Yeah. I love the sound of rain as a sort of like a sleep aid.
Yeah.
Like makes it all the worse for me because I live in a fucking desert. I get to hear it like twice a year.
Yeah. Like, this is really relevant for me, because when I went to sleep last night, I did go ahead and put on, it was a video of train sounds along with rain.
Mm. See, I've actually got it pinned in the Discord. I've got a sound fucking thing, like a thunder sound bullshit white noise thing, thunder and rain.
Yeah.
But like I can't actually use it because I will continually forget that I have it up and then just put my headphones on in the morning and then just like be tired throughout the day.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Because it puts me to sleep. Like I've genuinely had it on for like 3 weeks in a row before, and I even streamed with it on. Like one day during a stream, I was just like, "Oh shit, I haven't turned that off."
No wonder I've been inflicted with the sleepy bitch disease.
Mm-hmm. It was a couple of years ago now, but still.
Tension? You call freaking out like that tension? At least it is for me.
If anyone wants it, there you go.
Atler gave another great yawn and slowly laid down on the sofa. He really did look tired. George and the others had tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom, but when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be.
What is up with you and mackerels, lady?
I don't know. They say that if you lie down right after eating, it'll become a mackerel. Stop kidding around. Goda said we'd be having calf steak tonight. That'd make it mackerel steak.
I do kind of want like a salmon steak now.
Kumasawa, he looks pretty tired. Could you get him a blanket? Here you go. Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly, When Battler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up in it like a turtle. Fair enough. And also,
now you just got like that gremlin, the meme image of like the character dynamics of one holding the leash and the other one with the harness, and how the one of the harnesses is like half crouched in like the gremlin pose,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Just have Battler in that pose with the fucking blanket on, and just like his limbs sticking out the sides.
Yeah, that's fair. And also, I don't know about anyone else, but I don't typically like sleeping without at least a sheet over me.
I mean, like I sleep both ways, like without blankets or rather uncovered and covered. But I've also lived in Texas and like deserts and shit my entire life.
Yeah, that's
So,
also fair.
sort of like a necessity in the summer here.
Yeah, that is
to sleep without a blanket.
That's exceedingly fair. The South is evidence of man's hubris.
Absolutely. Oh, you know what? I was talking to my dad last night over the phone and everything, and like I was telling him about like the troubles with like getting medical care as like in New Mexico, about like how it's only open once a month or once a year for 1 month only, and all the fucking phone lines and the websites down and everything. So he suggested like going physically to the office. So I looked up where the office was, and it's in fucking Santa Fe.
Oh.
Which, for those of you who don't know, I live south of Roswell. Santa Fe is hundreds of miles away. Like, I cannot go to physically go to the office. There's no way. Ah. Just sort of fucking way out here and isolated. No one's building more of those offices or opening more. It sucks. It's garbage. I hate this fucking desert.
Yeah. And besides, you'd have to get like proof of residence and have your like birth certificate.
Which I've got most of that, but like most proof of evidence, residence shit requires two separate things, and I'm just like, but you can't use like personal, like mail or anything like that.
Yeah,
Like what you need is like official like bank statements, bills, etc. And I'm just like, yeah, I just got the one bank account. That's it. Because like I live with the person that is like more or less my landlord, right? So like I'm not on a lease or anything.
Yeah.
So I'm just sort of fucked.
Yeah.
That was actually a problem when I was going to get my ID in Texas too. Because like I was trying to get my ID like at 18, right? As soon as I got out of high school.
Yeah, but
and they wouldn't accept my fucking school documents for proof of residence either. I'm like, you fucking what?
Yeah,
like, I went to a public school.
Yeah, how the fuck am I supposed to be able to give you proof as a young person? And then also, for things that need an ID, I can't do those things to then get the proof of identification.
Yeah, like it's that weird fucking catch-22 that like a lot of stuff in the fucking U.S. government has. It's like, fuck you guys, fuck you all, I hate you. Why is this so difficult? This is needlessly complicated.
Yeah. You really were sleepy. When would you like to wake up? I'll wake you. I can't say I've got any particular requests. You can wake me up if you need something from me. And if you don't,
also mood.
Just let me sleep forever. Yeah.
Also mood. Like, give me like 3 weeks of nothing but sleep, please.
Good night. Battler sleeping. A nap. I'll do it too. Hey, Maria, Battler's sleepy, so you've got to leave him alone. Kumasawa, could you give us another blanket? It's doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. Probably saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. When she received the blanket...
Although it would be like super adorable if like she crawled into the blanket with him.
Oh, it would. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV. Eesh. And just when we finally gathered all the cousins together after 6 years. This guy doesn't have a clue that he's the main guest of this family conference, does he? I can still hear you. We took it easy eating lunch, and there's even a typhoon and rain outside now. Since I've got nothing to do, that means it isn't my turn yet. I wonder about that.
Some people want that boredom, though.
Yeah, if you have a
Like,
passive...
genuinely, some people want it.
Oh, for sure. If you have a passive attitude like that and never do anything unless something else happens, your life will be pretty boring, right? No, that's not what I mean. How should I put it? Times like this, I like to think about it this way. It isn't my turn. If this were a play, it wouldn't be my turn to go on stage. So the best thing to do is stay on the wings of the stage. You're always the main character of your own life, right? Why are you acting like you're in a supporting role? You've got to move forward by yourself and get up on the stage. That's not what I mean. I'm trying to say it's not my turn yet. Sorry, I'm sleepy and my mind's a mess. Give me a break.
The munya thing always, like, cracks me up.
Yeah, no kidding. You're so sleepy, you're spouting nonsense. Let's leave him be for now. Hey, I can't let him get away with saying crap like that. You're always the main character in your own life. Got serious issues with what Battler's saying. He's just half asleep. Don't take him too seriously. It's just that lack of guts.
Spill your guts or I'll spill them for you.
You know, not wanting to go on stage just because you think you can't be the main character.
I don't think that's what he's saying at all. Like, he's just, like, there's nothing for him to do at the moment.
Something about it just pisses me off.
There's no role for him to play right now, so he's just like, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Mm-hmm. And I also think, like, when he's half asleep like that, he might be remembering some things.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like, he seems like he kind of sort of
knows the game is being played.
Yeah, like he knows that there's something going on, and it's not his turn yet, literally.
With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out at the windows at the gray rose garden obscured by rain. She put her forehead up against the glass. A pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget. Yeah, and this is why Jessica has a problem with it, is she feels canon is the same way.
That, and, like, she literally does go up on stage all the time as, like, the front woman for a band.
I mean, yes, that's also true. But yeah, she's clearly thinking, oh yeah, canon is not being willing to be a human and take that initiative. When she put her forehead up against the glass, a pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget. So it just wasn't your turn yet, is that it? Then, just when will you get up on stage? In that case, who the heck is the main character on the stage?
Right now, it's Beatrice.
Let's do the time warp again. Dang, it's like you think you can do whatever you want. What the hell is all this?
Give me 1 second.
It's all screwed up.
Just rinsing out the weird fucking powder minerals in my teacup.
Totally understandable.
Ah, there we go. All right, I'm sat back down.
All right.
Hey, bring back the other outfit, damn it. I was merely amused that your reason for denying me was based on whether there are 18 or 19 people. I just tried changing my opening move. No more. Your greatest basis for denying me is simply that I wasn't laid out as a piece on the game board. So all I have to do is start by focusing on the queen, like this. Isn't opening the road for the queen on your first turn one of the classic moves in chess?
Quit playing around. There's no way I can accept something like this, right? A witch came in walking right through the entrance hall, you say? Don't mess with me.
I mean, it happened though. You saw it.
Did he, though?
Yeah, I mean, he could believe that, like, right now he's being fucked with by the witch, rather than there being, like, a real version of him down there.
Well, I specifically mean Battler at the game piece hasn't seen her yet.
It's true. He hasn't. He'll get there, though. I'm sure he will. Because I'm sure she'll show up at dinner, right?
Or something, yeah. I would imagine. I can't actually recall. This is the joys of Bad Brain.
Yep. Get to occasionally, like, re-experience stuff. What is this? In the last game, I gave you incredible freedom in making your moves, correct? This time, all I'm doing is moving my pieces in response to your moves. Are you already giving up right at the start?
You bastard. Don't mess with me. Like hell I'd give in. Great move. Go ahead and just move however you like. Okay, so your turn's far from over, is it? Move however you want. Form a huge battle formation while you still can. I'll definitely withstand you. I'll definitely corner you. Come at me as best you can. I don't want you to have any excuses. You aren't even close to making me accept something like a witch. That's right. Just now it looked like Maria's candy was fixed with magic. But you might have actually Thank you, Battler. But you might have actually had another one of the same candy hidden in your pocket and switched them with that little show, making it only look like you fixed it with magic.
But Battler, how did she make the butterflies then?
Yeah,
You fucking idiot.
Yeah, like, it'd be one thing if they were, you know, gold, literally just gold butterflies. Like, okay, yeah, you released them like doves, but they formed and disappeared. Like, you can't even train butterflies.
Yeah, like they're insects. You can't train them. They don't have the big brain.
Yeah, that's right. That has to be it. It's useless. It's all useless.
It would be kind of funny if she just went. So let's ask her then, and just boop, pulled up the Golden Land version of her. Uh, Rosa saw the moment when the candy split into butterflies. Correct.
Who cares about that? That was a hallucination or a trick, or maybe she just saw it wrong. That isn't a big problem.
So you throw out the part where the part you can't explain as trivial. Yeah. I see. Is that your move in response to mine? You've dug your own grave. It still isn't your turn yet. Allow me to make my move for a little longer. It has barely begun the turn of the witch. And I like that it's capitalized also. Thanks for the flashbang, you fuck. I'm glad I wasn't looking directly at the screen. Fuck.
When they started hearing Battler snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the party and letting Battler sleep in silence. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, all of them scattered at once and were swallowed up by the vast mansion, created an eerie silence with no sound except that of the rain. Nope, I haven't met a person like that even once. Kraus?
No, that
Oh,
one's Eva.
oh, Ava? I haven't met them.
Yeah, that was Aneki, not Aniki. You know?
Yeah. Kiri, is that true? Even I only greeted her briefly when she came into the entrance hall. She looked like she was a bit over 20. I told her my name, but she didn't tell me hers. She was being guided by Genji, and I saw her go up to the second floor. So it'd probably be past her to find Genji and ask him directly. Still, what a strange turn. The mystery woman had spoken to Kiri. Without naming herself, she sneered that Kiri should have had a vague idea as to her identity. That brought someone to mind. And then there was her look-alike, the witch in the portrait.
Yay, the painting with the other outfit. Hell yeah. I think that outfit is like very, at least in that painting, it's depicted as being like very punkish because
Yeah.
like the shirt is like wrinkled.
Yeah, and she's got a very cocky pose.
Yeah, very cocky pose, like the short-ish skirt with the high uh, thigh-high socks on with like almost knee-high boots. It's very punkish.
Was this person trying to say she was the witch of the portrait herself? I realized she was probably laughing at me for that reason. Even though it was her first meeting, she spoke as though she knew I'm your second wife. Ava, you really don't know anyone like that? You talk too much. I've never seen a blonde woman like that go in or out of this mansion. That kind of thing doesn't matter. The problem's what happens if that woman starts calling herself Beatrice, if she starts calling herself the manager of father's assets. Or maybe she plans to call herself his mistress's daughter and demand that she get a share of the inheritance. Either way, we've had one heck of a joker slipped into the deck.
I was thinking of deck as in like a porch deck.
Yeah.
It took me a couple seconds. Like for some reason, I actually envisioned like a party or gathering on a porch deck and like fucking Beatrice just like sort of like slipping in, rather than a card being slipped into a card deck.
Yeah. Did Kraus bring her here? Or did father? This is bad. We thought we could manage something if we could corner Kraus in our talks. But this takes us back to square one. I don't know what kind of schemes you've been making when I'm not around, dear. But it looks like we've been given a little time to form a counter strategy. Yeah, better to have some time to prepare than to have that blonde-haired sister suddenly appear at the dinner table and scare the shit out of us.
White woman jump scare.
Until we know why she's appeared, there's a limit to the kinds of counters we can make. What could she be after? Isn't it obvious? She's going to claim that she's the rightful heir of the father's inheritance. Father is still captivated by Beatrice. If he had a daughter with her, you can bet that he'd want to leave all his fortune to her. She might even thrust some strange will in front of us. If we take it to court, we could probably claim a quarter of a half of it. But it'll probably be impossible to divvy out the inheritance until that's settled. We can't have that. I can't, and neither can you, Rudolph. And same goes for Rosa, right? Each one of us needs to gather money quickly for our own reasons. It's our biggest
Reminds me
weak
of the
point.
original like parlor talk, like back in the first loop, where it's just like it put it in very like bold caps, and like for that reason, blah blah blah, needed to get a lot of money very quickly, right
Yep.
now.
Yep, it is very much like that, and it's establishing that each of them technically has a motive.
Yeah. Of course, like none of them actually could have done it, but
Each one of
not
us
in that first loop anyway.
Each one of us needs to gather money quickly for our own reasons. It's our biggest weak point. So, what are they after? Kiri, can you guess? This is all news to me, but it sounds like we're starting from the premise that we've got an urgent need to collect money, right?
What a fucking barb.
Yeah, that's... Rudolph, you really should have brought her into the loop.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it's not like she was gonna leave you over it.
Yeah, absolutely not. Like, she's explicitly stated to be the person that Rudolph turns to for shady shit. So, oh, I need another captioner link. Sorry about that.
Yeah, let me get that for you.
This one lasted a bit though, so that's nice.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad at all. Let me see. I got a couple messages I need to check real quick.
Yep, no problem. While I'm filling that in, doing the test and everything. Testing. Excellent. All right, that's working. Get everything back up on the screen real quick.
Hideyoshi, don't talk down to her. Kiri,
Yeah, that's...
in a man's business, you sometimes need funding when you're on the offensive. Please understand that. What's this, Rudolph? You didn't tell Kiri about it? Sorry, I wasn't really hiding it. Actually, it was kinda... It's alright. If you decide this wasn't something you needed to tell me about, I won't press you about it right here. What's more important is finding out what this golden witch is after, right? Yeah, now that you know what we know, can you see how the enemy might come at us? Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kiri's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune telling. But every time Rudolph was polishing up some important strategy, he'd give a great deal of thought to Kiri's advice. For a while, Kiri pressed her fingers against her forehead, considering. Judging by the fact that her arrival was kept hidden until today, she must be planning to catch us by surprise in some way. We can't tell for sure whether she's after assets or being recognized as a relative. However, her coming was kept secret until today. Which probably means she didn't want us to take any measures against her, something we might have done if we'd known beforehand. So her goal is probably something that could be hindered if we were to take measures against her. Understand?
I understand why she's thinking this, but no, no, I don't think so.
I get it. So if she had a will that father had already written or something that could prove that she's a blood relative, if she had some unshakable, rock-solid proof like that, you'd think she'd announce it beforehand. That's right.
I do like that Kiri acknowledged that that Beatrice looks very young.
Yeah.
Or at least compared to her and like the other siblings.
Yeah, like she's said, yeah, this girl, she looks like she's in her 20s, is what she said.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. On the contrary, since we're in a position to doubt her, she should have brought a lawyer or an expert and thrust some completely undeniable proof before us. if she could. So the mere fact that she's launching a surprise attack shows that our foe can't win with a frontal assault. Makes sense. If a trump card can win no matter what, it's best to play it out in the open. If you play it in a roundabout way, it might end up weakening its impact. Skipping to the conclusion, we can probably expect to be faced with some huge surprise, something related to either directly or indirectly to the inheritance problem that's on everyone's mind. Our opponent probably plans to overawe us simply by the impact of the shock. However, no matter how great the impact might be, it cannot be absolute.
How about she just like does some magic right in front of them at the dinner?
In other words, we have enough leeway to take advantage of this. You've really got brains. Even understanding just this much is really reassuring.
Hideyoshi, if you don't understand this much on your own, I fear for your future business ventures.
In other words, you're telling us not to get sucked into our opponent's pace. In the end, it's an extremely simple conclusion. No matter what our opponent brings up, we should deal with it calmly without rushing things. This is just the very first step in the art of negotiation. You really can't say you predicted your opponent's thoughts with just this.
All right, it's time for me to feed the cats, so I'm just gonna get up for a minute.
Alright. Come on, just like usual, that was pretty good. Now that we know we've got a little leeway to attack, it helps us relax a bit. What we don't know is how she's connected to Kraus. Will it be a surprise for Kraus too, or was he actually the one who called her here in the first place? If it's the latter, that might make things very troublesome. That's right, secretly calling a mystery woman on the day of the family conference. It would be in terrible taste, but it does feel like something Kraus would do. Ava, let's do this. As long as she can't clearly prove her identity, we won't accept her position in any way. That would be for the best. Already she's refused to introduce herself to Kiri. Can't let her conference be disturbed by the statements of some unknown woman. She might even show us proof that she's a blood relative. She could prove father's blood runs through her veins, like with a maternity record document. There's nothing we can do. It's always possible to suspect that physical evidence has been faked. And even if it's real, in order to prove that the person in the document is the person we see, we need to check their condition at a hospital. At the very least, it'd be impossible to prove that now on Rokkenjima. You're right. So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now on Rokkenjima, it can't be accepted as truth. We can't believe anything until the typhoon passes and they prove it to us at the proper place. Spotting all kinds of holes and stuff like this is Ava's specialty. We'll be counting on you.
Figured out.
Are you joking? You'll be helping too. We need the money. We need it quickly and a large sum. Our fates are all tied together in this. As if we'd just stand by and let some suddenly appearing mystery woman destroy the inheritance we're after. Rudolph and Ava always formed a united front as siblings at times like this, sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kiri noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she gazed out the window. Outside, it was still raining heavily and everything was gray, having lost all vibrance. The lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason, the words Ava said a second ago kept repeating in Kiri's head. So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now in Rokkenjima, it can't be accepted as truth. There was an odd nuance to those words. At that moment, the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. They had access to no public institutions and no hospital. So on this island, no matter what manner of proof related to the outside world was shown, it would always be possible to call it a lie. It would be impossible to prove that something was the truth. Now that they were isolated from the outside, all truths whose proof lay in the outside world would be called lies. So does that mean, right now on this Rokkenjima, no truth exists at all? Does it mean that everything will now be ruled by lies alone? It almost gives the illusion that we left the human world of truth and have been shut away inside another world, one of lies. Kiri remembered that woman's appearance one more time. She remembered both what she had looked like and the witch of the portrait. This island, which had been cut off from the world of humans, shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being has come to visit. Kiri couldn't think of the smile that had appeared on that woman's face as anything other than a portent of misfortune. I get the feeling my chessboard thinking's missed a vital premise, one that'll be necessary to understand that misfortune-bearing smile.
At least she understands that it doesn't quite fit here.
Yep. Yes, that smile made me feel as though someone inhuman was mocking me. I based my reasoning on the assumption that our opponent is a human like us. However, just like this island is now, she may be a being that isn't human, and human values may not matter to her. If that's true, all of our reasoning is useless. For what reason has the witch been invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Now in this instant, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion.
How do you know she was even invited in the first place?
Maria, around lunchtime today, we met her outside, right? A woman. Who was she? I said it over and over, Beatrice. Maria, did you ever meet Beatrice before that? I've met her every year.
And here's Rosa's where like, oh shit.
Oh, fuck me. Every year? In this mansion on Rokkenjima? I don't know what "oo" means. Is that true? Yes. How long have you been meeting her? How many years ago did it start? I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean? Was it last year? 2 years ago?
Rosa, I think this means that like she doesn't remember the first meeting because it was too long ago.
Longer.
She's never had a year here that she remembers that she didn't meet Beatrice.
Longer than that. Rosa was astonished. Only the Ushiramiya family mansion existed on this island, so there couldn't have been any humans other than themselves here. And yet Maria said she'd been meeting with this suspicious woman every year during the family conference.
Hey Mal, I need another captioner link.
Gotcha.
I just glanced over and saw it. Testing. All right, we're good. We're working again.
What Maria said was the truth, and that strange woman called her Beatrice had been at the family conference every year. That's insane. Maria saying that eerie woman was at the family conference every year, and none of us ever noticed it? Even though Rosa had just met the woman herself a couple of hours ago in the Rose Garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion that told her not to accept that existence. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the Rose Garden, as the typhoon grew near and the winds roared? Maria, you said you've met with her every year. What do you two do when you meet? We sing songs and learn magic. And I learned how to draw magic circles.
This is who taught her. All that shit.
Really?
Everything she knows.
That's incredible. Maria, you often draw magic circles in your notebook, right? Did she teach you that too? You know what? Beatrice drew examples to teach me. Come on, look. Maria joyfully fished it in her handbag, then she drew out a single notebook and began opening to a page. Most of these pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things. While it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy. Look, here. Beatrice drew it.
Yep. The Seventh Pentacle of the Sun again.
Each one of the pages in the group Maria opened to had an eerie magic circle. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa could see Maria hadn't drawn them. A little bit more of a steady hand. Yeah. She'll get there, but just not yet. She's 9.
Drawing a perfect circle freehand is super fucking difficult. I still can't do it.
Oh yeah, there's a reason that was a test and a thing of skill.
Yeah, like I still can't do that shit. Like I've been an artist for like 20 years. Like I still can't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't exactly try very often, but
yeah, like now we don't have to, so why would we?
Yeah, exactly. Like if I really need it, I can take my time and do it like manually if I really want to, or I can use a like a circle guide as to help.
Yeah.
Either way. It's actually what I did for the moon in one of the portraits I've done. Is I just put used the circle tool, the circle line tool, made the circle on a different layer, and then just sort of like went over it with my hand to give it like that hand drawn feeling.
Yeah, you can do absolutely anything like that.
People might be like, "Oh, that's tracing, that's cheating." No, fuck you. It's using my tools properly.
Yeah. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa could see that Maria had drawn them. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. By itself, it wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had written it, but it was enough for Rosa to be sure it was someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rokkenjima that she herself hadn't known existed until now. This person had come to the family conference every year to play with Maria. Maria, does the witch Beatrice live here? Or does she live outside the island like us? Beatrice is the witch of Rokkenjima, so she lives on this island. So, so you're...
This is when you grab the mic and pull it real close and just go, "Yes."
Mm-hmm. So you're saying she's on the island even on days when it isn't the family conference, right? I don't know what "oo" means. Yes or no? Yes. What in the... Can't believe it. I can't believe it. How long had this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. Lived on this island, passing the time in the mansion, in the rose garden. Even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Right?
Thanks for the flashbang, you fucker.
Mama, what's wrong? Mama?
How fucking dare you do me like this?
My head hurts. It's probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was I was terrified of the witch, unlike Maria. So for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for terror. Surely my fear from those days had been revived by the appearance of a woman going by that name. She can't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? That's right. That witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? Rosa pulled the Western envelope out of her pocket. It was one of
Don't open it yet, girl. Don't do it.
Yeah?
Don't do it.
It's one of the envelopes that bore the Ushiromiya family crest, which Kinzo used for his personal letters, and its red sealing wax had been sealed by the head's ring, which Kinzo held. It meant this envelope belonged to the Ushiromiya family head. In other words, it was from Father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it, and why did she give it to me? That's right. Sure, she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? A sense of uncertainty gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might let loose incredible misfortune.
At least your instincts are right.
However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up too, urging her to find out what was written inside before the other siblings could. Using common sense, one might guess that it contained a huge decision somehow related to Father's inheritance. Actually, since she'd received it from a woman who called herself Beatrice, there simply had to be some connection. Doesn't mean this person wants not just the 4, but a total of 5 people to be included in the inheritance? Need a large sum of money, and I can't wait long. Feel like such a sinful daughter for discussing Father's inheritance while he's still alive. This is no time to spout off cheap ideals.
I mean, like, we said this, like, the first loop when this stuff was going on, but that's literally just something you do.
Yeah.
Like, when someone is on their deathbed, you gotta help them get their affairs in order and shit. That's a normal thing.
Yeah, just normally the person is involved, but he's choosing not to be involved.
Yeah, so, like, you kind of have to.
And I've
It's not
even
like he can make decisions after he's dead.
yeah, I've even colluded with Rudolph and Ava in order to get some money out of Kraus. Coming from that position, I can't help but see the appearance of the witch as a sign of approaching misfortune. What could be written in here? I'm sure it's something frightening. Shall I read it secretly myself first? The witch requested that it be read at the dinner table with everyone gathered. If that's what she wanted, why couldn't she just read it aloud herself at dinner? Why did she go to all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Simply put, is it because she doesn't mind if I read it secretly beforehand?
No, don't do it.
It'd be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that I mean breaking my promise. This is no longer the time for cheap ideals. Depending on the contents, I should probably discuss it with Ava and Rudolph too. There's always really good thinkers, or they are always good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. When I go up to put my hand on to the red sealing wax, something suddenly pulled my sleeve and I let out a small scream.
One of our familiars.
What, Maria? Don't scare me like that. What is it?
You mustn't.
Maria's expression was the same portent of misfortune she felt from the witch, and it set a tingle up her spine.
Beatrice told Mama to read that letter during dinner. You mustn't break a promise with a witch.
That's not it. I just wanted to look at the envelope for a second. I'll keep my promise. After all, I always tell you to keep your promises. Of course, I keep my promises.
Yes, Mama's a good girl.
That laugh. It isn't cute, so stop it.
I really like Maria's like witch moments.
Oh yeah, it's excellent. And I like switching off like this for it.
Yeah, I think it's even if it's not actually her being like a real witch and she's just like using this as a coping mechanism, I think it's just interesting just by itself.
Yeah. Come to think of it, you received a letter too, Maria. What was written inside?
I haven't opened it. Beatrice said I mustn't open it until the time to open it comes. So I'm taking good care of it. Ugh. Just like that very quiet, like, I like almost proper ooh
Yeah.
at the end, like cracks me up.
I see. You listen well to what Beatrice says, don't you, Maria?
I think she might actually be her apprentice, and I'm kind of stoked about that. Like, please let this be real and not just like the sort of like kind of title, Let it be the real thing. I'm Beatrice's disciple, so I listen well to what my teacher says.
I see. Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gaze was the glint of someone that wasn't her. If Rosa broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely learn of it.
I fucking knew it! I knew there was something going on with that. It's probably still like mostly a fucking
Coping mechanism.
but there's definitely still something inside her brain somewhere that's actually magic.
I mean,
I fucking knew it.
we've had characters talked about as pieces before. Maria is squarely one of Beatrice's pieces.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But like the debate before was like whether or not it was something mundane, like she'd agreed to be the piece, or if there was also some magic involved.
And now we've got, yeah, it's a coping mechanism, but
It's,
Beatrice's got like basically a viewing spell on her.
yeah. Yes, that's good. There's something there, at least like a little bit, even if it's not something to do with like how she behaves. There's still something there, that little spark.
Because Maria was the
Ah,
witch's disciple. Maria was in contact with that witch. I'll keep my promise, so tell Beatrice not to worry, okay?
I'll tell her.
Hey, Maria. I wanted to speak to Beatrice. How could I meet her?
I got two thoughts here. One, like just tell her that she's on the second floor. Just be like, "Oh yeah, she's on the second floor," or I'll ask her, and then like stop for a second. Oh yeah, she's on the second floor. Go on. The second thing is, if and when Maria becomes a full-fledged witch, I hope she keeps the ooh.
Same.
Like I think that would be amazing if like full-grown 30-year-old Maria still has the ooh. I would love that so much. I don't know. Beatrice is very fickle, so she always appears suddenly. I don't know a way to get her to meet me. But she's always watching me. So if I get in trouble, she'll definitely come and save me afterwards. She's definitely erased her form and is hiding close to me. That would be kind of actually funny if she did do that. Genuinely.
Yeah.
I think I would like that. If she was just like, after she ate, she just sort of like went like immaterial again and just like was hanging around.
Yeah.
Like, might as well protect her, right? She's your apprentice, supposedly.
Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. That put a stop to Maria's laughing, but it wasn't able to erase that color that had risen to those eyes, color that seemed to bear a portent of misfortune. Rosa swore. She swore that, at least until they left this island, she would not leave Maria alone. Couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter any longer. Yeah, that's not going to work out well for you.
Yeah, I don't think you got the power to do that, Rosa. 6 o'clock. Dinner time. When's dinner? Now is dinner.
Maria still hasn't come back. I wonder if she's getting scolded by Aunt Rosa again. Ever since they'd met Maria at the airport, she'd been romping around chatting about Halloween the whole time. Maybe she'd cut loose a little too much, being a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat, and during lunch, because Rosa had cautioned her several times. Times like that, Aunt Rosa tended not to scold her much in front of people. More often, she would take Maria aside and scold her alone. So since Maria had been called off somewhere, figured she must be getting scolded. When they looked at the clock, they realized it was almost 6. Of course, they couldn't imagine she'd been getting scolded all this time. Maybe it was time for some anime she watched every week to start. Probably hadn't left the mansion's parlor. Maybe Battler woke up and they'd been playing together. After all, Maria thinks of Battler as a new friend. She must have had a lot of fun when she played Halloween with Battler at the airport. Battler looked like he was having a lot of fun himself. Maybe he's gotten big, but he hasn't changed a bit. That's true. I get the feeling Battler was gracious enough to remain as he was 6 years
I don't think that's
ago.
graciousness. I think that's him just being a fucking man-child.
Shannon, do you remember what he was like then? Yes, because he was, well, very energetic. I also remember the four of us playing together 6 years ago. Shannon acted a lot like a big sister back then. That's right, I get the feeling she was even more dependable than she is now. Back then, I didn't really understand my place, so I did quite a few rude things. Don't worry about understanding your place in that sense. When you're on the job is one thing, but when you're taking your break and with us like now, I'd rather you stay and be friendly, just like the old days. That's right. There's nothing wrong with acting differently depending on whether you're the servant Shannon or off-duty Sile. You aren't a slave, you're just working as a servant, right? That's a big question mark.
Yeah, like she's being paid, so she's not literally a slave, but also
She was basically
child labor.
Yeah. First off, child labor. Second off, she was basically raised for the job.
Literally groomed for the role.
I think of you, Shannon, no Sayo, as my oldest friend. I think it would have been better to say best friend. Because she used Ichiban.
That's true, yeah. I mean, that could be first friend, but it could also be best friend.
Yeah.
It really depends.
Yeah, so
but
maybe.
I think in this context, it might be like best friend, just because like she basically lives with this girl.
Yeah. Thank you very much, my lady. Seemed that Shannon understood the hidden meaning behind Jessica's words. After all, she'd heard a bit about Jessica and Cannon's history from both of them.
It just reminds me of the fucking school fair where they, like all the girls were screaming, "Oh, she's trained him to call her milady."
Yep. Apparently, George had heard something of that history too. He walked towards the window and looked up at the darkening, rainy sky. Cannon may still be childish in some ways, but I think he's starting to grow a bit in his way of thinking. Well, come on, quit it already. Well, I guess I let myself get swept away by the mood once or twice. You know, after watching you two, I might have gotten a bit jealous, feeling like I was getting left behind. But forget about me. More importantly, how's it going between you two? Looks like it's going pretty good, huh? I wonder. Yes, it's going very well. Shannon was lost for words, her face red, while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it easy to see that their relationship was proceeding so perfectly, make anyone envious. Dang, I'm jealous. So does that mean Shannon's gonna resign and have a party soon? I wonder, Oh, there's a good question. I wonder what she'll say. George laughed teasingly as though pressing Shannon for an answer. It's probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile bitterly and say, yes, yes, thank you, that's enough.
I have a dream.
I have a dream. I don't just mean some ambition to become the leader of my own domain in business. I shall dream of building a happy family together with a partner I can spend my life with. I want 2 kids at the very least. It'd be nice to be able to do some sports as a whole family. Many more things besides that. I often talk with Shannon about that kind of thing. Though every time I do,
That's because you fucking are.
She always laughs and says I'm getting ahead of myself. Well, yeah, it's a bit ahead of oneself, but it's worth setting that expectation ahead of time to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
Yeah. That way, like, nothing like surprises you guys later, right?
Yeah, exactly. You go, hey, this is what I've always dreamed about as far as a family unit. And you can go, yeah, sure, that sounds good to me. Or you can go, we might need to talk about this.
Yeah.
Instead of doing it after the marriage. Like, obviously, don't talk about kids on the first fucking date.
No, of course not.
Yeah, that, brief spoilers for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Ichiban, the main character, goes out with a girl on a first date. And,
oh, this is gonna hurt me, isn't it?
He proposes to her. Yeah. Yeah. That hurt me a lot. He basically made all the mistakes, even though the date itself went well. Like, that's the worst part, is she probably would have gone out with him again. But then...
like, give it a little bit.
He just literally would not stop talking. And he just dug that hole deeper and deeper until he completely embarrassed himself. Okay, spoilers over.
Yeah.
Granted,
no spoilers.
Yeah, granted, that was towards the start, so it's not too bad, but still. For some reason, even at the age I am now, I find myself thinking about what it'd be like to live peacefully in my old age. Because most people, granted you're an exception to this, under capitalism are kind of expected to work until they're old.
Mm-hmm.
And we think of our old age as when we can relax and do our hobbies, when really we should be able to do that through the entirety. Obviously, there's going to be some hard work in there one way or another for, a vast majority of us. And anybody who isn't working has a severe disability that makes it, just day-to-day living hard. But, yeah. With healthy grown-up kids and grandchildren running around all over the place. If only I could spend the rest of my life at a slow pace surrounded by that, together with Shannon forever. Yeah, you're definitely getting ahead of yourself. How should I say it? It sounds like you, George. Being surrounded by a family like that would probably be so wonderful. The ideal family I've painted in my mind is something like that. So they're on the same page, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes sense. She grew up in an orphanage, so she probably grew up around a lot of kids her age. Or, older and younger, whatever the makeup was.
You're okay, Ember. You don't need to yell into the microphone.
To Shannon, who'd been raised in an orphanage, that
answer.
harmonious image of a family was probably something to be yearned for. Yeah. And George, who had made an absolute promise to grant that wish for her, may truly have been a fitting person for her to spend her life with. To Jessica, Shannon was a precious friend. George was surely the one most fit to entrust that friend's future to. Well, I don't want to throw cold water on you guys, but Uncle Hideyoshi aside, what are you going to do about Aunt Ava? Won't it be pretty tough to win her over? There's no reason for anyone to worry about something like that. No one but me gets any say in who I choose to be my partner. Okay, so you do have a backbone.
To at least some extent.
At least enough to go, no, you're not literally dictating my life to me. I will bring Shannon happiness. Whose permission do I need for that?
Hers.
Oh, George, that was cool. Can't believe you can say stuff that embarrassing out loud. That's not embarrassing
at all. What the fuck? This is like normal shit.
Yeah, that's pretty, it's very determined, but no, that's just straightforward. Hey, you're not gonna fucking, dictate who I'm married to. I don't remember you ever being that kind of character in the past. As they say, if you don't see a boy for 3 days, you should watch him closely. Grow as much as anyone. I intend to study more and more and grow to be the man Shannon deserves, the one who can bring her happiness. Maybe even George realized how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. His face turned very slightly red and he scratched his head.
It's not embarrassing at all. Again, this is like...
It's okay. I'm sure Mother will be difficult, but you can leave that to me. You'll see, I'll make all the relatives accept you as my partner. Awesome. I'm jealous of you, Shannon. Seriously. I'm very grateful that you're willing to go so far. Come to think of it, I'm starting to feel like a third wheel here. Maybe I'd better leave, huh? As Jessica rose with a forced smile from the bed she'd been sitting on, the phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what this could be about, Shannon looked at the clock and jumped. Apparently, she spent too much time on her break. I'm sorry, I forgot it was time for work. Then if you will excuse me. At the same time Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began dashing out of the room.
Shit. Misclicked. Don't worry about it. It was just like a page of folklore.
Okay.
Like I talk about like being such a huge nerd, and like whenever I accidentally open my browser, it's always on a fucking folklore page. Just goes to show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Shannon, again, the usual time at the usual place. Yes, excuse me.
I think it might have been the same site as last time too. The last time I fucked up and opened it on stream.
Hello, it's Jessica. Genji. Yeah, Shannon's going back to you guys now. We held her up, so please don't scold her. Yes, yes. I see. So it's almost time for them to get ready for dinner.
Dinner is perpetually 5 minutes away.
Many plates were lined up on the counter in the kitchen. Preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates lined up there was 19. That was one more than should have been set up for the annual family conference.
Excellent.
I can't accept it. Why can't I deliver it directly? Goda flared up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was spitting steam. The master enjoyed eating alone in his study, so his food needed to be served in that room. However, that was something that always happened. Of course, Goda would want to set the table for the master with his own hands since he put his heart and soul into his cooking. The master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the golden eagle crest enter his study. While Goda would be able to greet the master from outside the study, not once had he been granted the honor of carrying his cooking inside. Goda was always irritated by this. Of course, he was a newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he had piled up plenty of experience from his previous jobs. He was quite confident that he'd be able to perform in front of Kento in a manner that would do him no disservice. Yet, simply because he was not permitted to wear the golden eagle, he still hadn't been blessed with this honor. Can you imagine what damage that would do to his pride? You might think tonight was a repeat of that, but it wasn't. Because tonight there was a person other than the master who wanted their food carried to their room. Apparently this person is an extremely rare and honored guest. We've been given strict orders to treat them in the same manner as the master, the family head. Goda must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. After all, he was an extremely vain person. Well, we know which steak's coming for him.
Yep. Get fucked, bitch boy.
After all, he was an extremely vain person. If he wasn't qualified...
I think that's Lucifer. That's the steak of
pride. Yeah.
Let's see.
If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then at least a guest of the same rank. Simply couldn't find time during lunch, so Cannon had gone in his place. Alright. So he truly desired to personally serve this person tonight's meal, the best dinner of the year. But Genji had put a stop to that. Something about how Goda didn't wear the golden eagle. After being told once more that he wasn't qualified, Goda lost his patience. So heartrending, Goda. Cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows. Kumasawa, if you have enough free time to dawdle around, please get the dining hall ready. Is the tablecloth set? My apologies. When it became her turn to bear his wrath, Kumasawa slid out into the hall.
I like that she literally slid off screen there.
Yes.
Lady Beatrice is of exactly the same rank as the master. All rules regarding her are to be respected just as much as those involving the master. Goda, please devote your attention entirely towards your own task and serve all of the relatives.
Wouldn't mind if it was you, Genji. But is it really okay to let a child like this serve such a guest? If he made some blunder, it would be quite embarrassing.
And now you were implying that the family doesn't train their servants properly. You've just lost yourself points. I don't know if Genji is going to point that out, but like, you fucking should.
I know they've served here a long time, but that doesn't mean they've been trained in the proper areas. If you'll allow me to speak freely, they are completely lacking in the fundamentals that might qualify them to interact with such a guest. Godo spoke bluntly, even though Shannon was standing right there in the kitchen. Jeez, dude, she's literally right there.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon was the one whom Genji had ordered to carry the dinner to Beatrice's room. By the ranking system among the servants permitted to wear the Golden Eagle, Shannon certainly was the second highest in rank. If the highest ranked Genji went to set the table in Kenzo's room, then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. Goda's pride was always horribly injured by this ranking system. At times like this, he'd speak out bluntly and rudely against Shannon and Cannon. Because, of course, the dickhead doesn't like the fact that he's not ranked the same as, people who are younger than him.
Mm-hmm. Which, goddamn, look at him go.
Yeah. And I just want to check. Yep, it's lined up among the ranking system.
Excellent. Although I feel like Kumasawa should be above Goda.
Yeah, though she does quit and get rehired, so there is that.
Yeah, they did say that earlier, so like that's what I was thinking. But also, fuck Goda. Goda sucks.
Yeah, I mean, fuck Goda, but also that's probably why, is she keeps getting rehired. So it's kind of like, yeah, we're not going to put you the highest at the rankings.
Oh, they changed her portrait over on the side too to the new outfit.
Yeah,
I didn't notice that before.
Oh, you didn't notice that it did it here too, you mean?
Yes, that's what I mean, yeah.
Gotcha. Goda kept raising examples of each of Shannon's failures until now, making a ruckus about how she couldn't do this or was terrible at that. Dude, if you care so much, bring it up to the master.
Not that you ever get to fucking talk to him, but yeah.
Yeah. If you got a problem with this, then knock on his door and ask for him to change the rules. See how that goes for you.
You're gonna get fired if you do that.
Shannon, who listened to this with her head hung in shame, heard Cannon's voice from behind her. Cannon had been leaning against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance, a blind spot from the inside, and had been listening to all of this. He probably knew that if he entered the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way.
I've got to say it. The man's scum. Shannon, you already know all that stuff. He's just being an asshole.
But we could learn a lot about the fundamentals of entertaining guests from him. Goda has learned so much, so he's a great reference.
Shannon, you sure are nice.
More importantly, is the guest in the VIP room really Lady Beatrice, as they say?
Yes. I met her when I was sent to serve up her lunch. There can be no doubt it's her.
Really? Was she doing well? Shannon remembered that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. To Shannon, Beatrice was a cupid of love who had granted her magic to establish her relationship with George. Judging by the expression that rose to her face, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Cannon already knew that which came with a terrifying goal in mind. The nebulous witch head that only they'd been able to see in the past had now revived so fully that she could walk in openly through the front door and even have dinner carried to her.
Damn right, buddy.
Once, when she'd vanished from in front of Cannon, the witch said something about how her own power was still weak. So if that witch was now appearing so openly, did it mean she'd finally regained her former power? And she said something else, too. She definitely said that she'd sown the seeds of love, while fully aware that they would fail. And she said even more. She definitely said the day had finally come, on which the door to the Golden Land would be opened.
Shannon, she's planning to hold some bizarre ceremony with the Master, and you can bet it'll be something too horrible to imagine. And no one will be able to resist. That's just what Beatrice wants to hear.
What are you talking about?
She came here. She came here as the Master requested, so that the door to the Golden Land would open, and so that everything would be returned to the Golden Land. She definitely said that to me.
In the past, the two of them as furniture working for Kinzo had been told what opening of the door to the Golden Land meant. So Shannon understood everything without having to ask a single question. So that she felt a deep despair. Something tore at Cannon's heart as he looked at that expression twisted with grief. How could... Why? Why now?
Didn't I tell you, we are furniture? No, you're not. Shut up. Because you acted like a human, because of love, you're incapable of obediently accepting that our day of service comes to an end.
Once, I wished this day would come. But it never came, year after year. I didn't know how long we'd be forced to endure suffering as furniture. So I thought that day of rest wouldn't come for all eternity.
I thought the same thing. But I believe that would definitely come someday. So I never forgot that I'm furniture. But Shannon, you did forget.
It's my fault, isn't it? It was I who...
Yeah, it's your fault, Shannon. If only you hadn't experienced love. We'd both be happy that this day has finally come. You built up too many pointless regrets. Look, everyone knows that they gotta die someday. That doesn't stop us from living our fucking lives.
Yeah.
Goddamn. Even though you knew you'd have to leave this world someday.
Will the ceremony begin tonight?
Yes, and she said one more thing. Tonight, Lord George will probably give you an engagement ring, Shannon.
This was a fact. George supposedly had an engagement ring hidden in his pocket today. Surely he would hand it over tonight.
He brought you two together, planning to use you as the sacrifices of the second twilight. Get it? She tempted you and took advantage of you.
I see. I never thought of that.
But she told me. She promised that if you don't accept the engagement ring tonight, you won't be chosen as the sacrifice, Shannon. I think our chances of being able to go to the Golden Land together are very slim. There will be 13 sacrifices. Only 5 will be left alive. No, it says none will be left alive. None will be left alive. You're forgetting some bits of the epitaph, buddy. The chances of us being part of that group are tiny. But if you just accept her offer, those chances will rise. I want to take that bet. Our salvation is in the Golden Land. We're gonna reach that place and gain humanity. You know, you can just like go to the next fucking island over and gain it there. Like it's not you don't need supernatural intervention for this. You can just like leave. Like I know you're kids, like you're underage, so you're not like legal yet or anything like that, but you can just leave anyway. That's like a physical possibility that you have. Anyway. And then I want to live life as a human together with you, Shannon. If we do that, we might be able to find true love. Um,
In the past, we used to dream about being able to go to the Golden Land. We go there, any wish will be granted. We'll be saved from this pain. That's what we believed.
of course, like, while I say that he can just do that, like, they can do that. Like, they've been brainwashed and groomed for this, so it's definitely not, like, even occurred to them that they can just leave.
Yeah, because they believed they would still be furniture even if they left.
Mm-hmm. Like, they've had this, like, probably literally beaten into their skulls.
Yeah. However, in this ceremony, only a few would be invited to the Golden Land chosen by fate and chance. That's the thing. It's only the 5 that'll get to go to the Golden Land, supposedly, according to their interpretation of this. Though,
Yeah, although we know that's already not true.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we already know because we saw the first Tea Party.
Yeah, and I imagine everyone else was also there too. They just weren't part of the Tea Party, right?
Yeah, because she also just summoned Ava and Hideyoshi to kill them both again.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. However, in the past, Shannon and Cannon had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were sacrificed, they would still be released from their duties as furniture. That meant this ceremony would definitely bring release to furniture like them, no matter what happened.
I don't like it. Together with you, I want to make up for all the suffering we've endured. I won't become a sacrifice. Shannon and I will remain alive. And then we'll reach the Golden Land together. So I won't let you become the sacrifice of the second Twilight. Please, Shannon. Don't accept that man's ring. If you don't accept it, she promised not to select you as a sacrifice.
Cannot do that. Tonight's ring is very special. My heart won't let me refuse it.
Shannon, the sacrifices of the ceremony are decided on the witch's whims. And that witch has promised to overlook just you, Shannon. You alone will definitely be able to go to the Golden Land.
Only me? What about you, Canon?
The witch's game is enough for me. I'll slip through her clutches. I am not powerless. I'll tightly grasp that faint chance. Doubt. After all, our lives are transient, aren't they? In order to begin our real lives, let's drag ourselves to the Golden Land. Then we will gain humanity. And when we've done that, maybe I'll be able to experience romance just like you, Shannon. Maybe I won't have to make someone cry just because I'm furniture. I've had enough of being furniture. I'll definitely become human. I'll escape this pain. No matter what. Sure, buddy. You've been deeply traumatized all your life. Like, that's not gonna go away just by going to the fucking Golden Land, dude.
There were tears in Cannon's eyes. By now, Cannon had noticed. Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day, and Jessica's pitiful face as she tried to smooth things over and stay bright ever since then. It slowly wrought some kind of change in Cannon's heart, without him knowing it.
Shannon, I've been calling to you for some time now.
Shannon jumped at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Apparently he had called for her repeatedly. She hurriedly answered. When she turned back, Cannon had disappeared. Seemed he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody. Yes, I'm sorry for being careless.
I entrusted Kenan with lunch, but it should have been you as the next in rank after me who carried it. Lady Beatrice is the most honored guest of this house. There is no more honored guest than her. Please think of her as another master. Be polite.
Please take extra care that you make no blunders, understand? It is quite painful for me to entrust this to someone as inexperienced as yourself, but there's nothing we can do about the house's rules. Carry out your duties with the utmost of care. Okay, so Genji gave him a fucking talking to.
Mm-hmm.
Yoda had officially agreed, but he glared at Shannon with an expression that told her he definitely wouldn't forgive any mistakes. Even Shannon felt that Yoda might as well go himself if he was so desperate to go. But she considered this one of her responsibilities as one who had been allowed to wear the Golden Eagle and had to give up. And anyway, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? I don't know. Will this be a meeting of gratitude or one of grief? Or else what? I don't know. Shannon piled the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen at a slow pace. The person knocking was Kraus. Father, today is our annual family conference. Haven't the siblings gathered here just to get a glimpse of you? Ah, be silent. I say I won't leave. You're there too, aren't you, Genji? Why haven't you had my food brought here as I ordered you to? Kenzo screamed across the door. Genji was waiting behind Kraus.
Your meal has been prepared so that it might be carried to the study. However, Lord Kraus has expressed his wish that you eat downstairs tonight.
Father, I'm not asking you to do this every day. Just for this one night, won't you gather together with your family? Who are you calling family?
It would be pretty funny if, like, he actually managed to convince Kinzo to come out for this one night.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Since when have you considered vultures circling in wait for roadkill to be family? Would you call rotting, oozing maggots family as well?
Which, like, if he came out, like, I imagine Beatrice would just be, like, sitting there in her fucking, like, guest room and just suddenly sit up and go, "Oh, he's out! Let's go fuck with him!"
My. Kraus shrugged at this answer, which he had half expected. Genji, carry the meal here as you were told. Why don't you listen to what I say? Why? Why? Genji, I leave this in your capable hands. My voice will no longer reach that man. Kraus gave his head a small shake, then quickly turned his back to the door to the study. He had only come calling to save face in front of his siblings, knowing full well how useless this was. For Genji watched Kraus disappear down the stairs, he called again across the door.
Master, we have finished preparations for your meal to be carried here. Shall we bring some for Dr. Nanjo as well?
Nanjo could be seen in the study. Because Kinto had forcefully pestered him into finishing their long-lasting chess game they had been playing against each other since the early evening. Nanjo had announced as a doctor that Kinzo's days were numbered, so he couldn't refuse if Kinzo demanded that they finish this game while he still lived. Kinzo was thinking deeply about his move, concentrating more than usual. In Kinzo's turn for quite some time, Nanjo who was tired of waiting, had randomly pulled out a book on magic that he couldn't understand and was skimming it.
Dr. Nacho.
Yeah,
Sorry.
y-
I just noticed that.
since it's still in the chat, I still see the look at him go.
Yep. Yep. Look at him go. Fuck.
Ginzo, you won't think of a good move just by folding your arms and sitting in front of the board. Perhaps we had better take a break and refresh our minds. Be silent. That should be enough to solidify my defense. Will the bishop and the knight be able to penetrate that opening? I could make a lot of comments, but I won't.
Yeah. I was thinking that too.
Today, Kinzo was focused on maintaining a strong defense. Normally, Kinzo...
H6 knight incoming.
Normally, Kinzo's motto was that of defense, that offense was the best defense. However, today was completely the opposite. I am also hungry. Shall we suspend the game here? Besides, I've used my head so much without a break that I'm already feeling dizzy. At this rate, I might not be able to perform at my best. Now,
Fashioner died. Sorry, buddy.
boop.
Thank you.
Now that won't do. In chess, both players must always make their best moves. Any other sort of move is merely a nuisance to consider ruining a game whose focus is predicting your opponent's thoughts. Such a thing considerably reduces our enjoyment. Kinzo sighed deeply and finally shifted his gaze away from the board. Chess isn't chess without an opponent. That opponent is tired and wants to suspend the game. There's no getting around it. True, the goal of chess is for both players to make the best possible moves and aim for victory. It's an intellectual game where reading your opponent is key, though by now it's a lot of fucking memorization.
Yeah. I don't know if this was actually the case in 1980s, but like nowadays it's very much about like memorizing the moves.
Yeah, at the very least it wasn't quite as solved as it is now. But Kinzo, have you forgotten that there's another goal besides victory? What? What other goal could there possibly be? To think that you, of all people, would forget something like that. Chess is a way to pass the time, having fun with a friend. You've got me there.
At least he fucking admits it.
Yeah, that's something that this narrative does really well. Even somebody as monstrous as Kinzo is still a human being. Still a person. I shouldn't use human being just because, we do have witches in the narrative that are considered non-humans. But he's still a person.
They're still human, but whatever.
Yeah, but they're also semantics.
I know. It's like they still have a human mind for the most part, just warped by their power and age.
Yeah. But either way, considered non-human by themselves. So I think they're the ones who get to decide that. They want to say fuck humanity, then fuck it.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
But either way, even somebody as monstrous as Kinzo, literally, we've been talking about the ills of everything he's wrought for quite some time. He's still a human, he's still a person with friends who actually likes to spend time with other people, just people that aren't looking to, divvy up what happens when he dies.
Mm.
In a way that is definitely, predatory. Granted, he's the one who raised them to be that way, but,
Oh yeah,
I can
he
also...
definitely did that. He brought that shit on himself.
Yeah, he brought it on himself, but, there's a reason he likes Dr. Nanjo, that he likes Genji. Granted, Genji is because Genji literally does not deviate from what he tells him, but Dr. Nanjo, at least, is somebody he respects.
Mm-hmm.
You got me there. I believe I once said those exact words to you long ago. Yes, you've got me there. Kinzo, who almost always wore a frown, relaxed his face for once and laughed. Nanjo felt like he'd been reunited with a close friend he hadn't seen in ages. That's how it is. Now that I've managed to take a shot back at you, what do you say? Will you go down with me and have dinner? Why don't we discuss Kasparov's middle game along with some coffee?
He's actually tempted. Yeah.
An appealing proposition, but I'm afraid I must decline. I can no longer leave this room. After all, the ceremony has already begun. I wonder if he's been spending most of these years cooped up in his room, specifically so he didn't get, the cabin fever when he did it for the ceremony.
Maybe. But you'd think he'd just get the cabin fever anyway, right?
Yeah, but, trying to inoculate himself against it by making it his everyday.
Could be. Or just so no one would barge in during the ceremony, and fuck it up for him.
That's also true. Because, yeah, Beatrice isn't asking anybody to open the door for her. But if somebody just happened to open the door when she was nearby, well, that's almost like an invitation.
A little bit.
An appealing proposition, but I'm afraid I must decline. I can no longer leave this room. After all, the ceremony has already begun. Is that so? Well, my stomach is growling. I will go downstairs. Anytime you feel like it. Nanjo, thank you. Nanja, at least closer.
You could, yeah. Kinzo, you could tell Genji to bring Nanjo's food into the study as well, right? You can do that.
Yeah, but it seems like Nanjo does want to interact with other people.
Yeah, I just mean have your last meal with your friend, blah blah blah.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, what could you be thanking me for? We didn't finish our match, however, it seems I have somehow achieved that second goal of chess, which I had forgotten. And it would appear that goal is no less important than achieving checkmate. This isn't like you. Why so sentimental? You said it yourself, did you not? My days in this world are numbered. Now go. And don't come to this room
Fucked up
again.
that it's fucked up that Kinzo gets to go to the Golden Land with everyone else too, though. Like, that's brutal, dude.
Yeah.
But it's part of the promise, I guess, that everyone gets to go if the ceremony succeeds.
Let us continue this match in the Golden Land. That's fine. That's fine with me, but we'll have to start over. Losing that rook was a serious blow. Well then, I will see you later. Yes, later. Maybe in the Golden Land. Maybe, or in Purgatory. Or possibly in the next world. Nanjo didn't say anything beyond that. And with a motion made smooth by familiarity, he pushed the button on the table that would release the auto lock. Then, after looking at Kinzo's back one last time, he left the study. As he did, Genji's voice came from the hall.
If you are ready, Master, I will now carry you in your dinner.
Okay, you've got the right idea this time, at least.
Yeah, like I would have had a friend with me for that though. Like it might be my last one. Let's have a friend with me.
Mm-hmm. It may be my final dinner. I must savor it.
Shut up, little fucker.
Please prepare it.
As you wish. And are your preparations complete as well, Master?
Indeed, in the time leading up to this day, this room has been carefully wrapped in a multitude of barriers.
You didn't last time, buddy.
Even if her roulette chooses me, I will definitely repel it.
Why does he also believe that only the 5 reached the Golden Land? What?
Well, I mean, they had to have gotten their impression from somewhere, so...
That's true, yeah. Maybe he's just misinterpreting the deal.
Yeah, he's misinterpreting...
And it's gotta be the final fuck you to him.
Yeah, so he
Which would be very funny.
Yeah, for sure. He misinterprets the deal. Because, yeah, let me see. Yeah, Canon was used... Yeah, all of them are used for sacrifices except for... the kids, basically.
The kids in Nazi, yeah. Because Nazi, straight up challenged her to a duel and didn't get staked. She got shot.
Yeah. And all of the others who needed to be dead were already dead.
Mm-hmm. Because those were the final 5. Battler, Jessica, Maria, George, and Nazi.
Yep. So, yeah, he just misinterprets, oh, yeah, she could just summon whoever the hell she wants to the Golden Land afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
I will remain alive and will surely become one of those who reach the Golden Land. I shall repulse the visit of the Reapers trying to drag me off to the land of the dead.
And speaking of, we were actually talking about the Shinigami and Korean Reapers earlier.
Yep.
And Shinigami, the death gods, are not strictly Reapers. They're good, they're evil, they're neutral. Only some of them are psychopomps, which is what the Reaper is normally meant to be, which is the guide to dead souls.
Excuse me, I have come to serve your meal. Shannon entered the VIP room, bowing her head and pushing the serving cart. The young woman by the window, gazing out in the supposedly empty darkness, was definitely that witch.
So it is Shannon this time. How long it's been. Your face isn't nearly as pale as it once was. I can see you're no Kennen. I hardly recognize you.
Thank you very much. Shannon solemnly prepared dinner. There were actually several things she wanted to ask the witch, but they were all jumbled up and she didn't know where to start. Her heart was all jumbled up. She didn't even understand her own emotions, so she could only do her job dispassionately with everything still vague. However, the witch saw what was in her heart. She can't hide anything from a witch.
I won't apologize. I am a witch, after all.
Apologize for what?
Come now, Kennen must have told you about it. I only rescued your love life because of my mischievous spirit. It was nothing more than a seed I sowed so I could watch your love grow complicated, become twisted, and fail.
I imagine some people think it's more fun to hear about love than to have it.
She is really not used to being treated with actual kindness.
Yeah.
Like, look at that look on her face. She's like, what the fuck is going on? This is not expected at all. You couldn't possibly be trying to thank me, right?
I am. No matter what kind of ulterior motive you had when you gave me the magic of love, it doesn't change the fact that I received it from you. So even if you sowed that seed knowing that the two of us wouldn't be able to stay together for life, I won't hold a grudge against you.
Seems furniture is dull after all, not dual. This is where I show my skill by cooking it into something interesting.
I don't understand what you're thinking, Lady Beatrice. You are a great witch, and people like us don't even reach your feet. Nor can we even imagine your grand thoughts. But there is at least one thing I can say.
What is it?
Thank you for teaching me to be human. You said it yourself. I am no longer furniture.
Yeah, she's very flustered by this, I think. Be silent, furniture. I don't think Beatrice knows as much about humans as she thinks she does.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, if there's nothing you can do about dying, a lot of people will just be like, yeah, alright, I'm just gonna enjoy it while it lasts then.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Shannon's doing right here. So, like, oh, well, yeah, I can't change it, so fuck it, let's go.
Yep.
If you are a true human, hearing the announcement of your death on the day that you are to receive an engagement ring should have you dancing around mad with grief. That's because he probably has, you nerd. But what are you doing? Your face looks so enlightened, as though you've accepted everything. Truly an anticlimax, furniture.
No, I am not furniture.
Be silent, furniture.
I won't be silent because I'm not furniture.
Are you saying you won't obey my orders?
Furniture obeys orders, but a human decides for herself whether to obey orders or not. So I won't obey your orders.
Good girl. I take back what I said. You really are interesting.
She does like people with backbone.
Oh yeah. So far, like that's about all we can really tell about what she likes is like food and people with backbone.
If I hadn't sowed those seeds, you probably would have
Hey, that's
allowed.
me.
Oh, yep.
If I hadn't sowed those seeds, you probably would have allowed the ceremony to control your fate without clinging to any emotions. But now you've grown to become something truly interesting, something that will entertain me to no end. That is well. For I am not fond of boredom. Nobody is. You fucking weirdo.
Though this feels like cope to me.
Oh yeah, it might be.
Like she's totally lost control of the situation. But she's still acting like she's winning.
I mean, she is definitely still winning. To pay a treat, you can't do anything but win because Battler will always lose.
True. But she's not getting any of the expected results out of Shannon.
Yeah, which is kind of what I mean when I say she doesn't really understand as much about humans as she thinks she does.
Yeah. Dinner is ready. Here you go.
Doesn't this look delicious? If Goda makes it to the Golden Land, perhaps I shall commission him as my chief cook. Oh, I think she lied to Kinzo about who gets to go to the Golden Land.
Either that or the between area isn't the Golden Land proper.
Might not be.
And the only way to open the door to the Golden Land is for everybody to believe in her.
Yeah, for the ceremony to succeed properly.
Yeah.
Could be. Either the between area where the tea parties take place is not the Golden Land, it's just like the waiting room, or it is the Golden Land and she's just lying to Kinzo, which also sounds like her.
Yeah.
The both of them sound like her, so I don't know. I don't know which one.
I heard from Cannon something about how if I rejected George's proposal, you promised not to make me a sacrifice.
Indeed. I said as much. You would make an ideal potential sacrifice for the second Twilight. But because Kedon cried and screamed, asking that I spare you, I graciously listened to his words. Yeah, she is absolutely capable of just outright lying. Because that's not what happened. At all.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Like, I wanted to confirm that because we didn't know if she could outright lie or not, as far as I could tell.
Yes.
Play up some things, play a role, yes, but can she lie? And yes, she can.
Yep, she can absolutely lie. That is one of the necessities of the red text.
Yeah, I imagined as much. Because red, like the red speech cannot be lies.
Exactly. Which we will eventually get to that point. I know we talk about it a
Now,
lot.
the real question is the line that I know of the red speech,
Yes.
is that her true opinion or is it objective truth? Does the red text take into account opinion when it says that, or what the person knows, or is it objective truth?
It is about as objective truth as you could get, I think, from everything I know about
Wow.
it.
So he got hit with that hard fucking the world itself says you're a fucking idiot. Damn. All right.
Yeah, because I don't believe it's opinion based.
She wouldn't have been able to say it if it was just her opinion.
Yep,
That's excellent. I love that so much. Fuck you, Battler. Get
indeed.
shit on.
I said as much. You would make an ideal oh, yeah, I graciously
Yeah, I
listened
already
to
read
his
all that.
words, yep.
With the condition that you abandon your engagement, of course. See how gracious I am.
What a foolish offer, and what a foolish threat. So you used that to thoroughly bully Cannon, did you?
So you comprehend.
Apparently Shannon had seen through it. She had apparently guessed as at how the witch had bullied and humiliated Cannon with that horrible promise as bait.
I made him crawl on the carpet and kiss my shoes. And that's not all. You want to hear the other ways in which I humiliated him.
Shannon silently shook her head. I finally come to understand you. You like to bully, confuse, and trouble people, and you do it to entertain yourself. So now I know for sure the one single way I can resist you.
And what might that be?
I don't care about you. I'll carry out the fate that has been given to me after that's all. I won't entertain you.
I think that actually hurt her.
Yeah, that looks
Like emotionally.
yeah.
Because again, like as we saw in the previous stream, Shannon is the only person that's actually given her anything as a gift.
Yep.
Right?
With the exception now with Maria, but
Yeah, of
she's
course.
but she's also like her apprentice and a child.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different there. Like Shannon was her only like quote unquote friend. Or at least her only mortal friend anyway. I don't care about you?
The witch's features twisted in hatred for just an instant. It disappeared immediately. But the expression that briefly rose to her face was rare for the witch. This malicious smile usually never faded for a second.
I see, so you might resist me in that way. How amusing. How truly entertaining. I'll kill you. Alright then. You and your lover both.
If that's the fate you've decided upon, do as you will. I won't be afraid, and I won't stand against you. After all, I don't believe the cruel fate that's coming is something controlled by your will. We humans know nothing about the fates that might come to pass in the future. That's why I'll live to the fullest until the last instant, following my convictions and the fate set before me. Fate is just a roll of the dice. There's no malice in it. Even if you claim there is, I won't believe it.
So even though you've quit being furniture, you have no fear of death. Yeah, like if you're trying to like not entertain someone, doing stuff they don't expect is probably not the way.
Yeah.
It seems you believe this will bore me, but you couldn't be more wrong. The thought of seeing whether you can hold on to that view until the last moment merely serves to intrigue me more and more. That's a lot of cackles.
I can't stand this. Why did you take the form of a human, appear in front of us, speak with human words, and ridicule us? If you hadn't appeared in front of us, if you hadn't predicted the future, we would have been able to live life to the fullest until the last moment.
That's what witches do. I live off your fates, reigning as a high order being does over low order beings. Ooh, mention of the fragments again. Your fates are nothing more than fragments. Fates, not face. Thank you. Or not. Okay. If I cut my hands together, I can scoop out as many of those as I want. Just like how no matter what the beef cows I raise might babble, it doesn't change the fact that I'll be having them for dinner.
We are powerless, so we cannot fight against your ceremony or fate. But I can make you unhappy right now.
And how were you planning to accomplish this?
By walking away from this place right now, no matter how I respond to your words, it will only amuse you. Refusing to respond to your questions is my only method of resisting you.
I don't think that will work either. I see, I see. You might be able to take a shot at me. But you cannot defeat me, yes? I have the power to kill anyone for eternity. I, I cannot wait to see whether you can keep up that resistance in an endlessly repeating cycle of death and rebirth. Don't you forget it, okay? You spoke those words yourself.
Well then, if you will excuse me, if you need anything, please call me. Shannon gave a reserved bow and faced away. That gesture, maybe she really did take a shot back at the witch, just as Beatrice had said. Because when the witch called out again, she sounded a little more quick-tempered than she had before.
Come and thank me, can't you? Can't you thank me for bringing you your day of rest?
Furniture may be happy when their day of rest comes, but I am a human. So I have nothing to thank you for. Is that all you have to say?
You plan to accept George's ring, yes? Don't forget that if you do, I will abandon the promise I made with Canon, and the promise you would not be selected as a sacrifice.
If you need anything else, I'll have someone else come, if you will excuse me. A flat-out
That just
interruption.
ceded a little bit. That just ceded a little bit of ground to Beatrice, though.
Shannon still hadn't
just doing
answered
that
her.
right there.
And the sound of the door closing came instead of an answer. Shannon's resistance probably struck far more deeply into the witch than Shannon herself thought. Because an expression of hatred once again rose to Beatrice's face. She had made Cannon submit even though he hadn't been ensnared until the end. Whereas Shannon, who had been so easily ensnared before, refused to submit this time.
I see. So this state of affairs is amusing after all. Perhaps I really am still young. This is why I haven't tired of life after 1,000 years.
Alright, and I believe this is where we'll call it here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because, I do need to go eat. It's been 10 hours. I need to go get some food.
Yeah. So thank you very much for joining us, everyone. If you look at my information, on YouTube, I will have Kat and my Twitch on there if you would like to join us live, get involved in the chat, maybe have your own theories if you're in the same place of the story as us.
Yep. Just, no, don't spoil stuff for us.
Yeah, no spoilers. We've already done enough of that to ourselves.
Yes, accidentally even.
Yeah.
Did not mean to get the couple of spoilers that I got. And same for Mal. I wonder when the spoiler that I'm thinking of will actually be shown. And I can't even ask you because I don't know if you actually know it or not. So I don't want to spoil it for you either. Oh, that hurts.